in Nigeria, in the US, everyone always faced with, inflation and also the current fiat system. So then, yeah, I hope that through this conference, you're gonna make a lot of friends, you're gonna connect with a lot of people, you're gonna have fun, enjoy Bali. I would love to share also, I've been living here for like 9 years, so I would also love to share some of the things what makes me love Bali, and also what makes me love about Bitcoin, so why don't combine it together. So yeah, I guess that's all for me. I would like to thank you all the sponsor, Reku, Human Rights Foundation, LivePay, SGM Capital, Pintu, and then Wasabi Wallet, and then Full Growth Venture and many other, and Henley Global as well. So thank you so much for attending, and I would like to also welcome Bapak Tirta Karma Sanjaya from Bapepti to come on stage and then officially open the conference. Please, Bapak Tirta, please welcome to the stage.
Good morning. Selamat pagi. Because I'm from regulator, my office prepare the note speech, but because I must read this note. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Good morning, and peace be upon us all. My honor, Chairman of Block, and our host, Jackwood House, Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Samson Mau, Chairperson of Indonesian Bitcoin Community, Mrs. Dea Rizkita, all Indonesian Bitcoin Conference speakers, ladies and gentlemen, praise and gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His blessing and gifts today. We can all attend Indonesian Bitcoin Conference 2023, even organized by the Indonesia Bitcoin for the first time. So for me, this is the first time to the crypto forum specifically about Bitcoin. Go Bitcoin. I also hope that we are always in good health and happiness and always in the same spirit to develop the crypto asset industry in Indonesia. I give appreciation to the Indonesian Bitcoin community for organizing this event. Through this event, we acknowledge Bitcoin have been recognized as a legal crypto asset community that can trade it in Indonesia. Crypto asset trading is a part of the growing digital economy in Indonesia, and it has potential to grow in Indonesia until 146 billion US dollar by 2025. The development of digital economy is able to bridge the interests of producer, consumer, and market without being limited by time and space. This is a challenge and opportunity for the government, including business actors, to be more transparent and able to maintain security in investing and providing protection in the public as customer. Considering this, crypto asset trading must be organized, institutionalized, and under the regulation of the government in order to be able to provide protection to the public and be able to provide the best benefit for the national economy. Ladies and gentlemen, the growth in transaction value of crypto asset in the 2022 period touched 306.4 trillion rupiah, while in 2023 until the September period, it has recorded transaction value of 94.4 trillion rupiah. The public who become customer until the period of September 2022 has reached 17.9 million registered customer or investor to Bapepti. This shows that public interest in investing in crypto asset trading in Indonesia is continue to grow. To give customer protection, the Ministry of Trade through Bapepti is us, it's me, in English is COFTRA, Commodity Futures Trading Regulatory Agency, has set scoring standard for types of crypto asset to be traded in Indonesia. If it has fulfilled the criteria and the specified score, a crypto asset type will be determined to be traded in Indonesia through the head of Bapepti regulation. Through the regulation of the Commodity Futures Supervisory Agency number 4,223, currently Bapepti has determined 501 types of crypto asset that can be traded, and Bitcoin is included in the 501 types of crypto asset. Bitcoin crypto asset trading is quite popular to customer. It is proven that trading has type of asset always occupies the second highest position after Tether or USDT, with a total transaction value reaching 9.03 trillion rupiah, or 9.6% of the total transaction value in January-September period. The Ministry of Trade through Bapepti has also recently established the Crypto Asset Futures Exchange, Future Clearing House, and Crypto Asset Depository Manager to complete the entire crypto asset trading ecosystem in Indonesia in accordance with the mandate of Bapepti regulation. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope that the implementation of the Indonesian Bitcoin Conference can add insight and hatch new ideas for the development and utilization of crypto asset product, especially Bitcoin. Of course, the increased utilization and development of Bitcoin will increase the value of this type of crypto asset in the community, and we hope to be able to spark an increase in the value of other types of crypto asset. In addition, through this conference, we hope to provide a breakthrough related to Bitcoin mining that is more environmentally friendly, considering this issue is a concern for all crypto asset industry players. We also hope that this breakthrough will be able to encourage the use of renewable energy in Indonesia and not only limited to the crypto asset industry. Finally, I would like to welcome and congratulate all participants of the Indonesia Bitcoin Conference for the next 2 days. Hopefully, this conference will become a good and effective literacy activity for the community and be able to encourage the adoption of crypto assets that are more relevant and have an impact on society. We also hope that this conference will be able to provide constructive input for us as government. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi Santi Om.
tes. How's everyone doing? Good? Well, my name is Henry, and it's so good to have you all here. And without further introduction, you've all known Samson, but who's ready for some giveaway? And it's not a Bitcoin conference without a Bitcoin giveaway, would you say? So we're giving away merch that Samson brought, and the only thing that you have to do is just follow Jan3 on Twitter, and then follow Indonesia Bitcoin Conference on Twitter. So if you've done those two, just quickly run to Prativi to verify it. So we have merch for how many? 2 or 3? 2. We have merch for 2 people who can go to Prativi first. Just show off that you follow Gen3 on Twitter and also Indonesia Bitcoin Conference. So if you've done that, whoever's first, you can get a Bitcoin, not a whole Bitcoin, but you can get Bitcoin and also a hat. So yeah, please sit. First of all, we are curious, how many of you here have been in a space since this, let's say this cycle, 2020, class of 2020, 2021, any of you, can you raise your hand? Okay, how about class 20, the previous bear market, which is 2018, 2019? All right. How about the prior bear market, 2014, 2015? All right. Okay. There's probably more. That's the recent bear market that's been around in the recent bear market. Just if you haven't known, Samson has been around since 2014 in the Bitcoin space, and he has worked. Let me be sure.
There was no space back then.
Yeah. There was not a Bitcoin space?
Not really.
Yeah. He's worked as a CEO of BTC China, also a CSO at Blockstream, and then now he's spearheading as a CEO at Gen3. Orange Pilling El Salvador, which is a done deal already, and then now he's currently working with Mexico, with Madeira, Prospera, Colombia, Ecuador, and also including our very own Indonesia. Yeah. Give a hand clap. So our topic today is why Bitcoin. I mean, we have individuals, we have corporations, we've got nation states who are already into Bitcoin, right? So I want to get some insight from Samson. Like, why would the nation states that you're already working on be interested in Bitcoin?
So I think it has to do with what they're looking for. Some countries, like Indonesia, for example, have a lot of excess energy and energy potential. So I think Bitcoin is interesting for countries like Indonesia that want to tap into Bitcoin mining. But there are also some countries that are not interested yet, but we're working on engaging with them as they come forth. But overall, it has to do with incentives. So they have to want to achieve something. They have to have some goal. And I think economic prosperity, economic growth, these are probably the prime drivers for most interest in Bitcoin from the country level.
Yeah. Are you seeing those interests in the countries that we just mentioned right now? Where are you at with those countries?
It's probably across the board. There's different levels of interest and also different levels of understanding of Bitcoin as well. So some of them, there are people within the governments that want to push it forward, so we're sort of working from inside. Others, we're kind of waiting for elections to come and engaging with candidates that will likely become the next heads of state. So I would say it's a pretty broad mix of what we have out there. But overall, the trend seems to be that more and more nation states are interested in Bitcoin, which is a bit ahead of my timeline. So I didn't think this would happen for another 5 years, but here we are with El Salvador adopting Bitcoin and then more countries looking to Bitcoin too. So it's definitely interesting times.
I've heard, at least in Indonesia, there have been several pilot projects in Bitcoin mining, so small ones. They are getting into mining and looking to develop mining in Indonesia. But have you heard similar projects elsewhere, like just small or larger capacity mining happening besides El Salvador?
Yeah, so I would say there's a fair number. The top of mind right now is Costa Rica. So they have a public-private partnership, PPP. So that's the government working with a local hydro dam at a decent scale, actually, a couple of megawatts to start mining Bitcoin already. And what they did was they were tapping into excess power. So during the quote-unquote pandemic, there was a drop in demand for energy. So a lot of the hydro plants were shutting down. And then this one, they happened to come across the idea of Bitcoin mining because they knew about Bitcoin. So they started up gradually, and that drew the attention of the government power provider. So it's called ICE, and they started working together, sort of as a pilot project, as you said, where they can see how it goes and prove it out for the rest of the country. But I think that there are a few others in Latin America dotting the landscape, and I think there will be more too. Indonesia also has a few as well.
Yeah. Earlier we talked about how information-wise, we have got plenty of information already for the both of us. But I guess what excites us is how things is going to unfold and how we're working to see it unfold. And so what are the other things or some of the things that would excite you the most right now?
I think for me, it's the nation-state adoption, and that's why I'm pushing for that. Because I can see the need and the importance of adoption at the grassroots level. But at the state level and regulator level, they can slow down progress, slow down Bitcoin adoption, because they can have bad legislation, bad regulations that can stymie the adoption of Bitcoin. So even though you have a community that uses Bitcoin for payments, trying to spin up circular economies, there might be some laws, like in Indonesia, which prohibit the spending of Bitcoin. So technically, they could crack down on that, and that is something that Bitcoiners on the ground have to take into mind. They can't just ignore that completely. So while it's good that we want to separate money from state, the better way is to engage the state sort of as a Trojan horse, get them interested in Bitcoin, aligning the incentives. I think we talked before about greed drives a lot of people into Bitcoin. I'd rather say it's incentives, same thing. But that can get them to change their mind about what their stance is on Bitcoin. And it can help them understand what money is. And I think these are really important drivers to a more holistic adoption, because you can have that on the ground push, but if people are being rounded up or thrown in jail, that doesn't help.
I think to me, and I know to probably many of you who've been around probably since 2017, 2018, it's pretty impressive that now we even talk about like nation states, multinationals. They are adopting Bitcoin one way or another. But I do want to get a little bit of a view or history from Samson. How was it back then? You say there wasn't a Bitcoin conference, but what was it in 2014 and the previous cycles compared to the current one? Because I can only, and many of us can probably only see until like 2017, 2018, and that cycle and compared to now? What about you, Samson? Do you see this? What's the scale like back then, and then 2017, and then progressing to now?
I think back then it was just more a lot of small meetups, and then I was based in China at the time, and there are no real Bitcoin meetups, it's all crypto meetups. So a new trend from the last few years is just Bitcoin-only conferences, like this one in Indonesia coming up. So I think you've been operating for 3 years now? This is the third year, right? But I think this is probably the biggest one so far, right? My guess. Okay, that's good. See, that's a good trend, but the biggest change is really just Bitcoin-only conferences, because historically it's always kind of a crypto conference, and then there are Bitcoin meetups. I think you guys have probably seen those pictures of Andreas Antonopoulos talking to an empty room of like 5 people about Bitcoin. So we've come a long way. Back then, they're very small meetups and very spread out, but now you have this condensation, I guess, of Bitcoiners in different countries getting together and pushing the Bitcoin-only narrative.
So back in 2014, there were only meetups during that bear market.
There's a lot of blockchain conferences, too.
I guess we can see like similarities. I don't know if you guys noticed, like in Indonesia so far, we've only had blockchain conferences or crypto conferences. And then Dea and Pratiwi and I, we saw, why isn't there any Bitcoin-focused meetups and Bitcoin-focused conference? So that's how we started. So in a way, I guess we're kind of behind the developed nations, right? Since you probably started, when was it? The Bitcoin-only conference? You're familiar? When did you start going to one?
I don't know. I mean, maybe a couple of years ago you start seeing them, like adopting Bitcoin. What else? I can't think of any right now. It's too early. But like there are specific conferences that are just Bitcoin only. But before last few years, it's usually like consensus. Oh, okay. I think it's Bitcoin. Bitcoin Magazine started putting on Bitcoin conference, right? 2018 or 19. It was smaller back then, and of course they've grown to be bigger. But that's an interesting thing because they've sort of displaced consensus, which was the go-to conference back in the day. And that's in New York, and it's very blockchain-y and crypto. But if you look at it, that conference has kind of gone down and in both size and relevance, whereas the Bitcoin Magazine conference has gone up, and they've started branching out too into other regions too. So I think it's an interesting phenomenon.
True. Besides mining, what other things excite you the most about current Bitcoin adoption and development?
Well, development, let me think. A lot of Bitcoiners are interested in the latest hot thing, but I think, like Bitcoin, it's more about the battle-tested technology. So I'm bullish on Liquid along with Lightning, because a lot of the new shiny things have not been put to the test yet and don't even exist yet. But there are tech like Liquid and Lightning that we can use today to scale Bitcoin, and I think that's interesting. The less shiny, brand new things. What else is the other part of the question again?
Yeah, just other things, maybe ETF. Have you got any updates on the ETF front?
Yeah, everyone's kind of excited about the ETF right now. Yeah, I think the ETF is interesting because it drives a lot of attention to Bitcoin, because it's the same thing. It's about incentives and getting ordinary people to pay attention to Bitcoin. And how do you do that? It's really through the price. I think a lot of people in this room, maybe yourself, first learned about Bitcoin from seeing it go up. And the mainstream media is reporting that Bitcoin has gained, I don't know, 20, 30%, maybe more. So ETFs are important because it drives mainstream narratives and drives attention. And I think it also serves a practical purpose too, because it gives access to the institutions to enter into Bitcoin. So if you think about it from a bit higher level, it's not necessarily that BlackRock wants the ETF or who is it, Cathie Wood. It's not necessarily these guys want the ETF, but it's their clients pushing for it because they have to serve clients at the end of the day. So that goes to show that there is a massive amount of demand from generally all these different institutions around the world pushing for an ETF. So BlackRock filing and all the other ones is more of a symptom of that demand.
Yeah, because we know there are a couple of ETFs that are already approved on the European front, right? There's one in Canada also, which is where you're from. And so, yeah.
Yeah, but those are like the Canadian ones and the European ones. I think Australia has a few submitted too. They're not as interesting because the bulk of the money is in the US and they want to invest in the US. So you need an ETF there. Also, a lot of the other ones, they have very high fees. You have some futures as well already in the US, but it's not as good as a spot ETF. So it is a game changer in a way because it allows all that institutional capital flow in, and that could drive billions, if not trillions of dollars into Bitcoin.
Yeah, yeah. It'll be interesting to see it unfold for sure. Well, we have a lot of guests from Southeast Asia and also Asia. Anyone here from Asian countries who come to Bali for this conference? All right, let's give a round of applause for them. Samson, we do want, as a community, and there are communities from different countries in Southeast Asia who are representing here. They come here just to network and also to work together collaboratively. And as someone said, even to one of us, why are you here for this conference? And then the guy said, I just want to make sure that I'm not crazy in my home country. Because we're like loners. You know, I met someone even from other part of Indonesia, from Jambi. Ilham from Jambi came. And he said, there's no other Bitcoiner. When I talk to my family, no one gets it. So it's like, oh, yeah, just relax. They'll get it eventually. But I do want to ask, like, how does Gen 3 work with different people and different nationals trying to orange pill a country?
Yeah, I would say the bulk of it is just ordinary people, the plebs in different countries that reach out and they want to contribute. So they talk with us and we try to get some meetings, and everyone is connected through 6 degrees of separation. So we can find some ways to get these interesting meetings with the government and start to begin that process of orange pilling them, aligning those incentives and teaching them about Bitcoin. So it's really a network of people that support our push for nation-state adoption. And while we have some Bitcoiners that say, why are you working with governments? We should try to, we shouldn't give them Bitcoin, but I think it's better to engage with them, educate them, because there's no downside really. If Bitcoin is an open network, it's open to anyone, then even the governments can learn about it and potentially adopt it. And at the end of the day, it can only be good for the people because there's a lot of bad regulation and bad policy that can come out of this, like banning of wallets, restriction of using Bitcoin. So if you can educate them, I think there's a way to improve things. And I mean, if you talk to them and teach them about Bitcoin, they can't really ban Bitcoin harder, right? Like, Bitcoin doesn't really care. So I see it as only a positive to engage, and I think the people that work with us see it the same way.
Yeah. And so I want to encourage any one of you who are of Southeast Asian or Asian, and you want to work with Samson, he's here at the conference, so do network with him. Just want to throw it out there.
He's my interpreter if you speak Indonesian.
Yeah, yeah, I'll be interpreting for him, so if you speak Indonesian. Who's not into Bitcoin, Samson, at this point? And you said there's a lot of people, but who do you think are just gonna wait until they get it eventually? Who are the people that's gonna be left behind?
Unfortunately, I think it's the bulk of people. It's just the way adoption curves work. Most people are not going to get into something that is new, and Bitcoin is still new, even though we've been here for close to 10 plus years. It is still new, and we're still very early. But I would say the bulk of people on the planet aren't going to look at Bitcoin until it's probably trading at 200K or 300K, because at that point it'll be established, but it'll be a bit late. But that's just the way it works. I think there is value also in pushing for nation-state adoption, because you can think of it as a vehicle for educating. So if you take El Salvador as an example, they launched the Chivo wallet, and while the launch wasn't smooth, the product at the beginning wasn't that great, they still onboarded, or at least advertised to 4 million plus people to install a Bitcoin wallet, even though it's custodial. So there is value in that, I believe, that you can have these government initiatives push Bitcoin to the masses, and it augments the existing funnel we have from price attention, right? So the best we can do is try to get more people on board, and I think that's also a part of our mission at Jan3, because if you think about it, hyper-Bitcoinization can get messy. If the fiat currencies around the world start to hyperinflate, the money supply, money itself starts to collapse, then people are going to rush into Bitcoin. They'll probably rush to the dollar first and to stable coins, but then at the end of the day, they're going to go into Bitcoin. And I think most of us in this room understand there's a lot of scammers out there. And with, I don't know, probably 8 billion people trying to get into Bitcoin at once, you can just imagine the proliferation of those scams and the general chaos. So it's better to start now and have parallel tracks. So maybe it's a dollarized economy plus a Bitcoin-based economy at the same time. But these parallel tracks offer the best way for us to transition into a Bitcoin standard across the world.
So is that the path sort of to hyper-Bitcoinization that you see? I was going to ask, like, what is that path that you see? Because you work at spearheading these different nation states to adopt Bitcoin.
I think that's the best path, but maybe that's not the path we get. Maybe it is the mass chaos where billions of people are trying to onboard into Bitcoin at the same time and everything breaks. Because I don't think that's going to be ideal. If you look at history, any demonetization event causes a lot of chaos and human suffering. So 2016, I think, in India, there is one example that's very relevant. They took some Indian rupee notes out of circulation, it's too early, circulation. So I remember there's people dying of exposure because they're lining up to try to change their notes to the new notes. And some people at the edge, I guess, going to the hospital weren't able to pay for medical services because the hospital didn't want to take their old notes. So just imagine that, but on a worldwide scale. That's going to be pretty chaotic if you can't pay for food and pay for gasoline or whatever. So that might be the state that we get into. It just depends on what happens with the current state of the world financial system, the legacy financial system. And I don't know about you, but day by day, I'm just watching it and I'm wondering why it hasn't collapsed yet, because countries are printing money more and more. Interest rates are going higher and higher. I think we're just kind of adjusting now. The impact of all of this bad policy, all of this bad decision making, takes usually years to play out. If you look at COVID as an example, locking down everything has massive effects on the world and supply chains, and that didn't play out until 2 to 3 years after. Well, we're already way past that with monetary policy. So I think we're just waiting because it seems like everything's on the verge of a breaking point. But hopefully we can get people onto that Bitcoin standard within the next few years because there's not that much time left.
Exactly. And even in Indonesia, like we see, I don't know if you guys know, but our interest rate in Indonesia has actually dropped versus the interest rate from the Fed, which is actually just gone up. Even last night, I read on tweet or X, it's gone up. The 10-year bond rose last night. And so that's why our rupee has dropped. If you're here from America, like my friends came here a couple days ago, you're making a ton of rupees. Like it's good for Americans right now. But it is crazy and it's kind of scary because we have election year coming up, right? It's going to be some turmoil. Right now, we do have good government in Indonesia, but we're also worried about next year and the next government that's coming in, whether or not they're gonna be able to carry their fiscal responsibility well or not. I guess you've seen that played out in a couple of countries. What's the, you told your story about India, and we talk about why Bitcoin. Have you ever seen it elsewhere? Just different inflation going on, or you heard about situation maybe in Ukraine or?
There's a lot of inflation going on. I mean, Argentina, Lebanon, I guess, are the big ones. And that comes with a lot of ancillary problems too. But I mean, even Canada, the inflation is running rampant, and the government is just denying that there's a problem. So it's really up to the people to get rid of the governments that are printing money and try to vote in ones that are more fiscally responsible. But it's a really big challenge. Like if you look at Argentina, you would have expected that Milei won with a landslide, but it's going to a secondary vote in November because the existing government still had 30 some odd percent, 36 or something percent of the vote. It was enough that they have to trigger that runoff election. But it just means that either the system is broken or the people don't understand the money yet. And that's pretty crazy to think because the money has been broken in Argentina for so long. So the best we can do is offer an entirely new system, and that is based on Bitcoin, and hope that people understand that this system is better. Even if it's not endorsed by the government, you can start those grassroots initiatives, and then maybe Jan 3 and other groups can try to push it from the top down. But really, that's the only way out of this, because the masses don't understand it, right? That's the nature of the distribution curve. The majority are not going to get it.
Do you currently see Bitcoin as inevitable then? Do you think? Yeah, obviously.
Obviously.
But, yeah. Do you see, have you ever considered any other alternative besides a Bitcoin standard? Have you played around in your mind about it?
Like what? Another cryptocurrency or?
Or it could be like a basket of currency like they were talking about. They were considering, the BIS was considering about having this basket of currency. Could that be competing?
Not really, because only Bitcoin is sound money. Everything else can be manipulated in some way, right? You can make a basket, but what's in the basket? It's still fiat money that can be printed. Just you have maybe a softening of the risk because every country's currency in that basket is printing at different rates. But at the end of the day, they can still print, so it doesn't really fix anything. And you can't really create another Bitcoin. There's only Bitcoin. Everything else is an attempt to rediscover fire. You can only find fire once. So it is inevitable that everyone will go to Bitcoin because it is the only thing that's incorruptible. At the end of the day, everyone wants to preserve their monetary energy, right? So you're going to go to Bitcoin whether you like it or not. So the question is, do you want to buy Bitcoin now or earn Bitcoin later? Because there will be a point in time at which you can no longer buy Bitcoin, just like you don't buy seashells or rye stones.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. Well, so we've now learned why we Bitcoin is that I hear from Sansa from our chat is that our current fiat system is collapsing, and I can see it myself even in Indonesia, right? And Bitcoin is the only viable standard that we can see to, yeah.
So we're not crazy. We think the same thing.
Exactly. So you're not crazy. Whoever you, Ilham, and the other folks who were talking to us yesterday, just making sure that, this is not some...
It's everyone else. Everyone else is crazy.
Exactly. So, let's see. Do you have some people to recommend to learn about why Bitcoin? Perhaps there are some folks here that are new. Who do you learn from personally over the years? Who have you learned from personally?
I think there's a lot of good educators. Just focus on the people that are Bitcoin only. I see Stephen Lavera somewhere in the audience. He's good to learn from. He's been very consistent over the years, and he doesn't shitcoin that I know of. Personally, I learned from Adam Back a lot because during the block size wars, originally I was leaning towards the big block size, and then I had a call with him, and he explained a lot of the nuance of Bitcoin and how it's counterintuitive. Because I was working at the exchange at the time, and my gut reaction was, yeah, we should lower fees because we want to push for adoption. But there are costs and there are trade-offs. So he's someone I learned a good amount from over the years. But yeah, there's so much material out there these days. There's so many people creating good educational content that it's almost it's almost like you don't learn about Bitcoin unless you really don't want to learn about it because it's everywhere now.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we're gonna open up Q&As over at the counter. Prativi is gonna have a mic for you, a couple of you, if you want to ask questions. But I guess my last question to you, Samson, is what kind of risk do you see in the Bitcoin, whether it's the Bitcoin code or the Bitcoin community or the ecosystem, that's gonna risk this whole thing off? You know, like it's gonna make this all go away. What are some of the systemic risks that you see?
I don't really think there's a systemic risk as long as people understand Bitcoin. And as long as we get more and more people really understanding Bitcoin, not at a superficial level, but more about the inner workings, the game theory, and the reasons why Bitcoin is the way it is, I think it's fine. Because Bitcoin is really decentralized, it can take nation-state attacks. We've seen it with the China ban on mining, right? That was probably the first nation-state attack, if you will. And we bounced right back, and now hash rate is at an all-time high. So there's no real way for a government to stop Bitcoin. It's already out of the bag, and you can't put it back in the bag. So as long as people are willing to run nodes, make an effort on understanding Bitcoin, then I think it's fine. Countries can attack Bitcoin, but all they'll do is cut off their people. Like, preventing them from accessing Bitcoin just limits the people that lack the expertise to access Bitcoin. It hurts them the most, not the people that understand, because at the end of the day, Bitcoin is just information. It can flow freely across borders between people, and really it's unstoppable.
Wow. So again, if you have any questions, you can go to ProTV in that corner over there. But do you see, Samson, this just came right on top of my head. What if different nation states, this is just something new that came up. What if these different nation states decides to fork Bitcoin, so we have like Bitcoin Indonesia, Bitcoin Vietnam, you know, and have their own version of Bitcoin? What do you say to that? Have you ever entertained that idea or thought?
Well, I would hope they don't, because history should show it doesn't work, right? It's just a fork of Bitcoin, and it is a shitcoin. So you just look at historical data, look at Bcash. How did that work out? Not that well. So you can do it, and then you can mandate everyone in Indonesia uses this fork, but it is a fork. It's a copy, and it's not Bitcoin.
All right, let's give a round of applause to Samson. So we can take a few questions in from that corner right there.
So you can go forward.
Perfect.
Just say your name, where you're from. Yeah, and the question.
Fabian Rodriguez. I'm coming from Vietnam, representing Vietnam Bitcoin. Yeah, Vietnam. Awesome. Perfect. Good morning, and thanks for this. So I had a few questions that are all tied in together. What's the average for Samson? What's the average size GDP of countries who are coming to consult with you? And where on the adoption curve are these leaders personally that are coming at you?
I'm sorry, sound people, can you give us feedback, like
You
the
can hear me.
speaker from
I
the
can
front?
hear me.
Because
I
we
can
have
hear
a
me.
hard time hearing, or otherwise.
We're good? We're
I
good?
think it's hard for us to hear because the speakers are facing that way.
To the stage?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
There's.
Can you hear me? Samson, can you hear me?
A little bit.
A little
Maybe
bit?
a bit louder.
Now?
Okay.
Yeah? Okay. What's the average size GDP of countries on stage? Nice, all right. Perfect. Guys, the line is over here. So I had a question. Well, they're all connected together. What's the average size GDP of countries that are coming to consult with you? Just ballpark. And where on the adoption curve are these leaders personally that are coming to you on Bitcoin, right? So not where their country is, where are they coming from? And where are you trying to steer the conversation with them? So they're coming at you with questions, but I know in the back of your mind, you have some places where you want to take them to benefit everybody in them and their countries respectively. So if you want me to repeat those.
No, that's good. I don't know the exact numbers, but generally GDP tends to be on the lower side. because it's the countries that want that growth, want the economic prosperity that are looking to Bitcoin, or at least people in those governments are reaching out because they want to do something to fix the country. A lot of Latin American countries are interested simply because they need Bitcoin. They need something, because otherwise they're going to just be borrowing from the IMF indefinitely. So I guess the best example is El Salvador. It's a very poor third world country, plagued with crime, and they wanted to fix that. And I think Bitcoin was a path for them, because now they are top of mind for most people, right? Every Bitcoiner knows where El Salvador is now. Step back a few years, I bet most of us couldn't point it out on a map, right? So things have changed dramatically because these countries have a mission now and they have a goal. It's usually the countries with high GDPs, Western nations, well-off nations that don't want to engage, but that's also changing a bit too, because if you look at the US, Bitcoin is becoming a key part of political discourse. You have 3 presidential candidates right now that are talking about Bitcoin, which is unprecedented. You have the leader of the opposition in Canada also talking about Bitcoin. And in Germany, you have this initiative called Bitcoin im Bundestag, which is one of the politicians there, Joanna. She's pushing for getting Bitcoin to be a discussion topic in the parliament. So it's a bit weird. Like, you have these kind of more eclectic pushes in the wealthier countries with high GDP, but I think it's definitely a sign of change that we're talking about earlier, which is the world is starting to go into this decline, and Bitcoin seems to be on everyone's mind now, where it can be an option to fix things. So fix the world, like adopt Bitcoin and fix the world. It's a very relevant topic. Did I miss one of his questions?
Where on the adoption curve are these political people coming
Yes.
from?
So it really varies. Sometimes, like, I guess let's just say the president or prime minister as the benchmark. So sometimes it can be people in the government that try to make the introduction and get us talking to that president, and maybe the understanding of Bitcoin is not all there yet. So you kind of have to present a condensed view of Bitcoin to them and give them as much information as possible in a very short time. I think Michael Saylor has said something like, you need 1,000 hours. Well, you don't have 1,000 hours to orange pill them most of the time. Sometimes they're decently far along the adoption curve, but of course, you do need to put a good amount of time into Bitcoin to fully understand it. So it really varies. Sometimes it can be from 0. If we're lucky, maybe they're at 50%, and I think there is nothing higher up than maybe 50, 60%.
Thank you. 2 more?
Yeah, we have questions, time for 1 or 2 more. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm Zane. I'm visiting from America. And first, I just want to thank Samson. You've done a lot of great things for the Bitcoin community. But my question is, how do you see custody evolving in order to further improve adoption? And what I mean by that is, right now we have multi-sig, which is very robust, but it requires quite a bit of technical knowledge in terms of derivation paths, descriptors, etc. For engineers, it's easy, but for someone who's like a full-time physician or like a Mike Pence type personality or whatever have you, how do you see custody evolving to accommodate a larger portion of the population?
Yeah, that's a good question. So if you didn't hear, it's about how custody is evolving to accommodate more people and more institutions into Bitcoin. So let me think. I would say right now it's already pretty good. There are a lot of interfaces to do multi-sig coordination, like Spectre, Sparrow, and that's probably leaps and bounds ahead of where things used to be. And I think the challenge there is really the backup of that multi-sig coordination. And historically, you had to back it up somewhere else other than the devices. But now I think Blockstream Green supports backing up locally to that. So if part of your quorum is the Blockstream Jade hardware wallet, then you can actually just have it all digitally. But of course, you should back up physically as well, on paper or on some metal backups. But I think that was probably one of the biggest challenges. I think the other wallets may do the same thing too. So that will definitely streamline the backups, streamline the restoration process if you do have some catastrophic event. But I don't know, the existing tools that we have to do multisig is pretty good. And if it is too daunting, you can use a company. There's a bunch of companies in the space that provide that as a service. But of course, then you give up some privacy because then people know, someone out there knows who you are and what you're doing.
Last question.
One more? Okay. Well, this is nerve-wracking. Right, morning. I'm Piriyat Samandaraksa. I'm from Thailand. And the first question, Fabian already asked that, so I'm just going to skip to the second one. And that is like, just for Jan 3, do you have specific strategies where you select countries to like consult with or work with? Or is it like, if anyone approaches you and that's okay? Because I've been trying to push, Bitcoin adoption in my country, and that hasn't been going very well.
Yeah, that's a good question. I would say we're more opportunistic. Yeah. We're just...
I'll just get the question out first, and I'll go down the stage, right? So the next question is that, and I've been working for years with the government, and it seems like when you try to push for Bitcoin, they would more like they would gravitate to crypto instead. How do you steer them away from that, keep them in Bitcoin, and keep them focused on the subject? And for the last question, magical crypto friends, is it just like magical lion now?
Okay, I'll start from that one. It's easy. So magical crypto friends, that was a show I did with Whale Panda, Charlie Lee, and Fluffy Pony. Yeah, we just got tired of talking to each other for 4 years, and we canceled it. But I think Whale Panda was saying we should do a reunion episode sometime, so maybe we'll do one show for fun. So let me see. I'll go back to the first question. So what's our strategy? Do we pick countries and then attack those countries figuratively? So we're more opportunistic. We look for opportunities and then we pursue it. I think it doesn't make sense to choose a country somewhere and say we want, I don't know, Poland, and try to work that way, because there are almost 200-something countries, and our time is limited. So we have to kind of work with what is available. Indonesia came up because we had some contacts that knew Ridwan and you and your team, so Indonesia is interesting. But usually it's people that reach out, like maybe someone in Thailand says we have a contact, and then we'll start exploring and seeing where that leads. But we're really dependent on people on the ground because we're a very small team and we can't be everywhere and we don't have all the contacts. So I would say being opportunistic makes sense here. What's the second question? No, that was the first one. That answered the third one. Oh, crypto. Yeah, so that is a problem. So the second question was a lot of governments, politicians might gravitate towards crypto when you start talking about Bitcoin. I think what we do is just be very blunt, because maybe people are too polite and they nod along when someone says crypto and Bitcoin interchangeably. And I'm pretty toxic and I don't really care, so I'll just say, it's not crypto, it's Bitcoin. I'll correct them. And maybe that jars them a bit, and I'll try to explain everything is a shitcoin, and only Bitcoin matters, only Bitcoin is decentralized. So that's what I can do. I can tell them what I think is true, and we'll see where it goes. But yeah, it is a big problem that a lot of people kind of conflate the two things, and a lot of governments kind of think they're one and the same, and they're not. And it comes down to us going to events, talking about the difference, talking to the media and explaining they're not the same thing, talking to the politicians individually and not being afraid to tell them the truth. Because at the end of the day, that's what branded us toxic maximalists, right? It's people coming up with crypto projects that are kind of pointless and meaningless, and us saying, well, that's kind of pointless and meaningless, and then they say you're toxic. But that's the truth. So that's all we can do, speak the truth.
Thank you, Samson. There you have it, folks. Let's give it a round of applause for Samson. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for coming. All right, folks. I'm going to hand over for the next session.
We're back. Hi, everyone. My name's Stefan Livera, host of the Stefan Livera podcast. a show about Bitcoin, Austrian economics. I'm also head of education at swan.com. We're going to be doing a Better Than Web3 panel. And I'm joined by my guests. And so I'll go in this order. So Eric Kaysen, he is the author of Crypto Sovereignty and speaker and writer in the space. Previously worked at Bitcoin companies and crypto companies. Anant, he's the founder of BitHive and also working on the Keeper app. So he's a founder and a builder in the space, working on self-custody Bitcoin tools. And over on the end there is Dominic. He is the founder of Bitcoin VN, involved in the Bitcoin Vietnam community, also longtime Bitcoin advocate. So, okay, so I believe we're going 30 minutes, yeah? Is that someone just give me a rough 30 minutes, yeah? Okay, cool. Okay. So, we're talking about Better Than Web3. So I guess if we're going to critique Web3, we should start by talking about what it is. So, do you guys want to offer any thoughts on what is Web3? What is it meant to be, at least?
Web3 is the dream of every single crypto, that it could be something like Bitcoin and that it could truly be a decentralized new protocol that somehow is actually better than Bitcoin in some way. But in my opinion, this is really a siren's call, and actually part of the bigger scam that's kind of being played out is this promise that, as we'll see later in the talk, that this is just a promise and not something actual.
I think when you see Web3 anywhere, just run in the other direction, right? Web3 is mostly like a marketing term, I believe. When you look up for it, like what is Web3, and I was like trying to understand how do you really define Web3. Most of the definitions there are by the crypto companies or shitcoin companies. They want to have this narrative out there that somehow web is progressing from Web 1 to Web 2 to Web 3. But essentially what they want is they want you to build a web which is based on top of their bags, right? So that at a certain point of time, you become their exit liquidity and they can dump their bags. They think that, Web3 being supported by specific altcoins, shitcoins, or their crypto tokens would make it decentralized. That's just, we all know that's just not true. So what they want to do is print money for themselves and, get exit liquidity in the name of Web3. That's what Web3 is, according to me.
It is.
Web3 is basically the buzzword du jour, which now has replaced like all the other terms which we had like in these 2-year cycles: blockchain, distributed ledger technology, whatever. I mean, like, in 2 years, we will have a different buzzword coming along, where all the same people will again claim they are an expert in whatever it is. In 2025, they're trying then to raise money for schemes which don't work because they're not grounded in reality. And yeah, I mean, right now, Web3.
Like you say, there's all these buzzwords, and like Anant was pointing out, the narrative that the Web3 proponents say is something like, oh, look, Web 1 was read-only, and maybe Web 2 was like read and write, and in their narrative is Web 3 is you get to own some of the assets, right? They're trying to say that you can own your own data, potentially, or maybe you can operate in some kind of censorship-resistant manner. Now, obviously, we disagree with that, but that's their claim. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, I think that, again, this is like a great sales and marketing gimmick. But we've seen again and again that any time that any of these tokens that aren't Bitcoin have some kind of a crisis, there's usually a rollback. So one of the most famous ones is with Ethereum. We had the DAO hack where about 10% of all Ethereum tokens were stolen. But this was because their smart contract was written in such a poor methodology that someone was able to, essentially with 2 lines of code, steal what amounted to be millions of dollars at the point in time. And at that point in time, the Ethereum devs were like, oh, this is such a huge crisis, we have to do a hard fork. And then we essentially got this chain split that created Ethereum Classic and Ethereum. But we've seen this over and over. We've seen chain stops on Solana. Pretty much every project out there outside of Bitcoin, there's always an escape clause with some kind of emergency decree that the core devs can use to overcome the consensus mechanism. And to me, this is the true crisis of Web3, is that it's not cryptographically sound at all. I like to call it craptography, because they sell you on the idea that it's cryptographically secure when actually it's nothing but. So I think it's very important to understand that the pitch that they utilize is based on the idea of what Bitcoin is, and they sort of metastically attach to it as a parasite, saying, well, we're the same thing, but better because we can do smart contracts or something. And it's just not true.
Right, because as you say, in the background, often there is some kind of emergency stop switch, or there is some kind of emergency multi-sig that's actually held by the founding team, and that it's actually not really, truly decentralized in the same way that Bitcoin is. And so, you know, like as an example, when it comes to people trying to coordinate upgrades in Bitcoin or soft forks, there's no way to stop the chain per se, right? Like there's not a way to just kind of, we can pause, take the chain down and upgrade and take it back up. It's like, no, this thing, you're going to change this plane while it's in the air, right? So anything to add there on the promise or the false promise of Web3?
Yeah, I think I love the term cryptography. That basically tries to say, okay, you know, you put a lot of buzzwords on top of something that is socially completely insecure. There's a founding team, there's a foundation, like you said, there's something really rotten. And on top of that, if you put cryptography and some buzzword, that doesn't solve the problem. Decentralization is more of a social decentralization. It's decentralization of power. It's not necessarily a technological thing. So when we had a great show here, right, of a money printer being fought by the Bitcoin bull. So what crypto really represents is multiple money printers. Essentially, a lot of VCs and a lot of people having power of printing their own money, right? So you can imagine this show being the Bitcoin bull fighting multiple such small, you know, money printers, and that is essentially the real thing behind the curtain. They want to print more money for themselves and their shareholders. That is really the real promise for their, you know, people who are going to buy their bags, not really the decentralization of for the users.
I mean, basically, all these initiatives are value extraction schemes. That's why they are marketed and why they are launched. And they depend on people not understanding that they are exchanging something which is worth more to the people who issue you these tokens or whatever they try to get from you. But that's the reason why people launch these schemes and market them to the people who don't understand what they're doing, or have maybe greedy inclinations, other vices, where they think that they are somehow smarter than the people who launch these tokens or whatever it is on them.
The funny thing with some of these schemes is the people who promote them, they act like they are just God's gift to the world, that they are just these amazing people who are so altruistic and trying to, you know, change the way the web is, as though they're some really idealistic person. But then the reality is just so different from that, because, you know, there's a pre-mine on some of the, many, if not all, of these tokens. There is all kinds of just flawed incentives in the way things have been set up. And I think part of it is just that with Bitcoin, it's just so difficult to replicate that it was just it really was a fair launch. It was just anyone who was, you know, mining earned coins, as opposed to this sort of pre-mined, pre-set up system with, you know, a new set of overlords, isn't it?
I'd just like to add here that, you know, there are two types of scammers, like you said. People think, people who know that they are scamming others, and people who don't know that they are scamming others. But at the end of it, the end goal or the end result, like we have seen in the case of Sam Bankman and other people, they might think that they are doing the right thing, but essentially when you peel the onion and go deep down inside, you would realize that, you know, the net benefit, there's no net benefit, it's net negative at the end of the for the society. So yes, they might fool themselves, but if they spend some time, they would understand why Bitcoin is what it is, and why, you know, despite of being in the bear market, being in, you know, being in all kinds of condition, Bitcoin community and Bitcoin only groups just keep on going. So that's one way of looking behind the curtain.
So digging a little bit further into some of these claims, right? This idea, some of the supposed, now, as you guys will know, and I'm sure those of you who are longer time in the space will see, there have been different narratives over the years, right? In earlier years, it was things like blockchain, not Bitcoin. And then it was, you know, there's this idea of dApps, and there was an idea of NFTs and DeFi, Web3. I think one of the newer ones is RWAs. That seems to be the new kind of hotness amongst the crypto and VC crowd. But some of the claims are, so this idea that you could own your own data, right? That's been one of the claims. Own your own data, as opposed to, in their view, they're trying to criticize Web 2.0 and say, oh, look, Facebook owns your data. Instead, use this, crypto token that I've created, and therefore you can own your own data. What do you guys make of this claim?
I mean, again, this is a really fun and nice dream that has a great sales pitch. But when it comes down to it, we've seen again and again repeatedly. Like my favorite has been with NFTs and how you can own the NFTs. Almost every single NFT, whether it's on Solana, Ethereum, or some other chain, it turns out that there's several different smart contracts. They're wrote very poorly, and that most of these can generally be exploited, and that whatever token that you hold, it actually isn't censorship resistant in a meaningful way. And I differ a bit from some of the other Bitcoin maximalists in that I find what inscriptions are doing is pretty exciting, because this is a real technology that you can put censorship resistant data on the blockchain. And so Project Spartacus is an example that they're inscribing the Afghani war logs that were released for WikiLeaks that got Julian Assange in prison. And to me, this is one of the most powerful aspects that displays how censorship-resistant Bitcoin actually is, and that we can put information directly on the Bitcoin blockchain that is a threat to interests such as the United States military, and they can't scrub that data no matter what. And to me, that displays the real power versus, things like Solana can have full chain stops, and they can roll it back and eliminate that data. So.
And funnily, I believe this came from some of the SBF case testimony where I believe Caroline Ellison made a comment saying something like they could basically shut Solana down at will. Right? That's the level, that's what we're dealing with here, guys. So it's important to consider the reality of owning your own data. And maybe let's sort of contrast where, as you were kind of going in that direction, we might as well talk about some of the Bitcoin ideas that really do enable you to own your own data. So do you guys have any examples that you'd like to bring up?
Yeah, I think if you really look at these companies and these Web3 organizations, most of them try to portray these benefits as something that only their chain or their coin can do. Owning your own data, yes, a great goal. Owning your own social profile, absolutely, you should be able to do all that. But somehow they, build in this piece that okay, because of some technical reason, only their blockchain can do it. But we know that's not true. We know that if really people want to own their piece, Nostr is a perfect example, where you can own your social profile. You don't need to own a separate coin and pump their bags. You can do it. So it's not that it cannot be done on Bitcoin. Nostr is one example. Stuff like Taproot assets or RGB are another example. You can build stuff on Bitcoin without the perverse incentives of all these coins coming into picture, which actually makes the whole goal weaker, which because of the social problems and the bad incentives, it makes the whole thing spoiled. So can it be built on Bitcoin? Yes, we have several examples. Is that the right thing to build on? Yes, because that is the foundation, that is the concrete, strong foundation. You can build faster on a sand castle, right? You can really build towers very quickly on a beach, but they are not going to last. So being able to build quickly is absolutely no indication of it being the right thing to do. While if you build on concrete or some hard foundation, obviously it's going to be much more difficult, but that is the right thing. That is what is going to last. So this is the way I would, sometimes try and help my, people who have these kind of questions that, okay, why is it difficult to build? Why is it not building on Bitcoin? So yes, it is building on Bitcoin, and this is the reason why it is the right foundation to build on, right?
Yeah, I think the idea is generally a good one to try to reduce dependence on third parties, because that's the ultimate goal. If we are thinking about kind of warfare ultimately, you do not want to be dependent with crucial part of your resources on a third party which can turn against you. The thing is just all this Web3 stuff doesn't reach this at all. They make the right nice sounding sound bites, but it's not bringing us any closer to like where we actually need to go. So it's actually more like a distraction, which like puts us away from the actual path and the options we need to pursue and see what we can do there to like reduce our dependence on like third parties, which can turn against us on the click of a button. Yeah, Web3 doesn't do this.
And something to add to that, I think, in fairness, some of this can happen in Bitcoin if you're not learning how to be self-sovereign. So a quick example could be that if you use your Bitcoin wallet but don't connect that with your own Bitcoin node, that's a way where you have to trust somebody else's Bitcoin node. And I think it's fair to say that Bitcoin and the culture in Bitcoin is such that it's easier to host your own data, host your own node, do these kinds of things, whereas over in altcoin land, they are often relying on centralized interfaces or relays or ways to understand what's going on the chain, per se. Whereas in Bitcoin, people can run their own little Bitcoin node. You can have a box. You can, whether it's like an Umbrel or a Raspberry Blitz or whatever, or do your own manual setup. And you can host your own Electrum server or your own BTC Pay. And these are ways that you can actually not trust and verify for yourself. Anything to add there?
Yeah, and I just want to clarify, like, this whole idea of owning your own data and doing the proof of work to actually know and understand that you own it, like, this isn't just because it's fun and like it's kind of like a catchy thing to be able to have your own data. No, like, this is for an emergency situations where like your country is at war and you have to flee, and your government would be more than happy to steal everything that you have in order to make sure that you can get out. And so as much as it's a feel-good idea, like, this is truly something to use in times of extraordinary crisis, where a great example is Edward Snowden was able to pay for those servers that published that information with Bitcoin, and he would have not been able to escape the United States had he not been using that. That should speak volumes to everybody about how powerful Bitcoin's decentralization is and censorship resistance, and the fact that someone who was the most wanted man by the United States federal government was able to escape the United States and publish data that the United States wanted less than anything else to be published. He did that, and it was solely because of Bitcoin. Really kind of ruminate on that for a while to think about, why did he use Bitcoin to do this and not Ethereum or Solana or any other shitcoin?
There's a very interesting angle to it. When you look at Web3 conferences and blockchain conferences and all that, they want you to quickly start using their stuff and start putting in some coins and stuff like that. But if you similarly go to a Bitcoin conference or talk to a Bitcoin community about owning your own data, obviously they will encourage it. But they will also emphasize why it is difficult, why you should still do it, and really the right ways of doing it. So see, owning your own data or doing any of this is not easy, right? You have to have proof of work, you have to understand how to do it. It's not like, someone is taking care of your account and all the data is there. So if it is difficult, then what kind of education are you receiving? Are you receiving an education where people are saying, just buy this coin and press this button, you're done? Or you're actually getting to know why of it? You're actually doing, the hard work to secure your own data properly. So if you look at the communities, you will be able to clearly make the difference who wants you just to be a consumer and use their product, and who really wants you to be a, be a sovereign individual. So that's one way to differentiate between the two communities, the education part.
Anything to add there? Or? Anything to add there or no? Okay, yeah. So I think one other crucial aspect is, so this is another kind of funny one you hear sometimes in Web3 circles. There's this idea of play to earn, right? This idea of, you're earning some money, and because maybe people are not as familiar or savvy about what's happening, they sometimes overinvest in some of these Web3 phenomenons. And I know this has happened in parts of Asia where, in years gone by, there were people who got caught up in some of these play to earn, schemes, basically, where they thought they were earning a little bit of money on a particular game, like some quote-unquote Web3 game. I've heard this is in the Philippines as well, and probably other parts of Asia, where people were over-investing in some of these, games because they thought they could earn a lot of money, and then sooner or later the price crashed, and all these people were just getting wrecked. And I think it's a hard lesson, isn't it?
Yeah, and I would point out, like, this is sort of the game of what fiat money is today. Like, you play to earn your dollars or whatever currency you have. Your government decides, you know what, like, we need 10, 20% inflation. And now, like, that money you've saved up and earned crashes in its value, has much less purchasing power. And it's really dangerous because, like, it's truly not self-sovereign because you have no control over the number of units that can be made. And this is true with both fiat and with shitcoins. And it's very important to understand, like, if you do not know how many monetary units can be created or how, you simply don't control that aspect of how that currency functions. And so it's extremely important to understand that, like, the 21 million units of Bitcoin, like, that's a social contract that will never, ever change. And that's one of the reasons I keep my wealth in Bitcoin, is I know that that can't be modified or changed, so that my one Bitcoin is not going to be diluted in the future by them deciding, hey, we actually are going to have 50 million units or 30 million units or whatever. And so I think it's very important to understand in this play to earn sort of thing, this is all a gimmick that they use to try to engage you with their Web3 idea that this is a great way to make money, when the truth is it's just a way to fleece you and take advantage of you. And it's very important to sort of understand these differences, in my opinion.
Yeah, this is such a fiat mindset, right? This is such a manifestation of the fiat world, essentially. People get attracted toward these things because they have to earn, they have to keep running, they have to be on the hamster wheel. So they do get attracted because, you know, their fiat life is shit. Their fiat life is shit, they have to get out of it, and they see this as a, you know, quick and dirty way to just get out of the race. But what they don't understand is that the hamster wheel is being controlled by someone else. They are never going to go out of it. They are going to get into another hamster wheel of crypto and then just, like, you know, keep going on. And like Eric said, they are going to, they don't know the you know, units behind it. So they are going to get fleeced. They are going to get robbed of further of their life savings, of their life work. So definitely don't go from one hamster wheel to another hamster wheel. Get out of it. That's the way.
It's essentially a scheme to harvest human energy at no cost for the creators. That's what it is all about. You get people to expand their limited energy which they have in a day on purposes which, like, the creator intends to do, and it doesn't cost them anything because you can just press a button and create these tokens and people start doing it. Very similar to the fiat money scheme indeed.
And I will just add as well that, again, in years gone by, they would fake the volume, they would fake the number of users. In the Solana world, they were literally, there was one developer who was faking as multiple developers to make it look like there was a lot of developers in the ecosystem. There are people who would fake the number of users of these apps to make it look like, oh wow, look, it's so popular, everyone's got to use my play to earn app or my Web3, whatever. So it's really important that everybody understand the difference of Bitcoin and crypto, and they understand the difference of, you know, not your keys, not your coins, right? Like, it's very important. It's a key point that, you know, people just have to take that on and just, you know, not play on join somebody else's hamster wheel. Instead, you are becoming an owner, you're becoming sovereign. And so that's really the difference with Bitcoin. So I think we've only got a couple minutes. I'm not sure if we're doing questions. Or otherwise, let's just finish off with a few thoughts. If there's anything, oh, actually, one other point I think would be interesting just to point out, because we're talking about better than Web3. There are examples of people trying to do it in perhaps arguably a more ethical way. So, for example, in the Bitcoin world, there is Thunder Games and also Zebedee are probably two good examples I can think of. So with Thunder Games, it's gaming, but you earn Satoshis, and you can withdraw those Satoshis to your own wallet. And they are actually helping new people who start playing games, and then they actually start to become a self-custodied, you know, Bitcoiner. And then over on Zebedee's side, they've got this kind of Lightning integration where streamers can be streaming whatever they're playing or games, and people can stream Satoshis. So I think, you know, when it comes to this idea of better than Web3, there are ethical ways to do it with Bitcoin. It's just sometimes you have to take the harder pathway. It's not as, you know, easy as just printing your own money, right?
Yeah, I think that's another good example of why these projects can be built on Bitcoin, and doesn't have to be like Web3. And as Jack would put it, this is Web5. So essentially, basically going beyond the pretense of Web3 and actually building the right stuff. You don't need a new coin for every new game. So why you don't need new money for every new shop that you open. So why would you have a new game and its own token and then you have to go away and trade it and speculate on it? It doesn't make sense.
Exactly. Yeah, it's not that we need meat coin and milk coin and, table coin to buy meat and milk and tables. No, you just have money, and Bitcoin is money. That's all. And so don't listen to the lies of people who give you this kind of narrative that you need this particular token to do that particular thing. It's basically like airline miles just being, brought out into a system that other people can profit from.
On a parting note, I just want to add that, you in the audience, you guys have a specific responsibility to your friends and family and the people that you know to be able to explain this difference to them. Because there are going to be plenty of people in your lives that will come and go, oh, there's this new crypto, it's better than Bitcoin. No, cut that off and explain to them immediately. This is a scam, it's designed to steal your human energy and value, and it's to distract you from the real revolution that's happening with Bitcoin. So I really want to impart to you the importance of taking on the self-responsibility to educate your friends and family and not let them get caught up in these scams, because I've had many people that I love and care about come to me and be like, hey, I put all my money into this Ethereum thing, I really think it's going to go to the moon. And you go, no, this is the scam that they do to steal your money and your worth. And so please take that responsibility very seriously, and knowing that you can help your friends actually attain self-sovereign wealth, but it's going to be making sure that they avoid the pitfalls of Web3 and shitcoins.
Yeah, and just pulling on that thread further, I think that is actually the most important message if you want to take away anything from this session, is how to make sure that at least your close friends and family are aware of this thing called Web3. And if you really talk to Bitcoiners and if you really look into the history of this space, you would know that there are actually a lot of examples that you can use during that conversation of how things have not gone the way the founders or the people who were selling them were talking about, right? We have tons of examples there. So use those examples, use how some real pieces are being built on Bitcoin, and why incentive-wise that's much better and long-term strategy. So definitely try to make sure that even if they're not orange pilled, but at least try to make sure that they stay away from Web3.
Yeah, and everything which has a production cost of basic zero will ultimately return to zero. And then we have to think about, okay, we have only so much time in a day, we have only so much energy in a day we can commit to building our own life or the life of our family. Do we really want to commit this limited time and energy for something which is basically worth nothing? While if you do some work, rather store it in something which is built to last, and where there's a cost attached and nobody can just print more of it, and where you can keep this energy stored across time and space in the most efficient way possible.
Fantastic. I think that's a great spot to end it. So everyone, please put your hands together for our panelists, Eric, Anant, and Dominic. Thank you.
Sorry, there's which one is it? All right. Awesome. So today we are going to talk about CBDC, and will it be a path for Bitcoin adoption, or it's actually something that we need to fight, for? So we have here Florin, Hilbe, and Piccolo. So I would like to give time for you guys to introduce yourself.
My name is Florin Hilbay. I am currently the Dean of the College of Law of Silliman University in the Philippines. I used to be the Solicitor General of the Republic of the Philippines, and I've also written a book called Introduction to Bitcoin. Thank you, and good morning.
And then,
Hi, good morning. Piccolo here from Bob's base in Bangkok. Bob stands for Build on Bitcoin. A lot of people confuse me for Bob. We're all Bobs in that sense. And Bob in Bangkok is a Bitcoin-only co-working and hackerspace. And prior to doing this, I was an investment banker for roughly 20 years, and currently I run a fintech.
okay. So then I will go down to the first question. How do you see like the CBDC development in your country? Like I think every countries right now, majority of them started to either develop or like some have probably already implemented the CBDC. So maybe for the general overview first, like what is CBDC actually?
Okay, so maybe if you want to understand what CBDC is, you might want to look at the current monetary system that we have today. Every monetary system is essentially just a transmission network. It's a transmission network for value. So whether it's gold or fiat or Bitcoin, it's simply a way for individuals and communities to transact in time and in space. Now, what happened, I think, in the 20th century was very important because in the last century, you had this important development called the union of money and state. There was a time when people held their gold. There was a time when money was more or less private. There was a time of free banking. In the 20th century, I would consider the most important development would be the union of money and state. The problem, I think, with fiat money today is that given the level of money printing that they have engaged in, almost all countries all over the world, it's become so unsustainable, right? It's about to collapse. And every system that wants to sustain itself will double down on the assumptions or the foundations of that system. And that is why CBDCs will most likely happen. There's a website called CBDC Tracker. There's about 130 countries that are studying CBDCs today. It says that 98% of countries are looking at CBDCs. In my country, the Philippines, the Asian Development Bank just recently gave about $100 million to the country to promote quote-unquote financial inclusion and a cashless society. So I think we're going to get there. The way I look at CBDCs, they're essentially fiat on overdrive, right? From a larger perspective, and this is what I told Dea right before we started this discussion, CBDC and Bitcoin will be the boss fight of the 21st century. It's either we get some separation of money and state if Bitcoin wins, or we get a more perfect union of money and state. If you want Bitcoin to win, then the only way to get that done is through individual, community, and institutional, and even nation-state adoption. If we don't get to do that, then you end up with a more perfect union between money and state, and that would be central bank digital currencies.
All right. You mentioned a little bit about cashless society, and then this is like the narrative that a lot of central bank pushing, that we need to have we need to do cashless. We need to go cashless. So Piccolo, what do you think about that? Like, do we really need to be cashless, or like does cash is still play a really important role in people's life? Or like what do you think?
Well, I mean, if you listen to the narrative of the various governments, anywhere, is cash is dirty, right? And that narrative played really well when, COVID came along. You remember people were afraid to like use dollar bills, baht bills, rupiah bills because of germs. So to me, that's the narrative. But your question whether cash is always necessary, yes, because ultimately that was the way in which you can transfer value in a decentralized manner, right? I give you $1, you give me some barbecue chicken, you know, something like that. But you know, in the CBDC case, I mean, to add to what Florian was saying, CBDC is essentially the government's waking up to this thing called programmable money. So in that particular case, you know, maybe you're eating too much meat. So what happens is that now, without the cash and with the CBDC, they can actually, you know, in the worst case scenario, give you a, you know, quota on how much protein you can consume. And therefore, you know, that's why cash is necessary. Because if you want to transact value for value without people overlooking your shoulders or controlling what you can or cannot buy, then yes, cash is still absolutely necessary. And, you know, cash isn't dirty, I don't think. Well, except for the dollar bills with the cocaine on them.
All right. Okay, so let's jump into the CBDC. As Florian mentioned, that we have the CBDC tracker that you can see the development of the CBDC around the world. So how is the CBDC progress in your country? So like maybe Florian is from the Philippines side, and yeah, and Piccolo from Bangkok side, from Thailand, yeah.
Yeah, well, I think we have to assume that CBDCs are going to happen, because I think governments now find themselves in a position where they have no choice but to impose greater control over the social network for transmitting value. Money is very important because it's a way by which you can either empower people or control them. And so in the 21st century, you'll have alternatives, right? Bitcoin is a form of money that you can control. You can transport it through time and space, regardless of who the recipient is, regardless of where that person is. On the other hand, central bank digital currencies is money that will control you, right? And they have to do it precisely because the agents of the central banks today are essentially the commercial banks and the government banks. And those banks are starting to fail because if you're looking at money printing, commercial banks and private banks actually print more than central banks, given the level of interest rates that we have today, which are very low. Right? And so they're starting to fail. And the way the central bank can governments can try to save the system is by doing it themselves. And so you have to assume, I think, that the United States and the Europeans are going to do it, and all the others are going to follow. And you can't simply assume that CBDCs will have a very malevolent face. No. They will have a very benevolent face. And we've seen this in, for example, 2020, during the pandemic. The way by which the stimulus checks in the United States or in the Philippines, we call them the ayuda, essentially stimulus as well, were distributed was very inefficient, right? The United States had to go through the private banks to send the checks by mail. In the Philippines, they had to go through the lowest level local governments to provide the money by cash. But CBDCs will have a very benevolent face because if you're required to download, say, for example, the FedCoin app or the e-Philippine Peso app, and you're given, say, $1,000 or $100 of stimulus, then people will definitely accept that. Right? Because at an individual level, you will want more money. But they will not be able to weigh the social cost of doing it, which is more money printing. So for example, in the US, a lot of people were happy with the stimulus checks, but they couldn't connect the stimulus checks with the inflation that they experience today. Same thing is true with the Philippines. A lot of people accepted the money from the local governments that came from the national government, but they don't seem to find a way to connect the stimulus from the highest level of inflation that you find in Southeast Asia today. So I think that's the kind of fight that Bitcoiners are going to fight in the 21st century. Not a malevolent, CBDC, but a benevolent CBDC that has a very high social cost.
Yeah, in terms of Thailand, back in, I believe, late early 2021, our central bank piloted the wholesale CBDC, and by the end of last year, 2022, they started piloting the retail CBDC. So, it's a little bit far along, and actually what Florian brought up about the benevolent phase, that might be the testing ground for maybe a soft launch for the CBDC, because if you guys have kept track, and no reason you would, of Thai politics is we now have a new Thai government, right, with the new prime minister. One of the big deals of this current government is subsidy assistance, right? 10,000 baht, roughly 280 US dollars, are supposed to be given to all citizens above the age of 15 through, guess what? A government digital wallet. And what's going to be put in there? Some sort of programmable money. And then the Bank of Thailand said, hey, we already have this. Maybe we can work together. So that really is the benevolent phase, isn't it? The $280, everybody get their programmable money, and away we go.
Can I add to that?
Go ahead.
Yeah, a lot of progressives, now push for, say, universal basic income and see it as an absolute necessity. They don't see it as a system not being able to sustain itself. You need UBI precisely because of the very high levels of inflation that make it unsustainable for the lower class and the middle class to live off the labor or the salaries that they have. But again, the social cost of universal basic income will be essentially the social cost of reminting the denarius and the aureus. And so you go back to what the Romans did as they destroyed the money over a period of about 200, 300 years. People started asking for what? Universal basic income. And history is playing out again as more and more people, not only in Asia, but also in Europe, start asking for universal basic income. That will be a red flag for the clear, forthcoming demise of the current system, the current monetary system. And I would consider it as a moral obligation for Bitcoiners to start explaining to everyone that UBI is actually not good, right? UBI is the government helping you because it has destroyed the money so much that it now needs to help you because you can no longer help yourself.
And I think aside from that, the general population is, well, at least in my country, almost pre-programmed to accept CBDC.
Yeah.
And that people already realize that the money in the bank isn't theirs. Why? If you want to go into a bank and withdraw more than 50,000 baht, which is roughly 1,300 US dollars in cash, my God, you got to fill out a different form, right? You got to not only go there with your ID and your bank book, but a reason why you need that cash. And now, if you want to do a mobile banking app transfer for that same amount, anything above $1,200, you got to do a face scan again. Never mind that these fucking apps already took all your biometrics. They need a liveness test in order to make sure that you get additional permission to use your money. So in that sense, I think they've already started by regulatory engagement to pre-program, whether by coincidence or by intention, for people to be willing to accept, money with restrictions. Because now all of money in any bank is restricted, not really yours.
Yeah, it's very interesting because, you're mentioning about this benevolent phase of CBDC, right? Like, you give something that people really want. Who doesn't want a free money? Like, if I give you like, here, Piccolo, I give you $500 right now, you probably accept it, But
No, I would take sats, but
you
sure.
take sats. Exactly. So the topic of today is about whether actually having a CBDC will be really helpful for the Bitcoin adoption or not. Is it true? Or like, what do you guys think about this statement?
Yeah, maybe I'll go first, because this is a continuation of our conversation in Thailand maybe a few months ago, in that my opinion is, what I say to CBDCs is kind of bring it, right? Bring it. The reason I say that is because the way people will start understanding uncensorable money is by having a contrast of really bad money. Right now, your digital dollars, digital baht, it's kind of shitty, but it's not that bad, right? You can still use it. But when it becomes really restricted, when there's a time limit, when there's a geography limit, when there's a product limit in terms of what you can spend your CBDC on, that's when people start realizing, oh crap, I actually need something that's real money. And the analogy I gave was, right now, when something's in the middle, you can't really see the other side of the spectrum, right? Only when something's really bad can you see something really good. Just like if you want to look at, a black dot appears much clearer on a white surface and vice versa. So for me, the whole CBDC thing, again, the benevolent phase is going to be so apparent. But when it comes to the malevolent phase, where they actually start cramping down the control, that's when I think people will start running for the exits. But again, on the proviso or the provision that there will always be on-ramps or peer-to-peer trading whereby you can secure and acquire your Bitcoin into self-custody. That's the only thing. The danger for us is we get so complacent with the CBDCs that, the only way to buy Bitcoin would be with CBDCs through centralized exchanges. And then for us, that's fucking game over. So yes, it's good for probably understanding Bitcoin and having the general populace understand about uncensorable money, provided that, people in this room and around the world make sure we don't choke off the on-ramps, because that's what they're coming after next. First, government programmable money. Next, control all the on-ramps.
Well, I think that in the coming years, you're going to have two parallel races. A race for adoption of Bitcoin, which is voluntary. People like you and me, people here in this room, trying to convince friends and family to adopt sound money so that we can solve a civilizational problem called inflation. And another race, which is CBDC adoption. But that race will be triggered by the government simply imposing CBDCs on their citizens. So to that extent, Bitcoiners are at a disadvantage, because here we are understanding money, trying to convince others to understand and see things the way we see things. On the other hand, you'll have another parallel network that will simply be mandatory, that will have a benevolent face. But of course, the goal is to see what's happening all over the world and connect the past to the present and the future. If you look at history, and I've done some work on this, in the past 4 centuries, it's basically been about separation of ideas and government. And so ideas like separation of church and state, ideas like freedom of expression, freedom of the press, they're basically a way by which the architecture for moving ideas was separated from governments and the state, right? There's another movement, which is the closer union between another form of information, money, and the state. There was a time when money and state was separate, but in the 20th century, money and state became unified. And in the 21st century, that architecture is being tested by Bitcoiners, right? And so we're basically battling a civilizational fight to that extent, and we're trying to find a way by which the state can be separated, or the money can be separated from the state, because we understand that money and speech are basically the same. And the ability of people to control their money will be the ability of people to control their identity, control their movement, control their politics, control their speech. But we have an uphill climb, right? The challenge is very difficult because the governments can impose their CBDCs by simply requiring citizens to accept an app or download an app and use the CBDCs as payment for taxes and other forms of exactions. So will CBDC trigger Bitcoin adoption? Yes, but only to the extent that we win the fight for educating as many people as possible in the next few years. Because otherwise, like I said, if we lose, you'll have a more perfect form of money, union of money and state, and that will be digital panopticon, that will be total control by states over everything.
So can I add quickly? Because one thing that you brought up, which is interesting, Florian, is this whole thing with separation of money and state, right? And when I look at it, the reason why that seems so important is because at the end of the day, when that happens, then you can truly separate the state from, work, what is productive work. Because right now, with money tied to the state basically, since they control the money, they control the narrative of what is productive work in a society. And as we know, governments, even though we might like to think, they like to think otherwise, are not the best commercial entities for resource allocation. That's what the free market is for, right? So for me, super critical. Otherwise, our work will be tied to the state, and the state will direct resource allocation in the way which serves the state and not its citizens.
So, since I think this is like the last question, so how do we win the fight against the CBDC?
Well, how do we win the fight? To battle in as many fronts as we can, to do battle in as many fronts as we can. In my case, as an educator in the Philippines, I'm doing it by invading the university system. Because the university system, and I know that some Bitcoiners don't like the university system because it's state indoctrination, but once you're able to enter that universe, then you have a universe of people who are curious, who are not invested in the current system, and will be the next generation of leaders that you will have or your country will have. So I think Bitcoiners have no choice but to create the next army of law professors and economists and Bitcoin bankers or business people who can show to young people that there's a new social network, and this social network doesn't take away your energy through inflation. That the social cost of this social network for exchanging value is much, much lower than the current system. So every social network is essentially a competing transmission network for value. So the only questions are, is it cheaper? Is it faster? Does it degrade? And not a lot of people look at the third factor, which is the degradation of the information, which is essentially inflation. Now, in the 21st century, because of Bitcoin, you have a social network for transmitting value in space and time that is cheap, that is fast, and doesn't degrade. Right? And that's how we're going to win.
Yeah, I don't know if, it's even a competition. The way I kind of look at it is Bitcoin only needs to keep going, keep surviving. And that's how we win. Because during that time of, the monetization phase or Bitcoinization phase, that's the education that's going on, right? We just need to keep using Bitcoin to make sure a new block comes up approximately every 10 minutes into the future, and, make sure that you understand things like holding your own keys, you understand those types of things in order to be able to keep the network alive. Because at the end of the day, Bitcoin is very, a lot of people say it's boring, blah, 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 right? But it's a, fixed monetary system. Again, in a world where monetary systems are always in flux, where you have people who basically blow at the direction of the wind, people will always look to solid things in a world of bullshit, liquid stuff.
So Honey Badger doesn't care, right?
That's why it says Team Honey Badger right here.
Team Honey Badger, yes.
And the slogan is GM, GFY.
All right, I think that's closed the statement. Any last statement before we close, from you? We're good?
Okay, I think Bitcoin will outlive all of us, right? But the goal is to make it win as fast as possible, because the cost of having so many battles would be a lot of people losing their energy by way of inflation. And inflation really sucks the lifeblood out of the lower and the middle class, most especially. And the faster we win, the better it is for human civilization.
Yeah, for me, I think, again, along the lines of, keep using Bitcoin, I think maybe a big part of it is for many of us to go back to, the days of how we used to acquire Bitcoin in the past. Don't sort of choke off peer-to-peer trading. Don't choke off those on-ramps. And, make sure if you're transacting in Lightning or Bitcoin, keep doing that. Because unless we keep those on-ramps open, for sure the governments will come after those on-ramps. They can go after centralized exchanges, but they're not going to be able to go after individuals and plebs, exchanging peer-to-peer trades. They can't. Beyond their purview, they do not have the resources. They don't even fucking know. That's the beauty of Bitcoin. Again, the first sentence of the white paper, right?
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. Give a round of applause for Piccolo and Florin.
pagi. Thanks for joining the session. Assalamualaikum. Peace be upon to you all. Today we are talking about Bitcoin as a tool for liberation for Muslims against the fiat and riba system. So just a show of hands here. Who here identifies as Muslims? So just so we can gauge the audience. That's a good one. Okay. So Islam makes the bold claim that it's a source of guidance for humanity, right? So consequently, there's a lot of guidance in all aspects of life. So from trading, from doing business, your diet, and all the way down to economics, right? So today we'll be focusing on that last point on economics and where Bitcoin plays a part in this. So Sheikh, why don't you start by quickly giving an introduction of yourself and your background.
Yeah, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. So my name is Muawiyah Taka. I'm born and raised in London, UK. And when I was about, you could say, 17 years old, I was in college and I was first exposed to Islam, because I was raised as a Christian. And about a year or two after that, I was given an opportunity to study Islam at degree level, Islamic law actually, in a university in Saudi Arabia. So that was about 8 years I was there studying. And eventually, I essentially went back to the UK, where I began, I guess, teaching Arabic and Islamic studies and whatnot. And I guess in 2017, I kind of stumbled across Bitcoin. And my journey towards Bitcoin was more towards the underlying Muslim motivation to escape what we call riba, or escape interest. Most people who know about or Islamic finance, but they kind of associate Muslims not liking interest-bearing loans. So for me and many Muslims, they've always had this drive to find an alternative to the banking system. Hence why there's a whole industry called Islamic finance or Islamic banking. That was an attempt to have a system which was outside of the conventional bonds, loan, interest-bearing system. That was the idea. But with Bitcoin, what appealed to me about Bitcoin was that it was, at the time initially, when I first heard about Bitcoin, it was essentially money that didn't depend upon or need the banks. So for me, it was an obvious win. So obviously, there's this thing here, which is money. I can transact across space on the internet without the need of using the banks. And being a victim myself of having my bank account closed, I'm sure many of us have had the situation where we have had banks closed for no reason whatsoever that was given to us. It led me to learn more about this currency. Could it be the alternative? Prior to Bitcoin, I was, you could say, a gold bug, as most Muslims are gold bugs. We have to say, oh, let's return back to the dinar and the dirham, the golden coin and the silver coin. But there's an inherent problem with gold and silver, which is what led us to fiat in the first place. And that's the fact that it's difficult to exchange, it's difficult to divide, it's not very divisible, and you can't use it on the internet. And especially when, in I guess 2008, in the noughties and in the teens, or like when I was in 2017, more and more we had the growth of online business, long distance business. So this idea of a gold standard wasn't really feasible. So essentially, Muslims were in this quagmire, or in this rock and a hard place. We want to be able to engage in the wider markets, especially online business, long distance business, international business. But we also don't want to use fiat. So what alternative do we have? So that's what led me to explore Bitcoin. And I guess you could say 6 years later, here I am.
Cool, nice intro, thanks for that. I was going to ask you, just taking a step back, just out of my own curiosity, when you were doing your Islamic studies, was there a lot of discussions into monetary history of the dinar, dirham, the different gold standards beforehand? And also another question to that is, just as a disclaimer, do you have fatwa making powers?
So let's answer the first one first. So in, like I said, my speciality, in university we had there's 5 different faculties. One of the faculties which I graduated from was Islamic law. So we focus on the judiciary system of Islam, which, as you mentioned, Islam covers every aspect of life. So most people think of Islamic law, maybe talks about praying and fasting and Hajj. That is a part of it. But like I said, it covers everything from inheritance, economics. There's actually a module we had which is on Islamic economics. I'm actually doing an online lecture now, or a series online on Twitter actually once a week. But we also have a module specifically on Islamic finance. Sorry, not finance, Islamic economics. And so yes, fundamentally, there is discussion, there is information about Islamic economics, how one should do business and conduct themselves in an economic manner in Islam. But interestingly enough, and not surprisingly, the discussion of what money is never really a discussion. And I'm guessing the reason is because money is usually a given. I mean, I'm sure every one of us grew up never really questioning what money is. And even myself, I understood that I wanted to use gold and silver, but to answer the question, what is actually money? What makes gold and silver even money? Why is it money? These questions, ironically, only ever get raised in our psyche, in our minds, when we come to Bitcoin. Because Bitcoin actually forces you to ask that question. If this thing, this digital thing on a blockchain is money, what makes it money then? Why is this money and not something else money? What makes it money? And these are the questions you kind of are forced to answer or ask yourself and then try and find the answer to, which is not something normally taught. And I'm also guessing that at some level, I'm not saying most people or institutions, but at some level, it's something people don't want to discuss. I think there's even a famous quote by, I think, the founder of the Ford company, something that if the people knew about how fiat was, there would be revolution. I don't necessarily believe that. I think if people knew what fiat was, they'll still use it because it serves a purpose. But I think most people just don't know what fiat is. They just grow up, they're taught. I mean, think about it. From kindergarten to university, we have an institution called school or education, which its sole goal is to motivate us and give us a purpose to go out and collect this thing called fiat. We never question what is this thing. We just say, look, this is what you do. College, university, choose a career, and earn lots of fiat. So we all focus fiat, fiat, fiat. No one actually says, actually, what is this thing called fiat? Why are we using pieces of paper? I mean, we just had a demonstration here with these people just shooting these pieces of paper. Yeah, I mean, if you actually think about it, it's almost comical. If you think about it, we're literally exchanging pieces of paper that someone printed for free at no cost. And I think this is at the core of what makes Bitcoin different, is that Bitcoin, like gold, you cannot get it in your possession unless you've earned it or mined it. This is the core of what Bitcoin is and why Bitcoin is totally in line with Islam, is because you cannot get your hands on it unless you've earned it or you mined it, which is basically earning it.
I'm going to dig deeper into the POLB versus the other stuff later on, but question on the fatwa?
Yeah, so, fatwa. So, for those who don't know, there's a lot of people here who are not Muslim. I think most people have heard of the word fatwa from the Salman Rushdie days and what happened in Iran, and they think that fatwa basically is a death sentence. That's kind of people think of fatwa. A fatwa basically, in Islamic terms, this basically means answering a question. If you think of it like that, anyone who has knowledge to answer a question is effectively issuing a fatwa. The only question is, do you have knowledge to answer that question? So there isn't like, in Islam or the Islamic culture or the Muslims don't really have like a papal system, or we don't have a pope or a leader who dictates to all the subjects how things must be on a divine, it's not like that. Anyone who studied Islam, you can ask them, by the way, is this halal? If he knows the answer, he'll say yeah. If he doesn't know the answer, he'll say I don't know. But if he gives an answer, that essentially is a fatwa. I know people don't want to call it a fatwa, but that's exactly what it is. So, that's answering the question, I don't know.
Very diplomatic. Okay, let's start from the top then. Can you quickly define what riba means exactly, and whether it's the same as usury and interest, which are some of the other words that are sometimes interchangeably used?
So, one of the things which is interesting is that Islam has a prohibition of what's called riba. And often that's translated as interest. But if you scratch the surface and look at what interest is, you find that there are overlaps, but they're not exactly the same. So some people, for example, say that riba is basically the extra money you get on a loan. For example, I give you something, and I get more back. And I guess if you simplify that, you might get a surface understanding of what interest is or what riba is. But if you scratch the surface, there are some cases whereby that is not riba. It's perfectly fine, Islamically speaking. Whereby this is where you need to know the nuances. So for example, I'll give an example. If I gave you an iPhone, and I said to you, the condition of you having this iPhone for 2 years or 3 years is that you give me back 2, that's perfectly fine in in Islamic context. And the reason why is because an iPhone isn't money. The prohibition is to monetize a debt. That's probably one way of looking at it. In Islam has a communal ethos at its core. Communal meaning we work together as a collective, and the purpose of trade and business is that we are all winning. So if I invest in your company, effectively I'm using my capital and your knowledge, and we are both winning. If the result of our economic activities that it is not successful, we both lose. And if it is successful, we both win. But essentially, we are sharing the risk, we're sharing the love. Whereas a debt, essentially, I'm giving you money, and I don't really care, technically, or I guess I do care, but it's not really my concern how well you do, as long as I get my money back with interest. So effectively, I'm offloading the risk entirely on you. And that's where you would say it's not really fair. And that's why I give an example of another scenario in Islamic economics, which is a very similar way to understand why, ethically speaking, interest or riba is not allowed in Islam. I'll give an example. If me and you both purchase land, so I got money, you got money, and we purchased 1 acre of land, and we said, okay, I know about farming tomatoes, and you know about potatoes. So half, I'll do the tomatoes, and half, you do the potatoes. And when the harvest comes, whatever I make on the tomatoes, I get profit, and whatever you make on the potatoes, you get profit, and we win. That's not allowed in Islam. Because that land, maybe on my side there's a river, on your side there isn't. Maybe the neighbor on your side has a fire and it burns some of your crop and it doesn't affect mine. Essentially, although we both are sharing in the land, we're not sharing technically in the risk. We put a dividing line on the risk. Essentially, what we should do is that we both do what we specialize in. I know my potatoes, you know my tomatoes, and the rest of it. And we both share collectively in a percentage, a known percentage, on what we get out of it. And that word known, I want to also just underline that word as well. Another very, very, very important ethical part about Islamic finance or Islamic economic system is knowledge. Islam does not, under any circumstance, allow transactions that have extreme ambiguity in it. So I remember in London, there was this place, there's a marketplace next to Liverpool Street. I remember when I was very young, and there's like a big open place like this, and there'll be like a stage. And all these things will be like DVDs, TVs, teddy bears, all these little products on the side. And the guy would say, look, here's a black bag. In this black bag, there's one of these items. It could be a teddy, and it could be a DVD player. Just buy this black bag for £10. Maybe you get this, maybe you get that. That's prohibited in Islam because I have no idea what's in his bag. Is it a teddy bear or not? So there's ambiguity in that. So likewise with trade, if I invest in you, we have to have clearly defined amounts of profits. Whatever you make, we know exactly my share of that profit or your share of the profit. Whereas with interest, listen carefully everyone, with interest, I have no idea how much money I'm going to make because you may delay for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. And in that time, I'm accruing more and more and more money. But at the onset of the transaction, the contract, I have no idea how much I'm going to be paying or how much is actually going to be on my back. So there's that level of ambiguity which makes it not very good. And I'm sure we can see that with IMF. They go into countries, they give massive loans. The countries think, yeah, we're getting this loan, we're going to build a dam, we're going to build this infrastructure, it's going to be very good. But they find out 10 years later, 20 years later, that 1 million or 100 million or $1 billion loan is now trillions. They can't pay it back. They never anticipated that that's what's going to happen because that was the ambiguity of the transaction. So Islam doesn't allow any of that. And essentially, that. But so to answer your question very closely, just to draw an opinion in it. So riba is essentially, I would say, a nice way to summarize it, is to monetize a debt, which should be something which is communal, not something which is like that. You don't monetize helping someone out.
Okay, cool. And going back to Bitcoin on that, why would you say that Bitcoin is more halal from a riba perspective?
So one of the properties of Bitcoin which I'm really excited about, and why I say that Bitcoin for Muslims is an avenue out of the debt cycle, you could say, or out of riba, we have to call a spade a spade. And I'm sure everyone here, even those who don't necessarily have any objections towards interest, we have to understand that interest is a very powerful tool to enslave people. We know this. We know that if you want to control people, I mean, you can even make a case to be said that one of the ways in which you can control the masses is to encourage the youth to get expensive qualifications they don't really need from university by student loans. Then once you do that, get a mortgage for a home that will enslave you for the next 30 years. Once you have these two major debts on your shoulder, we can essentially squeeze you in the way we want you to go. Essentially become a debt slave. Your decisions you make in your life aren't really yours anymore because you now have to think, how am I going to pay back this loan? And as time goes on, this loan effectively will decide if you go left and if you go right. And one of the reasons why that is because essentially this debt or credit society, what it does to mankind, or it does to us, is it essentially makes you or allows you to spend your future.
Spend your future in what way?
As in, I want to buy a home. I want to buy a car. I want to do X. I don't have the money for that right now, but I want to do it now. So I'm going to draw from my future, the money I'm going to make tomorrow, next month, next year, and I'm going to spend it right now. So now I've spent that thing right now. I now essentially have to now work for that duration of that loan because I have to now work for that future. On an Islamic, if you flip it on the Islamic perspective, which encourages Muslims to spend what you have. So essentially you flip it upside down. You now you work first. Then you have the capital, and then you decide how to spend it. And I often tell people, tell Muslims, I said, look, you need to get your head out of this credit mentality. This credit mentality effectively will enslave you. And effectively, it makes you spend differently even. Think about it. If, I always challenge people, I say, look, if you had right now, if I gave you $1 million right now in your hand, liquid, in your pocket, would you now go and buy a house for $1 million? People say, not really, because you just give me $1 million. I never had it before, now I have $1 million. What I may do, I might buy a house for $500,000 and keep half because I don't want to spend all my money on a house. But now, let's flip the coin. I can give you a loan for that $1 million house now. Would you take the house? Of course. As you can see already, our decision making has changed. If you have liquid capital right now, and you have a choice to spend it all or some of it, your decision making psychologically is completely different. I actually experienced it myself a few years ago. For those who know, I love Teslas. I mean, I'm fascinated with the whole self-driving car. And I was looking at the Model X with the wing doors, and I was like, wow. So I went on the website, I looked it up, I put all the trimmings, auto drive, all that kind of stuff. I thought, well, could I do this? And I looked at the payment plan, it was only £500 a month. And I said to myself, you know what?
Only.
Only £500, I could actually do that. And I was really doing the maths. I was thinking, how many years, 7 years? I could really do this, I was actually contemplating to do this. And then I paused for a second. I thought, wait. Take a step back. And I clicked the other tab. How much it is to buy it now. And when I saw the price, my mouth dropped. £120,000. I said, are you crazy? I could literally build a mosque in multiple countries with that money. I said, no way I'm going to spend that money on a car. Are you crazy? But the point was, what shocked me was that I was actually considering that when I thought, only £500, that's easy. The point is, when you have a society built on credit, you basically make zombies. I can do all these ridiculous things, make all these stupid choices because it only costs me the monthly payment. And the thing is, I remember even growing up when I was young with my aunties and my other relatives, I used to have this thing called these little catalogs where you can do all this shop, buy your furniture, buy this, buy that, and all you have to do is pay this £5 a month, £10 a month, and they would just rack up all these things. And then at the end of the month, then they realize now, oh, actually I've got to pay this massive amount every single month. They become essentially their slaves. So bring back to Bitcoin. For Muslims, I believe Bitcoin will bring the Muslims to start thinking the way they should. You work first and then spend, because then that makes your spending more intelligent. That'll probably be the best way to end that point.
And how does that, in that context, how is Bitcoin anti-credit, and how does it change people's mindset relative to if you think about other altcoins, if you want to call it that?
I mean, you mentioned that, they mentioned a dirty word there, altcoins. Let's not mention that. But, I mean, generally speaking, whenever people hear about Bitcoin, for 99.9% of people, they always hear about the pump, the money, making money, whatnot. Even I had a question just before I came here. The question was, what's your view on Islam, on Muslims investing in Bitcoin? I said, the question already you've asked there is tainted. You mentioned the word investing. That still means that you're thinking of Bitcoin as an investment asset. That still means you're thinking in fiat world. Your mind is still stuck in the fiat land.
And having an exit at some
You're
point.
only looking at Bitcoin as a means to get more fiat. What I want you to do is to forget fiat. Fiat is a tool of enslavement. Fiat is a tool to extract value from everyone. And I think especially now when I've come to Indonesia, Indonesia is an amazing country, by the way. Just by the way, everyone who's in Indonesia, this is an amazing country. Just Google how many people what's the population of Indonesia? I think 212 million people in these islands. It's amazing. But if you just think about that for 1 second, that effectively, Indonesia, the currency of Indonesia is effectively, and not just Indonesia, all countries, is subordinate to the dollar. And all countries across the world effectively are, you could say, the dollar system. The main reason why America has been able to do as much as it does is because it can print and export its inflation to the world. So from not just a Muslim perspective, any sovereign state, if you want to be sovereign, you actually need to exit fiat. Because effectively, you are still a colony, you could say, of the fiat system. If you really want to be on your own, look at what El Salvador's doing. El Salvador's making a stance. They even openly saying it and poking it in a way. They're saying, look, we want to, at some level, slowly exit the system. A system whereby our currency is a result of your printing. We want to now have our own currency whereby we are in control of our own destiny, you could say, which is why they're trying to even mine Bitcoin using geothermal energy, which is something which is even here as well. So I think it is something very important for especially Muslim countries, especially Indonesia, which has a lot of free energy. It would be a way to gain some sovereignty over your nation, and also it will also decentralize wealth amongst your people. Rather than having the wealth centralized into banks, you can decentralize it amongst the people, which makes your country effectively more robust and more resilient.
And why can't Muslims use crypto for that? To fight the fiat system and get out of it?
So back to the issue of the altcoin. Yeah, so the reason why other altcoins, I don't advise other altcoins, because effectively you look at the attributes of all other altcoins, they are effectively just another fiat. It's just that they're not government backed. Essentially, rather than government printing money and dumping it on retail, you have other companies and institutions that print their currencies and dump it on retail. What makes Bitcoin unique is that there is no one person who prints and sells it to you. Anyone can spin up a miner and mine Bitcoin and earn it much like how you would earn gold by putting in effort and work and earning gold. And that's what makes Bitcoin a unique asset.
Okay. I mean, now that you've put it in this way, it seems really clear that Bitcoin is, I mean, I'm not a sheikh to say that it's halal, but why do you then think that some scholars and some fatwa bodies, whatever you want to call it, even in this country, for example, they're a bit against Bitcoin? Well, can you touch a bit on that?
Yeah, the question is perfectly timed, because after my big rant beforehand, I kind of explained what was, I've given you the introduction. And the introduction is, the main reason, if you look at why scholars have looked at Bitcoin and said that it is not allowed, is because they've effectively framed Bitcoin as an altcoin, or as fiat, another way. And with fiat only really has value. Think of it this way. The rupiah, the dollar, the yen, whatever, they only really have value because of government backing, effectively. A trusted body that guarantees its value, you could say. With altcoins, this trusted body is sometimes even anonymous guys on the internet. How can you trust these anonymous individuals and what gives them any backing? What's unique about Bitcoin is that it isn't fiat. It doesn't have the characteristics of fiat. But if you think it does, you give fatwas that it's haram. So effectively, the best way to look at it is, if you want to look at these fatwa, analyze the reasons. Look at the reasons why they say Bitcoin is haram, or why it's not allowed. And if you look at those reasons, you'll find those reasons only really apply to altcoins. They don't really apply to Bitcoin. And that's how we can answer that, by saying Bitcoin is not haram, because you've described it wrong. You've literally said, it's like saying this water, this bottle here, is haram because it intoxicates. And you just say, Sheikh, it doesn't actually intoxicate. Drink it. It doesn't actually intoxicate. That's the easiest answer. So basically, that'll be the easy way to do it. They've misunderstood what it is. I agree with the fatwa. These coins with these attributes are dubious and you should stay away from it. I agree. But Bitcoin doesn't have these attributes.
Okay, so there's a lack of understanding as to how Bitcoin is different from the rest, and also what is Bitcoin in itself. Maybe it's not understood. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and I think what we should, as I guess a closing point, I think what we should all understand is that scholars aren't unique in misunderstanding Bitcoin. I think every single person at some point misunderstood Bitcoin. Either they thought it was silly magic internet money, or they thought it was a scam or a Ponzi. Everyone's had these wacky and weird ideas of what Bitcoin is, because Bitcoin is the first time we've ever had digital scarcity. Think about that for a second. digital scarcity never existed prior to Bitcoin. The idea of owning something which was effectively information, we never had that. So obviously it's going to be difficult to understand that and grasp that. But if you put in the time and the effort to understand that and start to change the way you perceive things, and do the homework, you could say, you get a better understanding. And I think what you're seeing now is actually many scholars are doing the homework, and actually some scholars are actually changing their fatwa. There's even one Sheikh Abdurrahman al-Barrak. He actually issued a fatwa. Which is basically a question. Issued a fatwa saying, I used to say that Bitcoin was haram because I used to see it this way. But on the further investigation, I see it is not this way, and now I see it as halal. So he actually even admitted that his perception initially was wrong, and he's corrected himself, and now he sees it as halal. So I think you're going to see more and more of that as time progresses, especially as more and more people adopt it, and it spreads. Like you see, even amongst government bodies and institutions, as they get more information, you see adoption start to grow. It just takes time. That's what it is. Scholars are human beings.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah, so let's end with that. So knowledge is power. Please talk to your friends, Muslims, non-Muslims, about Bitcoin and how it's halal according to Sheikh.
It's not according to me, it is.
And it's a way to get out of the fiat system and fight the fiat. Yeah.
Hopefully this could be a help to those who have been in confusion, and you know, they can advise those around them to do more research and learn more, inshallah.
Yeah, cool. That's it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much for having me.
Check. Hello everyone. Welcome back to Indonesia Bitcoin Conference. My name is Tio. I'm from Ngomongin Uang, one of the largest finance media in Indonesia. Today I will be moderating our 4 remarkable speakers here. Miss Pratiwi from Indonesia community, Bitcoin Indonesia community, okay? And then Mr. Jonathan from Pintu Exchange, and then Mr. Dani Taniwan from Coinbit Indonesia, and Mr. Henry Mualim. Before I go to my first question here, can you do a brief introduction about yourself, and can you please tell us how many Bitcoin in percentage is in your investment portfolio? Maybe I'll start with Miss Pratiwi first.
Okay. Hello everyone. Okay, my name is Pratiwi. I'm the content creator of Coin Veritas, co-founder of Indonesia Bitcoin Community, and I'm helping Dea in managing Indonesia Bitcoin Conference since 2021. So nice to meet you all. So thank you for asking hard question. I mean, you know, for us, since I know about Bitcoin, it takes a long journey, but for now, the majority of my portfolio is in Bitcoin. So because Bitcoin is the only financial instrument that where I can put my value for the future. So most of my money is in Bitcoin. Thank you. Okay.
Hi everybody, my name is Jonathan Artono. I'm currently the head of community in Pintu, which is a centralized exchange in Indonesia, aiming to empower people to be able to buy digital assets. As far as portfolio goes, I'm probably a minority here. I do have, 25% of, considering all my crypto portfolio, 25% is in Bitcoin. So yeah, I'm not a maxi yet. You guys have 2 days to convince me.
Hi everyone, I'm Dani Taniwan. I'm actually currently running an exchange as well called Coinbit. And also I co-founded a crypto community called Crypto Watch. About my portfolio, I actually nearly 100% all in Bitcoin. I only cash out fiat for my daily use. And all my network are in Bitcoin now.
Hey everyone, this is Hendry at Consultant BTC, and I'm with Pratiwi and Dea. We co-founded the Indonesia Bitcoin community. And so my net worth in Bitcoin was a lot, was so much, until a boating accident happened. So officially, yeah, because of the boating accident, then I had to start over again. So there you go. This is a secret Bitcoin wink. Wink.
Okay, thank you everyone. Now my next question is, this is regarding the Bitcoin price. Do you think the current Bitcoin price is too high, like 34K USD or maybe 500 million rupiahs? Do you think this price is too high for the newcomer investor to jump in to the Bitcoin? So they instead choose the altcoin or even the cheaper meme coins. Well, we all know Bitcoin was the largest, the safest crypto out there. Do you think this Bitcoin price intimidating the newcomers? Maybe I'll start with Mr. Taniwan first, thank you.
Is it for the newcomer?
Yes, for the newcomers.
For the newcomer, maybe it's too high, but for us, I think that's still cheap actually.
Do you think there are a better state of market? Let's say in the 2021, people were talking a lot about Bitcoin. They were bought, they were trading a lot. Do you think the price is too high for newcomer, or maybe it's the fairer price?
Actually, for newcomer, they always come when the price is higher than now. Always for the retail, they will get the FOMO, you know, and yeah, they will come in when the time we in the bull market. But for the OG, this is still cheap. We keep on DCA every day. Yeah.
To Mr. Jonathan now, do you think for newcomers it is intimidating? Bitcoin price is intimidating?
Yeah. Actually, I think as an exchange, we do have a unique perspective because we are on the ground, and especially for me, being the head of community, we do travel across Indonesia to educate people about cryptocurrency, blockchain, Bitcoin, and etc. And yeah, actually in Pintu, a lot of our users are first-time buyers for digital assets, for cryptocurrencies. And they can actually invest for as low as 11,000 rupiah. So that's the minimum amount, which is less than $1, around 70 cents or so. So we do get a lot of this newbie people who join the community, ask in Telegram, hey, I have $1, I have $2 to spend. What should I buy? So yeah, of course, to all those people, they get intimidated by the price of Bitcoin alone because it's so high in just per unit account for one Bitcoin, right? Because it's displayed like that in all the applications. And they would tend to buy the cheaper ones because they think it's cheaper. They don't really understand what fractionalized, that they can buy fractionalized Bitcoin. So yeah, our job here is, as far as Pintu and for me as head of community, is to educate them. When they do come to our community and ask around, we do have to educate that, yeah, you can actually buy Bitcoin for 11,000 if you want. And yeah, to let them know what the value proposition of Bitcoin is. So yeah, that's.
To Mr. Henry, do you think Bitcoin price is too high for newcomers?
I think when Bitcoin price is in a bear market, there are no newcomers. So I don't see it. And even the noobs from 2021, many of them got burned. So yeah, if for us OG, it's really, really cheap right now. And when our feeling says that it's, I should have bought more, when we feel greedy, um, it should be now. When a lot of the people, a lot of the noobs from 2021 are afraid and they're gone, and I've known many of them. So it's cheap to answer your question right now to us. So.
Okay, Miss Pratiwi, cheap or expensive?
For newcomer,
For newcomers.
For newcomers, it's always expensive because every time when there is price action in Bitcoin, the most frequent asked question is it Bitcoin is too expensive? So they are seeing Bitcoin from price only, and then so they try to look for another Bitcoin, which is the shitcoin, that they think that it will be the next Bitcoin. So since for Indonesian people, we see Bitcoin's price is always expensive because they don't know the value. So for newcomers, it will always be expensive, never cheap, because they don't know that value, the Bitcoin value.
Okay, thank you. Into my next question to Mr. Henry. We are talking about Bitcoin barriers. We want to break the barriers. So a lot of influencer, we have two influencer kind. The first one is, the one say Bitcoin is a good money, the fiat money is evil, central banking is bad, Bitcoin is the real money. They took the anti-government stance. And then the second influencer were working together with the government, like exchanges, DOGs. They were working together with the government to govern better Bitcoin environment in Indonesia. Do you think, which approach do you think is the better way to increase the adoption of Bitcoin in Indonesia? The anti-government one or the OG one who embraced the government?
I think we can never be totally anti-government because government is just people, right? It's just people who have positions within our community. So we, in our community, we try to work with everyone. We work with exchanges. We work with government officials who are willing to listen. So our approach is more Bitcoin focused. It's because so much out there is currently whatever focus, like crypto focus, but we in this community, in the community that we are building, we just want to try to build something that is Bitcoin focused. So that's our main approach, and I think that's a healthy way. We don't want to, it used to be called maxis. We don't consider ourselves to be toxic maximalists, even though I wear one. It is a fun meme, but we don't think it's a realistic way, especially in Indonesian culture, to just be bashing everyone. Indonesia is known for musyawara, which is more like discussions. You engage in talks, conversations, get to know the other perspective to be able to build that bridge. And I think that's the most effective way to go forward. Anywhere in Indonesia, yeah.
Ms. Pratiwi, what do you think?
Yeah, if we want to influence someone in every aspect of our life, we need to build relation. So if we want to Bitcoin focus, I think we need to build relation and increase more discussion among us. So if you are asking whether I'm anti-government or I'm with government, I think I have the same approach with Henry Mualim, because if we are Bitcoin focused, we need to see the big picture. If we try to bashing everyone, at the end, no one will listen to us. No one will listen to what Bitcoin is. So we are trying our best to share Bitcoin in a good manner, because to penetrate market, it depends on the culture, right? So we have to do like to do in right custom. I mean, in Indonesia, we have to do in Indonesian culture, which is embrace everyone and then encourage everyone to talk and share about what's their point of view about Bitcoin. So that's why today happened in Bitcoin conference.
Okay, to Mr. Jonathan, do you agree with the two of them? Took the government, embraced the government?
Yeah, definitely. I think there's being neutral here. Of course, there's people out there who distrust the government that need solution, and they see Bitcoin as a solution. So for those people, of course, the way to adopt Bitcoin is to be convinced that this is a solution for them. But from the other side, for the vast majority, I think government relation and government lobbying or having good regulation, good legislation, is another massive door for Bitcoin adoption. Because then people will have clearer access, they feel secure, they feel guarded by the government in terms of their asset and their safety and security, and making sure that no exchanges, rug pulling like SBF did, or stuff like that doesn't happen. That actually boosts overall Bitcoin adoption, in my opinion.
Mr. Danny.
I will go with what we are doing now, exchanges doing now, actually we try to educate the regulators as well, because now we don't have certainty in this crypto regulation. We just transitioning from our CFTC, called BAPT, to SEC, our SEC called OGK, in, I think, the next 2 years. So actually, we still don't have a certainty in this. And maybe after the transition, maybe we can have more confidence in crypto and Bitcoin.
Okay, thank you. Into the next question then. I see this pattern of retail investors. When the bull market, they bought a lot of Bitcoin. And then in the bear market, instead they sell it. So they buy high, sell low. Do you think this pattern among the retail investor will be gone forever? When we are talking about Bitcoin adoption, they should hold it, right? Not buy at high, sell at low. Do you think this state of market can be changing in the future in Indonesia? I go to Ms. Prauti first.
It will be happen as long as they don't know about Bitcoin, as long as they don't understand about Bitcoin, because the market, the mass market will follow the trends, right? It's not only happening in Bitcoin market, but also happening in every market, I mean in stock and etc. So everyone only follows what is happening. We know it as FOMO. So they are FOMO buying, and then they cut loss everything because they don't understand the value of it, and it happens to Bitcoin. So I think that's from my point of view.
Mr. Jonathan, do you think this cycle will continue?
To a certain degree, yes, I think, because it's just who we are as humans socially, and it's just organic marketing, really. Whenever I make money, I want to tell somebody else I'm making money. I'm making money through this asset. You should join me too. So that kind of just snowballs, right? That's why we call them the herd. But yeah, we need to get to a point where education, I think, is the key. That all throughout, I mean, we're doing it here in the bear market. We're still trying to convince people that this is a great investment, and we'll still do it during the bull market. But education is, I think, the key to get some of these people, the new joiners, the new investors, to actually be convinced and not just play with the FOMO game, and how to escape that loop per se, so that in the next cycle they can be more educated.
To Mr. Danny, do you think this cycle will go on, and what solution maybe you think?
Yeah, I think it will keep going on, and we need them for our exit liquidity. Please buy on top, so I can exit, right?
Mr. Henry.
Sadly, it's just reality in every market. Just the noobs will keep getting wrecked. Whether you're in property, whether in your stock market, if you're not deep into it, you try to trade, but you're not well versed in trading. Yeah, I expect to see many more just getting wrecked here or somewhere else. Um, but um, but I see a trend changing because now the institutions want to get in. Is in Indonesia too, right? We see the possibility where, for example, with BlackRock and the other folks are joining hands, offering it to retirement plans, offering it to our ETFs in Indonesia. People may not even realize it. You know, government employees may have their retirement partly saved in Bitcoin. That's a possibility in the near future that I see it's coming. So, yeah, people will still keep getting wrecked. It's just a sad reality of things. What we can do is, if we know people personally who are getting into that dangerous space, we cannot just tell them. They'll still probably try it anyway, but at least we warn them ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna go to Mr. Jonathan again. Do you think Bitcoin need an enhancement of utilities? Let's say like smart contract capabilities, layer 2 support, more Web3 adoption. Do you think in order to increase the adoption of Bitcoin in Indonesia, do you think Bitcoin need an enhancement like that?
Personally speaking, no, I don't think so. Well, hypothetically, if Bitcoin becomes smart, I think it will play into a gray area where it loses its identity and its uniqueness. Because we do see it as sound money, right? The perfect money. But when you introduce all these other nuances, what if somebody just built another token on top of Bitcoin and rug pulls, and it becomes just the whole debacle that's happening on other chains. And I don't think that's good for Bitcoin's identity. But will it boost Bitcoin adoption? Yeah, probably, because it'll create buzz, a lot of FOMO, a lot of people wanting to try it. So probably, yeah, if it happens, it'll probably boost adoption. A lot of investors, probably new investors, fresh wallets will be created, but I don't think it's good for the long run. Yeah, that's my personal opinion.
Do you think Bitcoin need an enhancement of utilities like Ethereum does with smart contract layer 2 in order to accelerate its adoption? Do you think Bitcoin need that enhancement?
Hello. No. I think Bitcoin should stay what it should be, like this. Why you need to become a smart contract, compete with Ethereum, right? There's no need, because totally it's a different thing. Bitcoin should be the hardest asset in the world. Yeah, there should be always 21 million. You can, if you want to experience something, maybe you can build another layer 2 for that, to experience the smart contract or Web3, not in Bitcoin for sure. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Henry.
Well, whatever we say on this panel, like whether Bitcoin needs it or not, people are already exploring ways to hack into Bitcoin, to develop it in so many ways, to try to profit from it, and do whatever they can to build this beast, in a way, of a machine. So, yeah, it's coming, whether we want it or not, in some ways or another. What does it need to be enhanced for more adoption? No, the base layer works just fine, but yeah, it's still gonna get built. Just to answer your question.
Ms. Pratiwi, what do you think?
I think we should keep Bitcoin this simple, because if we want to use it as the next currency, the world currency, or the hardest asset, I mean, this is Bitcoin should be just the way it is right now. So I don't think enhancement on Bitcoin will bring any impact to the bigger adoption? No. But I think we should talk, I mean, I want to add something on breaking Bitcoin barrier. So if we want to make more people get into Bitcoin, actually it's not only about education, but if there are more business get into Bitcoin, someday the sheeple, whether they like it or not, they need to know about Bitcoin. I mean, when everyone here, if I ask you right now, do you know what is internet? What is TCP/IP? Not everyone can tell us about what is TCP/IP or the history of internet, but everyone right now in this place use internet, right? So that will be happen on Bitcoin adoption. So if there are more people, more business integrate Bitcoin on their business, I think it will, eventually it will bring more people, bring more mass adoption in this world.
Okay, thank you. Next year, we're gonna go to Bitcoin halving 2024, and some people are making news that Bitcoin spot ETF will be approved next year. And then more and more good news coming to next year. In Indonesia itself, do you think there will be something different of Bitcoin bull market compared to the 2021 or 2017? Do you think all this news will be making a trend changes of Bitcoin adoption in Indonesia starting from 2024? From Ms. Pratiwi first.
So far, Indonesian market, we always a follower. We are followers. So whatever happen outside Indonesia, we follows. Because the Bitcoin adoption and literacy in Indonesia is not that good. So when the price action, when the bull market happen, in Indonesia, there will be another 2021. I mean, everyone will be FOMOing, but just for buying on top. I mean, buying on high price, something like that.
Yeah, I think since it's a global market, I don't think we can localize this context. I do see that there's going to be two huge factors in this upcoming cycle, which is just macroeconomy, how fiat is going to be printed, how governments are going to go to war probably. So all these huge macro economic factors are probably going to play a huge part in how this next cycle behaves. And then the next one is probably the ETF, because it is a game changer. It introduces a whole new sector of ammunition, of liquidity that the market has not seen before. So yeah, I think this next cycle is going to be interesting. And that two factors for me is probably the key.
Do you think what will different of next Bitcoin bull market in Indonesia?
I think we are just a follower. Yeah, we don't, Indonesia, we don't have, we cannot, yeah, our country cannot determine the bull run, you know. Yeah, we just follow, yeah.
Mr. Hendry, do you agree?
It's inevitable, as we learned from Samson and just throughout the discussions here and the sense that we're getting here. Just imagine this conference, but you multiply it. Like we have Bitcoin conference in Vietnam. We've got Bitcoin conference in Thailand. We've got Bitcoin Lugano. We've got Nashville next year. We've got different cyber hornets working together just to orange pill, one person at a time. And then we've got people in every cycle that's new and actually staying. So it's inevitable in a way. And Indonesia, like Kodani said, we're just followers in the market. So if we see the US is having a bull run, we're just gonna follow. And you know, I've even met through this encounter, like even the guy that that was next to my hotel room. He's a Russian and he mines Bitcoin. He said he knows people who mines Bitcoins with him too. So it's like, what? That's like random, right? But yeah, Bitcoin is inevitable. And Indonesia is just, it depends on how we're doing, you know, the ecosystem in Indonesia, how fast we're gonna be, it depends on every one of us that's involved.
Okay, thank you. Last question. Regarding Bitcoin barriers adoption in Indonesia, what solution do you think to overcome these problems or maybe to increase the adoption? From Ms. Pratiwi first.
Okay, we need to know first, the first barrier of Bitcoin adoption in Indonesia is financial illiteracy. So until now, there are many people fall into online gambling trap since we are living in a country with weak currency and the human nature, we want to try to survive, right? So by knowing that we are living in a country with weak currency, no wonder there are so many Indonesian people try to get rich quick. And finally, everyone falls into a get rich quick scheme and like Ponzi scheme and so on and so forth. And because we have that kind of nature, and then the second one is we never learn about personal finance in our lives. Everyone keep looking how to get rich in quick way and think that get big income as fast as possible is the way out, but it is not. It is how we manage, right? How we manage our value, our proof of work, and save it for the future. So because of this condition, we tend to fall into high time preference, just like what Saifuddin Ahmad said. So the way out is, I think when people, when the people of Indonesia enter the bull market in 2024, I think there are more people will enter the market, but the tourists will leave eventually. But some people will stay, and it will be happen over and over again until the institutional adoption happen. It's not just only ETF or another instrument with Bitcoin or Bitcoin IRA and something like that. But if someday the businesses integrate Bitcoin into their business and people are enforced to pay in Bitcoin, it will be a very big time for Bitcoin adoption in Indonesia. For example, in 2014, no one used GoPay, no one used OVO, no one used Shopee Pay or anything else, e-payment. But because of pandemic 2019, when everyone stay at home and laid off, everyone tried to survive by selling something online, and finally there is a big moment for online payment in Indonesia, and right now everyone using electronic payment. No one don't know about electronic payment in Indonesia, right? So eventually, the people who never learn about Bitcoin will be enforced. What will be happen to electronic payment adoption in Indonesia will be happen for Bitcoin adoption in Indonesia. That's what I think. Next.
Yeah, I think just to keep it simple, education, right? I think for everyone here, your crypto journey or your Bitcoin journey, pardon me, your Bitcoin journey starts with educating yourself. So it's the same for everyone. It starts with education. The thing about Indonesian is probably, financial literacy is probably one. There's a higher gap for education. They need to acquire more fundamental knowledge. But secondly, probably what we can do, what we can actively do as a community, is to provide better content. Because the higher quality contents are in English usually. And for it to become a tool for Indonesians. We need to be able to, I guess, catch the main gist of this content and provide it in Indonesian in a pleasing way, in a visually pleasing way, in an audio, a high quality way, both visually and audibly. So yeah, I think that's what we can do as a community, is to provide better content.
Mr. Dani.
Yeah, I agree also. The first one is the education. And the second one is from the regulatory certainty, right? And the third one, I think, from the exchanges. Maybe we need more exchanges to provide a better experience in on-ramp and off-ramp, from fiat to Bitcoin. Yeah, that is the thing.
Thank you.
If I can add one more, I think the last thing is that the government has to play this game right. Man, if our government can play the Bitcoin game right, hyper Bitcoinization in any country, including Indonesia, can happen in an instant. Like what we see in El Salvador, right? It's just like a simple turn. Granted, there's still that education, there's still that companies still wanting to be trained. But then if our government plays it right, we like it or not, it can speed things up very quickly. And right now, I think, we've been pretty slow so far.
Okay, thank you guys. And that all from us. We take our leave. Thank you for listening for us. Please enjoy Bali. Thank you very much.
Hello? Oh, hello. There we go. Sorry, dear. I'll stop you sprinting across the room. Good afternoon, guys. How are you? Hope you're having a good day so far at the Indonesia Bitcoin Conference. So I'm going to be very quick. Just so you know, this is obviously the main stage, but this afternoon also the Satoshi stage kicks off, so there's a bunch of presentations over there. I'll pass you straight over to these guys so you can get on with it. Enjoy the afternoon.
Hello.
Yeah.
All right. Hi, everyone. So, first of all, I think let's go into introductions. My name is Mary Imaswen, and I'm the Global Marketing Manager at Fedi. And we have the amazing panelists here. Do you mind if you can introduce yourself? Let's start with Ethan.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ethan. I'm the founder of Pouch.ph, the Lightning wallet for the Philippines. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. We'll talk more later.
Hi, everyone. My name is Albert. I'm the founder and CEO of Neutron Pay. We are a Lightning infrastructure provider with payments through Canada, US, and over into Southeast Asia, focusing in Vietnam for now.
All right, that's super cool. I'm actually super excited to be moderating this panel because I am half Filipino, so it's super cool. I know that you touched a little bit about what you guys do in your businesses, but do you mind if you could give like a quick overview? And I'm going to be very patriotic here and go with Ethan again because his company is based in or mainly operates in the Philippines.
What was the question?
Like, give an overview of what your company does.
Cool. Yeah, so Pouch, we're a Lightning wallet. We're actually a Philippine peso Lightning wallet, meaning we could think of it like, I don't know, Venmo, Cash App, whatever. I'm not familiar in the rest of the world really what most. Also, one in the Bitcoin space though, Strike, like these wallets that have fiat balances, but actually make payments over the Lightning network. So we serve around 20,000 users in the Philippines so far and counting. As always, we're trying to get everybody Lightning addresses, get everybody a Bitcoin-enabled wallet as the first step, and trying to, the biggest challenge is really the compliance challenge, doing everything in the way that the central bank agrees with so that we can build a lasting company and hopefully help the entire country transition from a fiat standard to a Bitcoin standard with baby steps.
Sweet. How about you, Albert?
For Neutron Pay, we are, I would say we're like a Lightning infrastructure company. So we're that first as a base, and then we are more focused on payments. So you can think of anything under the payments umbrella, which is pay-ins and payouts. You can look at it as like a send money or receiving money. We do remittances and transfers, primarily focused on more global, not anything internal, just more globally. So if you wanted to transfer anything from North America to Southeast Asia or Vietnam particularly, that's what we would focus on using the Lightning Network. And so we have enterprise APIs, which are more dedicated just to businesses, which are B2B. And then we also have a mobile app side, which is more for consumer and retail. That's a little bit not as focused in our kind of line of work, but we do want to kind of incorporate the people that are in the consumer side. So that's more of our B2C.
Sweet. That is super cool. Well, since the topic of the panel session is focusing on Bitcoin as a means of payment and a store of value in Southeast Asia, do you mind if you guys could go into what it's like in your respective countries where your companies operate? So like, what is the perspective of Bitcoin as a store of value and a medium of exchange in Vietnam and in the Philippines? So Albert, you go first.
Okay. In Vietnam, so any country, I think, in Southeast Asia, I think a lot of people can relate, is a lot of the things that happen in Southeast Asia countries is that the currency isn't really as trusted and the governments aren't really as trusted. And so savings has always been a factor for anyone that's in Southeast Asia, especially in Vietnam. And so when there was a war that came, you know, my family left in like the 70s when the war was there. Everything was in savings, right? So if you didn't save anything, you lost everything, meaning that businesses were gone, everything was taken away from you. So everyone just kind of gravitated into the thought of savings, but what do I save in? And so when Bitcoin came, I think this is, for Vietnam, when I came there, I arrived there in 2019. Vietnam already had an actual use case for Bitcoin, and that's where they put a lot of their savings. And so there wasn't a whole lot of teaching there. A lot of people already knew about it. The only thing that they didn't know was about Lightning. And so for more of the payment segment, and that's where we came in and kind of educated on that side. So for the savings side, people are still kind of stuck in that realm where they say, well, they'll just put money into Bitcoin and save it. And now we're trying to show that there's other means of using that Bitcoin, right? So there'll be a contentious where a lot of people may not agree with me, where I think personally that you need to spend the Bitcoin in order to get it across so everyone else can use it. Because if you're just holding it, then you're just, in my mind, this is just my opinion, is that I think you're just speculating on it, right? You're just waiting for it to go up and sell, and that's fine. But if you really want it to propagate, like how I think we all want to do it on the stage, is you need to do spends on it. You got to give it to somebody else for a particular service or product. And I think we can do that on the Lightning Network. And so kind of showing that education, showing that people can do it, even though we are more B2B, but we have the B2C aspect too. The mobile app is just in Vietnam and Canada. That's our step to show that you can use payments as a method and you can use, you know, Bitcoin all over the world. And we just want to showcase that a lot more prevalently instead of just saying you just buy it and you just save it and then you wait for the price to go to 100,000 or a million. So we're trying to change that in Southeast Asia.
What has the response been like in Vietnam when you do the education in terms of Bitcoin being a medium of exchange?
It's a lot easier than I thought it would have been. Because I think in Vietnam, people are very reserved, right? In Vietnam, a lot of people kind of tend to keep to themselves. They're more timid. They don't really express what type of money they use or how they spend it. So telling them what they're saving right now is okay to spend, they get it. Because in Vietnam, for example, when you're telling them to spend the Bitcoin, the way I use it is just analogies. So we have a bunch of payment apps, probably the same thing in the Philippines, is there's a bunch of these payment apps that are actually in Vietnam, right? They're locally just for that country, right? So just for Vietnam. Once you're in that payment app, whatever e-wallet it is, you can't go anywhere. You're just literally stuck in there. So when we actually show them Neutron Pay wallet app and it's Lightning enabled, you can still do local transfers. The thing that really takes the next step for them is that we can pay to anybody in the world now. So we can pay, what we do today is there's some Filipino workers that are in Vietnam or people that send money back to Pouch, and then Pouch goes and converts that to Filipino peso. So that's a use case. That gets them very excited. Some people actually have family over in Canada, which is a very huge use case for us, right? So they send their kids over to college, or they have an uncle or auntie that's sitting over in Canada or the US, and they'll go send that amount of money over, and they'll get US dollar or they'll get Canadian dollar. So that's really helped with the education of using it as a means of payment and use of why you'd want to use Bitcoin. Because now you're giving it to someone who is actually in need of something, right? They look at it and say, okay, great, I got the money, but how did I get it? And once they ask that question and we tell them, it's not SWIFT, it's not wire, it's not the fiat crap that we go and do every day. It's something different, and it's a lot faster, it's safer, and it's more transparent. And that usually changes a lot of the minds. So far right now, it's been very positive in Vietnam for that. And I think there's still a lot of education to go, but I think the beginnings are there, and it's going to work out in probably, I would probably say the next probably couple years, I think.
That's cool. So Ethan, is it the same in the Philippines too, or do you have a different experience in terms of like Bitcoin as a store of value and the medium of exchange?
So we have a started with a very small group. We just launched the Pouch app and didn't do any marketing at all. Actually, we still don't really do any marketing, but the Bitcoiners kind of find the app because there's not that many good options for buying Bitcoin in the Philippines. There's a handful of exchanges, but either you got to use a trading platform and pay service fees, or you have to, get ripped off in just like a consumer app without all the bars and charts and stuff. So, and like what we actually were trying to design first was like the simplest way to buy Bitcoin and spend Bitcoin. And so, yeah, the Bitcoiners gravitated toward us because we wanted to make sure that we had the lowest possible price to stack sats and have like features like recurring purchases. So you could dollar cost average or peso cost average because we got pesos in the Philippines, that's right. And yeah, so then transitioning to payments though, we started a community in Boracay, Philippines, which we call Bitcoin Island, where there's, at this point, a few dozen businesses actively accepting Bitcoin for payments. We spent quite a lot of effort building up the island, doing a lot of training on the ground, and trying to really educate. But we found a few problems. There's a high turnover of staff, so when we train somebody as a cashier one day, maybe a few weeks later, nobody knows how to accept Bitcoin. Because of problem number two, there's so few spenders that it's a really low priority for the business owners. There are a few Bitcoin maxis that we found and a few more that we made in Boracay, and those are the ones that are still actively accepting Bitcoin as a payment method. But really the ones, locals are not really using Bitcoin as payment for sure. It's kind of a sad reality. But there are tourists who come, say maybe on a weekly basis or something like that, and they'll spend at go to a restaurant, stay in a resort and pay with Bitcoin. There's still plenty of places. You could still take an entire vacation on Bitcoin. So yeah, it's really appealing to the tourists, the Bitcoiner tourists, which are few and far between in terms of being able to, our goal would be that businesses are getting Bitcoin payments every day, and that hasn't happened. So we really focused kind of less on the payments and decided it's too early, and we want to lean in more to focus on the remittances. And then circle back, maybe a year from now, circle back onto the payments use case when adoption is closer. I want to give one shout out as well to Silliman University because they have a Sats Cafe there. There's a Bitcoin-only coffee shop for the students. Yeah. And that's Dean Florin Hilby, who's here as well. I don't know if he spoke already, or maybe he'll be up some other day or time. But he's doing amazing work for Bitcoin adoption in the Philippines with the college students, who are the most important demographic, I think, to adopt Bitcoin for the next generation.
I'm just super excited. In fact, I came across Pouch as a means to send money back to my family in the Philippines. So yeah, that side really works. And while
And you're sending from where to the Philippines?
I use the Pouch app to send.
How do you cash into the Pouch app then?
You mean cash out of the Pouch app?
Or you deposit Bitcoin into the Pouch app and then you send it to...
they cash it out in form of Gcash, like they move it to their Gcash wallet. So it has really changed the dynamics in my family. And it was a real touching moment when I did that first step. I actually cried because I was like, yo, this is really crazy. Because I saw my mom, when I was growing up, my mom actually used to put dollar bills between two pictures, like the printed pictures back then. So she would put dollar bills sandwiched between two pictures, wrap it in carbon paper, put that in an envelope, and tape the shit out of it, just so that the money doesn't get hijacked at the post office. So seeing my mom do that to being able to easily send money just using the app was literally mind blown. And a lot of the Filipino workers in Nigeria were quite impressed with the Pouch app. And I'm sure it's the same thing as well for the immigrants in other parts of Canada, right, for Neutron Pay. So you both of you gave different perspectives. You know, you gave from the perspective of Vietnam, and Ethan gave from the perspective of the Philippines. But if you zoom a little bit and look at Southeast Asia as a whole, what is the pattern like in terms of Bitcoin as a store of value or medium of exchange? Is it the same? Is there like a general outlook, or do you see slight variations from country to country in Southeast Asia? Okay, Ethan, go ahead.
Honestly, I'm not familiar enough with the rest of Southeast Asia to be able to answer that well. I mean, obviously, I'm not Filipino myself, although I feel Filipino on the inside. My wife is Filipina. We moved to the Philippines. We have half American, half Filipina daughter. We plan to send to school in the Philippines when she's schooling age. And so, yeah, like, I really love the Philippines, and I haven't yet in my life really gotten to see the rest of Southeast Asia. This is my first time in Bali, and it's beautiful, by the way. So, yeah, I need time to explore the rest of Southeast Asia and get to know, really, the market and the people more, which is the most, I mean, I could read charts and try to form an opinion about Southeast Asia, but I would rather form my opinion by meeting people in person and like really experiencing hands-on.
How about you, Albert?
I can't speak for all of Southeast Asia, but I can speak from what I've seen in Southeast Asia, and particularly more from my heritage from like Vietnam, is there are people that are excluded from the financial sector and industry that just don't have an ability to be a part of, right? So you can look at credit. Everyone here today probably has very good credit. They have a credit card. You're able to use your plastic. You can use cards. But that's like a very small percentage of the world that has access to that, right? Everyone else in, say Vietnam, it's lowering now, but before it was at 70% that are unbanked. So they have no ways of getting into any of the things that we get in today that we're very, privileged to have. And that's very, kind of eye-opening. So when I go there and I say, you would want to use Lightning, it's because now you can go online. Online's for free. Everyone has a phone. And whatever means how you get that phone, it doesn't have to be a super phone that we have, but it could be like a phone that's like $20. And they have loans for that. If you want to think about it, it's really weird. People can't afford a $20 phone, but they'll get a $20 Android phone, and now they have access to the internet. They can download a wallet. They can download Neutron Pay. Someone could send them money or give them a donation online. We'll convert that to VND. That person now has the ability to, save up that type of money, which they would do normally. But what we convince them to do is now they can go buy something on Amazon. And so Amazon ships to everywhere, right? So now they buy an Amazon gift card, they go buy something on the US, they get it shipped to Vietnam, they go and sell that product for double or triple what it is in Vietnam. Now you've actually moved yourself out of poverty, right? It's a small step. I'm not saying you're going to get there right away, but it's a glimmer of hope for something I see in Vietnam, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be across all of Southeast Asia, regardless if you're in Vietnam, Bali, or Thailand, or whatever it is. We have all the same problems, is that you just don't have access to banking, right? And so with Lightning and how we're bringing it apart, bringing it to the countries, is you have that option now. You can now go pay for stuff. It doesn't have to be directly to Amazon, but there are ways and hops to get to it. Like, I would tell them to go to BitRefill. They can go buy any type of Amazon card there. They can buy other products there too as well. But they're a part of that system now, right? And I hate to say it, that's what we are, part of the system right now. We have to have credit scores to be able to take on debt. We have to have credit to be able to do certain things. And without it, you are just kind of an anonymous person and you're not involved in that system at all. So you don't have the luxuries that we have today, which is we get to go to this conference. We get to go and have a nice lunch. We get to do these things. But there's other people that wish they could be like that, but they just don't have the credit to do it. And so banks, unfortunately, they say they incorporate them, but they don't, right? Because they don't have the ID, or they've lost it somewhere, or something tragic has happened. But they do have access to the internet, right? They can go to a cafe for free internet. They can go to a friend's house for free internet. So you can see how this kind of leverages people as we start putting Bitcoin into there and also allowing it for payments. Because now it opens up that type of business person, whether they're a business entrepreneur or not, it's a way out. Because if you don't have it and you're in fiat, you're not getting out. It's an endless cycle of who's a loan shark I'm going to go to get a loan from, and he's going to charge me 20 to 30%, and I'm never going to get out of it. But he's going to give me that sliver of hope because I'm in fiat. I'm just going to keep trying to repay that debt. I'm never going to get out. So that's where I see kind of where I think we're going to be more beneficial to Southeast Asia with, you know, Pouch, ourselves, and other Lightning companies that come in Southeast Asia. That's I think that's our superpower. That's as soon as people start understanding that, wrapping their head around it, you'll have a huge amount of the new generation come online using Lightning wallets and wanting to spend it where they want to. So I think that's what will happen.
There's this argument that I heard about Southeast Asia, and like they would say that they already have working payment systems, and it's quite efficient. There's really no need to look into using Bitcoin instead. I'm just curious what your responses would be to that argument. Ethan, want to go?
Can I go first?
Yes,
Yeah. In the Philippines, payment systems, I guess you could say it works. I mean, like people find a way to exchange value, right? And sure, it works, but it doesn't really work well for a few reasons. So if we rewind a couple of years or a few years, every bank e-wallet in the Philippines had its own proprietary QR code format for QR payments, which kind of overtook even credit card as a means of payment processing. So QR payments was the thing, but you had to have exactly the same app as the other person in order to be able to make that payment. So the central bank mandated QRPH, the standardized QR format that all companies or all banks, financial institutions have to use this QR code format to exchange Philippine pesos. So if you're paying at a merchant and you want to make a digital payment, you use this QR code format. So it is like working better than it did a few years ago, but it's still a long ways to go if, for example, a tourist is coming, they don't have the QR code format, they can't get a wallet. I mean, it's not reasonable to expect them to get a local SIM card and go through all the registrations and everything, and wait for several days for their ID to be processed, just so that they could get an account and make a digital payment. So that's like for cross-border payments, it still does not work well at all. And the only other option maybe you have is go to an ATM and pay ridiculous fees to your credit card company or bank, whatever, in order to get physical local cash. So yeah, the Bitcoin is a massive opportunity for digital payments. One thing that's unique that doesn't get talked about ever, I think, I've never really heard it talked about, is for minors and to participate in the digital economy. So if you're under age 18, you can't get a bank account and you can't get a mobile wallet or whatever in the traditional fiat system. Your only option is to pay with coins or worthless pieces of paper. So how, like how are kids going to learn or be able to use money ever? I don't think it's fair to say that kids just don't need to use money up to age 18, then suddenly you use money. In the digital world, the only option really is to break down the KYC requirements, the age requirements, and have an open system that allows anybody to use whatever wallet they want. I mean, it's not so tightly controlled, right, preventing minors from even able to learn and experience how payments work. So yeah, there's so much room that Bitcoin has to run and improve people's lives.
How about you, Albert? So what would your take on the argument be?
Just to repeat, the question was for like local payments, right? Like how are they doing local payments as opposed to why would they use Bitcoin?
Yeah, like why should they even transition into using Bitcoin if their local payment system works well already?
So this is a good question because a lot of people will have discussions with in the consumer side. And also on the business side, they'll say the same thing. Like, why would I use that when the efficient rails that I'm using on fiat right now work perfectly fine for me? That's fine. You can keep doing it that way. I think the part that they're missing is for their type of business or the user that you're talking to, they're already settled in something that works very well for them. So meaning that they're already in a position that they already have the means to do that. But if you talk to somebody else who doesn't have the means to do that, then it's a very different story, right? It's hard to kind of picture it. I don't know, maybe this audience has come into it or not. But it's a way out. Like I said before, and kind of like what I was mentioning before is, yes, there will be people that say, I'll just do local rails, I'll do these things, that's fine. But they're still clamped down by the rules of the bank. So in Vietnam, it's very, A, it's very predatory on loans, and B, it's very censorship resistance on like what you can do, meaning that everything that you do, yes, is for free as a local transfer, it's very quick, but everything is very watched and scrutinized. So anything that comes into contention with the State Bank of Vietnam, which is like the head control, if anything goes through there and they don't agree with it, they'll cancel your transaction. Or they'll come to you and say, what is this transaction for? And so from a local side, that's fine. Why you would want to use the Bitcoin side, it's a different, I look at it and the way I view it, in my opinion, is, I will always say it, it's a way to be out. So there's another person that on Twitter that said it very well, is you have to systematically be diversified. So meaning that everything we do today is in the same pool. I don't know, whatever people sell you, but it's the same thing. So meaning that any loans, banks, money, everything that you do is all in the same pool, meaning that the government has a hand in everything you do. Doesn't matter if you're from Vietnam, doesn't matter if you're from Africa, doesn't matter if I'm from Canada, US, Philippines, whatever it is. The hand is in your pocket, doesn't matter. And everyone pools from that same type of money. So you want to have something that's outside of that. Because regardless of how much wealth you have inside of that pool, it could be easily taken away from you or it could be eroded, which is probably like what we see today is a bunch of high inflation, money being printed like crazy, and if you're rich, that doesn't bother you because you're just going to double your assets. But if you're not, how are you going to combat that? Meaning that if you're a local employee somewhere and you work at a company, maybe an IT company or an accounting company, and the boss only gives you, let's say, a 5% raise. But inflation really is 15 to 20%. No one's calculating the food, the cost, the insurance, the car prices, whatever else that you got to do to survive. No one's counting that, right? So when we tell you should use Bitcoin, it's because you're outside of that system completely. The government doesn't have a hand in that pocket. And plus there isn't any printing, there isn't any, I think we all know this, there's a limited supply. And no one's going to change that protocol, and no one's going to change those dynamics of that in that protocol. Everyone else that's on the fiat side, they can screw it up, they can print money, you can just watch them destroy themselves. This is what we're watching firsthand, like today, and then probably into the next year, if you follow the markets and TradFi. So how do we explain that? How do I explain that very simply to a person that wants to use Bitcoin over local payments? Is you just need to be outside of the system. And whether they get that or not, I don't like to force it. I just say there's an option, because this is the option that everyone does. Here's a new option, which could get you out of the position that you're in today, which is either you're looking to get out of it and you just keep crawling up, but you keep getting shot down. This system will allow you to do it, right? So we can explain it to them as much as we can. We can give them as much education as we can. We can show them demos and how it works, meaning that you can send from Vietnam to Canada or US or Philippines. That's really shocking. And those people do change over, but I'm not looking to boil the ocean. I'm just looking to effectively get to the people that want to understand, that want to have an option and want to have something different. That's who we focus on. Everyone else who has a bad opinion about Bitcoin, that's fine, that's their opinion, but that's not who we're after. So there is a pocket of people that really do like it, and that's who we're focused on.
Ooh, this is good. So allow me to segue into this question. So we're all in Indonesia right now, and you guys equally shared challenges and opportunities that you've seen from your respective businesses. So what would you say to an Indonesian who wants to set up a similar business to what you guys have? Like, what would be the benefits of getting them to start a business that is focused on encouraging Bitcoin as a store of value or a medium of exchange? Let's go with Albert first.
I would say, if you're a business in Indonesia, at the end of the day, money's money. Regardless of where it comes in from, it doesn't matter about the tech or whatever it is. I think if you provide the option to your customers or clients, that would be beneficial to you enough, right? Because I can talk to you about tech all day. We can explain why the economics are a lot better. This is what's going to happen. You're going to get bored and you're not going to care. But when the money does come in and you can accept it globally and there's no specific one line or one path that you're going to get paid, which is like Indonesian rupiah, but you have another path and it comes in from all over the world but still gets exchanged into Indonesian rupiah, what would you want? Would you rather not take that or would you take that? Because regardless of where it comes from, you're still going to get paid out in Indonesian rupiah or you can accept it as Bitcoin. That's up to you. The option's there. So that's what I would say is, from a business owner, you always want to provide options. You never want to turn down a sale. And you always want to give your customers value. So if there's a customer that likes you from overseas, now you've expanded your business horizon a lot quicker than if you were trying to do it just individually, just in Indonesia. That's what I would say. Because I think if you keep doing that the same way, you're just competing with other businesses that are going to do that. If they see your growth, they have more money in the treasury and they'll just suppress you. They'll either A, take your market share, or they'll just push you down. So they can be, in the fiat world and they can concentrate on that. But if you have other options, you have a way out and you have a way to gather more public, awareness for your business, for yourself, and also once you start getting more wealthy and you want to stay in Bitcoin, you'll see the difference of there's two options in the world. There's the pool of funding and then there's Bitcoin. That's why I see it.
Awesome. How about you, Ethan? What would you tell an Indonesian who wants to set up a similar business to yours?
Yeah, absolutely go for it if you're really interested in starting a business in the Lightning space in Indonesia, or if you're from another country and you want to start a Lightning company there. We absolutely need, there's so many regions in the world that don't have nearly enough Lightning enabled companies, like Bitcoin companies focused on. Actually, I'm quite passionate about the Lightning Network. It doesn't necessarily have to be Lightning focused even. I mean, a Bitcoin company to help bring more access to Bitcoin to people around the world, to people in Indonesia, and help the use case, demonstrate the use case of Bitcoin as a payment system. I think in our current era of Bitcoin right now, probably the remittance use case is the most imminent to be widely adopted because of the cost savings versus traditional remittance companies and the opportunity to squeeze prices down and help overseas workers sending money back home, et cetera, to save a ton of money doing that. So yeah, really the reason to do it is number one, to help people because you believe in Bitcoin and you want to help more people understand why Bitcoin is a very valuable technology for humanity and it's revolutionary. So yeah, do it because you believe in it. And of course, please reach out if anybody out there is really interested in starting a Lightning company because I really love to help how I can to at least share all the mistakes I've made along the past couple of years and hopefully help get anyone off to a good start in starting a company in the Bitcoin space.
Sweet. So I have a bonus question, and it actually came from my mom, and because she's been asking this question for the past weeks now, and I don't have an answer to give her. So the question is, do you guys have plans for your own conferences in your respective countries? My mom's question. So mom, here's the answer.
Bonus answer. We had one, Mom. It was, you mean you were there.
Yeah,
in the Philippines, we had in Boracay a conference this past March, I think end of March, yeah. And it was very similar. I mean, I feel it was quite similar to this one, but smaller, smaller room, smaller audience. And we had a bunch of Bitcoiners descend from around the Philippines, Southeast Asia, the world, experience Lightning payments. Really, that's the main thing. Trying to get our businesses who accepted Bitcoin to get more practice, and of course give the world an opportunity to come and experience Bitcoin as a payment system as well. So we had one. Will we have another one? Maybe that's the better question this coming March. I don't know. So maybe I'll update. I'll ask for help when we have a decision and maybe dates and a location. We can spread the word around.
Sweet, fingers
and
crossed.
invite everyone to the Philippines.
How about you, Albert?
We do actually the same thing. We had one in March, mid-March, I think. It's the same thing. So it was Lightning Con. We are looking to do another one next year. We just haven't set the dates in yet, and we do want to do it. So yes, to Mary's mom. We want to push an envelope in Southeast Asia. So just not for ourselves, right? We also want like Vietnam to host one. Love for Ethan to host one in the Philippines. Hopefully Indonesia keeps doing it as well. I think Thailand came out with their conference too as well. And I think Singapore needs one. And so the more that we kind of get the conferences, I think together, the more awareness for it, the more awareness for Bitcoin, Lightning in general, and just kind of getting everyone around the world to come in to kind of see what Southeast Asia is about. Because I think right now, North America is getting all the attention. I don't think they should get that much attention. I mean, there's a lot of, very smart and intelligent people here. We have a bigger market mass than they do. There's more than 4 billion people on this side of the world, if you include like Asia and South Asia. So if I'm just talking about Southeast Asia, that's a huge amount of population that we can service and educate and move into the right direction. So the market is very open for us, for both companies here, and I think more companies eventually maybe in Indonesia as well. But I think together, if we do that together, that'd be a very net benefit for everyone in the industry. And Southeast Asia should have more, clout and more attention, and pull that a little bit away from the U.S., right? So I don't think it should be so centralized around there. We're doing some pretty crazy, amazing stuff here in Southeast Asia between, Neutron Pay and Pouch itself. So I think the more people that are on this side, I think the better we'll make it just for the region and for everyone else too.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause.
Hello? Perfect. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jake Woodhouse, and you've already heard from me a little bit today, but I'm pleased to step into Leon's shoes, who couldn't make it today, to host a conversation, as you can see. So, the role of crypto exchanges in Bitcoin literacy in Indonesia. And today I have Jesse Choi to talk to us about his experience building the business Reku, and hopefully you can get a microphone going. Hang on.
Hello, hello. Test. Oh,
there
it
you
works.
go. Nice. Well done, Jesse. So to kick things off, please can you introduce yourself to the audience, a bit about yourself and the business.
Of course. Thank you all for coming. My name is Jesse Choi. I'm the co-founder and COO of Reku. Reku is a Indonesian local centralized exchange. We've been around for just over 5 years now. So we've been around for quite a while. We consider ourselves a pioneer, but hopefully we'll get into that in this space. And excited to be here. Thanks all for coming out.
Well, thank you very much for making the trip, Jesse. So we'll keep this on a kind of like a personal journey trajectory, which is what I always really enjoy about Bitcoin specifically. So can you wind the clock back and tell us the stories, like when did Bitcoin first really catch your attention?
Yeah, sure. So, those like classic stories where people talk about how they bought pizza with like 100 Bitcoin or whatever. Like that was me and my friends. I'm sure there was a lot of us.
You actually did that?
Yeah. I mean, this is a long time ago, but this is when I first moved to San Francisco 10 years ago. And yeah, we did that. I mean, I wasn't the one who bought it, but my friend was, but we were all there and we played around with it. And I remember thinking at the time, I don't really understand what this is fully, but at that point the price was going up. People were using it to buy pizza and other stuff, which we all know about, and then that was pretty much it. And that was my first exposure to it. And I remember always thinking, this is kind of fun, something that I explored with my friends and all of that. And then I would say I really came back to it a few years later, maybe 2 or 3 years later after that. And another core memory that I have is people comparing it to the tulip craze in a long time ago in Belgium. And that was quite a common thing. And I remember just kind of discussing with my peers, going back and forth. And I always thought that the analogy to the tulip craze or whatever was crazy, because Bitcoin obviously has real value. I mean, it's actually decentralized, it works. And it doesn't expire like tulips do and things like that. So anyway, I remember having these very almost intellectual conversations about what is the value of this and can it actually take over the world. And I think we always thought that it was always going to be a long journey. The competition against Bitcoin, which is primarily fiat, I think, is quite fierce. But yeah, ever since then I've been very hooked. So I think maybe at least 6-7 years. I mean, I've been quite keen in the space and quite interested.
And so what took you to San Francisco in the first instance? Like, what was your, I'm just interested in your skill set at the time and what you were learning.
Yeah, so this was right after I graduated. So I graduated from college in New York City, and then after that, I moved to San Francisco to work as a management consultant, one of the, I guess, most, cookie cutter jobs that there are. But it was in that time when SF was really, quite different than what it was now. It was quite booming, very vibrant, and I think a lot of kind of forward-thinking visionaries who were really embracing this kind of stuff. And there were pretty strong, even at that time, 2013 or so, there were pretty strong communities around Bitcoin. So, it's been interesting.
I always think management consultants have a great view of the world in that you've looked at so many business models and problems and come up with all these solutions. It's always a very interesting mindset to think through, like, okay, well, what is this Bitcoin thing? And I've met a few over the years that really synthesize Bitcoin so well.
I was just going to say, I think you're right. I mean, you're forced to kind of break down problems, right? And you're forced to kind of see the signal through the noise. And so I think it appeals to intellectuals and like-minded.
Awesome. And so, Jesse, to move to Reku, what is the genesis story for that business, and how did you get involved?
Yeah, sure. So the company was founded about, like I mentioned, like 5.5 so years ago. The original co-founders, they actually came from, they did two things that were relevant to this crypto exchange business. One, they came from the futures industry, and they had done that, and they had started their own futures exchange, and they had done that for like 15 years. So they really understand kind of the technical side. So they came from that technical background. In addition, they were also miners, pretty big miners in Indonesia. And so the company came about because they were trying to basically work with an exchange as miners, and they realized that all the platforms out there were slow, they were expensive, and so they kind of took it upon themselves to apply their knowledge, both on the mining side as well as on the futures exchange side, to create kind of the platform. And so the DNA of the company is really actually around, the analogy that I always use is if you're building a house, it's important to make the house look nice and to host the big open house and do all of that. But really, what drives long-term satisfaction in the house is how well does the plumbing work, how well do the foundations stand, et cetera, et cetera. And so I think that's always been our focus: make sure that the foundation is really strong, make sure that the exchange really works, and it's as user-friendly, as fast, as efficient as possible. So that's kind of been the ethos of the company. And then somewhere along that journey, I joined the company. It's been about 2 years now with the company, and since then we've done a bunch of things. We kind of had a big relaunch. We rebranded. We used to be called reckoningcoup.com. Now we shortened it to Reku, and a lot of interesting things have happened since then for sure.
And so what's caught my attention there is that the founders were actually, they were mining. So just talk me through how that worked. I appreciate you weren't necessarily part of that process and the business at that stage, but they were mining and being paid in Bitcoin, and then they didn't know what to do with it, essentially. So they created an exchange to sell it to people.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they were trying to sell it. I mean, and they realized that it was slow and expensive. So they created their own. Yeah.
And it's examples like that I find so interesting, that the Bitcoin market is just so early. Like, people have to create solutions out of different situations that they never expected to be in, and you see, entrepreneurial opportunities like this all the time, which is so cool. Okay, a bit of audience interaction. Is anyone a Reku user in this room? Can you put your hand in the air? Boom. Okay, well done. There you go. Nice one, Jesse. Okay, that's great news. And so the purpose of today's conversation is to talk about Bitcoin education in relation to, obviously, crypto exchanges. So just a very high-level question, Jesse, like, how important is Bitcoin education to yourself and to your business in relation to your customers?
Yeah, I mean, it's hugely important. Actually, our mission as a company is to be the guide to wiser investing, and we think about it as
to be what? Sorry,
is to the guide to wiser investing.
Guide to wiser investing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so the way that we're thinking about it right now is we're thinking about as not just a financial investment like stocks or whatever, but an investment into you, into the future, right? So it's quite a broad word that we're using there. And a big part of what we do, I mean, the key is the word guide as well. And so we have a lot of different literacy programs that we do. Of course, we create content, and our social media and our blogs and all of that is packed with it. But it also just really runs in our DNA. We host different training events. We have all kinds of different partnerships. And so for us, literacy, we believe, is kind of it's really of course, it's the gateway into this ecosystem, and it's something that we have maintained as our, as the core company vision. So it's something that we really do care about, yeah.
And so I love the question, ask a man what he owns, not what he thinks. And I'm encouraged by what you just said, but before this conversation, I thought I might just have a look at Reku and their homepage. And I note that there are some altcoins that are also possible for purchase, and there's very little differentiation, if anything, zero, between the different types of crypto. So when you talk about being the guide to wiser investing, why on your homepage do you not have a clear definition between the difference of an altcoin and Bitcoin?
Yeah, I think we have different user profiles, of course. So it's just a trade-off and just understanding our user. But Bitcoin is something that's always highlighted, and we make as much educational content about Bitcoin as any other altcoin. I mean, by far the most. So it's something that we hold near and dear, and I think our team. I mean, we have a team of researchers, like actual researchers, not just content writers. And I think those guys are very. Yeah, I mean, they're big believers in Bitcoin. So their natural bias is that way. But yeah, I mean, we don't have a very clear separation on the product. Yeah, just catering to different users.
No, and it's very important that, in my view at least, everyone should be allowed to own whatever they want, right? It's not a case of you should be able to do this or you shouldn't be able to do that. Buy whatever you want. But the tricky area, just from an ethical perspective, is becoming clearer and clearer that Bitcoin's a different beast. But as a crypto exchange, when you list altcoins in the same page, then what's the conflict of interest there? So perhaps you could talk us through, how do you decide to think through that? And you already mentioned the user. So at the end of the day, they're your customer. What are the preferences of that user? And talk us through some of the traction in your business.
Sure, yeah. I mean, in terms of traction, well, first of all, I think to answer the first part of the question, users like to have choices, for sure. So they love that.
And they should have choices.
Yeah. And I mean our most valuable users are people who do a lot of different things on our platform. They definitely love the fact that it's very, very efficient and very, very fast. That's kind of, again, going back to the analogy of the foundation of the house. That's kind of what we pride ourselves in. But yeah, and on top of that, in terms of the second point around the traction of the company, yeah, the last year and a half has been really excellent for us. I know the market has shifted quite significantly in the last year and a half to 2 years, but the reality is, in that, I think we've really found our groove. We've more than tripled our market share, and that's not from something very small to something slightly less small. it's from something sizable to something that we're even more happy about. So we've been quite happy with our growth. In terms of our types of users, we actually have, among all the other exchanges in Indonesia, we have the most, our volume per user is the highest. So meaning our users are kind of the most experienced types, as I guess you can say, or people, our platform attracts people who have the highest volume for whatever reason. I mean, and in this case, our reason is, it's the most, it's the most friendly to investors and traders. So we've been really pleased with all that, and I think that there's still a lot of room to grow. In Indonesia, the adoption is something like 6-7%. That's not very low, compared to other markets, but it's also not very high. I mean, there's so much room to grow, and I think the Indonesian market has a lot of kind of native digital understanding. Like they're kind of a digital-first country in a lot of ways. Of course, not all the areas, but yeah, I mean, they really fundamentally understand, and they're very open to these kinds of new technologies. So very exciting times, I think.
It's really fascinating. Thank you for sharing. Mr. Tirta this morning told me that there's something like 17, 18 million registered users of crypto platforms here in Indonesia. But with a population of 250 million or more, it's actually still a relatively small percentage. I mean, I'm based in Australia at the moment, and that's almost the entire population of Australia that's using crypto platforms. Right. So it's all a big scale. But can you dig into more detail as to like who these people are? So you just touched on it, like maybe they're regular traders in that sense. But what's the use case, and keep it Bitcoin specific at this point, for Indonesians?
Yeah, I think the use case is I think that there's a lot of kind of more speculative investors on our platform, speculative traders. But there's a tremendous amount who kind of just buy and hold. There's a tremendous amount who kind of very consistently DCA in, and so they're kind of quite regular buyers of, primarily Bitcoin. I think that kind of behavior is less common in altcoins. So you see a bit of a gamut, but we definitely see a good amount of kind of just people who hold, people who are quite consistent and they're quite unemotional and they're DCAing in, and then people who are also speculative. And the speculative ones tend to be, dealing more with the altcoins and things like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think you've highlighted in some ways one of the difficult parts when you're building an exchange business is you make money from your trading volumes. And for the people that are specifically focused on just Bitcoin and you're making under 1% per transaction, then actually you're incentivized to get people trading between different things in larger volumes. And that's just the nature of that particular business. How do you see that playing out going forwards? And what's your strategy around that kind of behavior?
Yeah, I think first of all, we're going to continue to play the game that we've been playing, which is growing really nicely inside this market. Like we talked about, I think that there's a lot of really interesting tailwinds in this market. So I think the core strategy is continuing to double down and continuing to do what we do best. But on top of that, I think we're exploring definitely doing more in the ecosystem broadly speaking, of course, on the Bitcoin side, but also on the altcoin side as well. But really making sure that we're supporting the development and we're supporting the literacy and continuing to do what we do, which is providing the best platform for anyone and giving them as many choices they want and doing it as efficiently as possible. That's kind of for the short term, the name of the game, yeah.
Awesome, and thank you, Jesse. So to flip that around, many will talk about recession on the lips of different, politicians, and it depends, of course. There's always markets within markets, right? Some people are really under the pump at the moment to keep their businesses alive. Other people are absolutely flying. To keep the focus on challenge, so what are some of the biggest areas that you're either frustrated in or find challenging at this point?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is, one of the challenges I would say is definitely around just the evolving regulatory and regulatory implications, I think, in basically every country. I mean, a lot of it is what's in the news and what's, I guess, most impactful in a lot of ways is on the US side. But there are regulatory changes that are happening everywhere. And I would say right now we're in a particularly fluctuating point, and it's impacting everyone. Like, even on the decentralized side, I mean, a lot of things are changing. Like, for example, with the whole Uniswap thing recently, and so yeah, I think just kind of navigating through that and figuring out how to make sure that we're protecting our users, protecting our communities, and protecting our company through that, I think has definitely been, yeah, I would say the biggest challenge. That's number one. And then the second biggest challenge is kind of what we talked about too. I think, especially in this local market, the level of literacy across different projects and different things that are going on is different. And I think that there's still a lot of opportunity, a lot of room to improve on the literacy side. So that's something that on the regulatory side, we have a little bit less control, but on the literacy side, I think that's where we're really focusing, and we're really focused on trying to make that happen and trying to bring up the overall literacy in Indo.
And given that's the theme of this particular panel about Bitcoin education in relation to crypto exchanges, so can you give us some examples going forwards of what we might expect from Reku when it comes to how to educate people about Bitcoin?
Yeah, of course. So we host many different kind of educational newsletters and content and things like that. We have partnerships with different communities, with different schools. So kind of on the ground, that's what we're doing. Beyond that, in terms of on the product and on the research side in particular, that's where we are constantly pumping out information. And our goal is to make sure that it's not just like homework, like you're just having to read through these very dense blogs or these very dense, quarterly outlooks or whatever they might be, but really distilling it to making it as simple as possible. It sounds easy and it sounds obvious in a lot of ways, but I think it's quite hard to get right, and it's hard to localize it quite right for this market. But again, we believe that that's really important. So I think, yeah, just to summarize, I mean, really doubling down on the research side and then continuing to kind of be more on the ground, on the community side, partnership side, different programs. Yeah, that's what we're about.
But I mean, it is hard though. I mean, just on my own personal journey, thousands of hours of research, right? I've got a Notion page with listen, read, watch. It's YouTubes, it's podcasts, it's books, it's articles. I just recently put out a document called My Bitcoin Book Bible, and it's got 35 books in it. I mean, it's literally hundreds of hours of stuff you can read about Bitcoin. And so the whole goes deep, as you guys I'm sure know. But you're right. It's like, how do you help someone as quickly as possible figure out that this might be something they should look at? And it's not easy to do, because unless they're willing to go and do the work, or they get caught out in some other way, it doesn't happen so much.
Yeah, right. I mean, so it's really quite hard. So feeding the feeds with, just exactly what they need to see, no more, no less, is kind of a science that we're trying to perfect. And then also kind of on the product side, we're just making sure that we have the right products that are enabling the right behaviors. So for us, for example, I mean, I can't say too much, but there's a bunch of things in the pipeline that kind of will try to condense a lot of that learning and condense a lot of the kind of recent trends and recent movements and macro news and whatever, and try to distill it down to, ideally, I mean, what we're trying to get to is basically like a single thing. If it was as easy as you can say green, yellow, red, I think that's kind of what we're trying to get to. Just how can we distill all the information, and without taking away their ability to also make their own decisions, how do we give them, just enough information? So, but of course, on top of that, all the stuff that they have to do to understand to do their own research and understand what's happening and the history of Bitcoin and all of that is definitely available, but that's kind of the homework that they have to do, and we try to encourage that.
And it is just generally one of the biggest challenges of Bitcoin that we all face as a community is education. Like, yes, you might think there are too many Bitcoin podcasts already. I personally believe we're not even close to enough Bitcoin podcasts, especially when you start to look at adoption rates globally. And you're like, okay, well, where's this all going to go? At the end of the day, financial literacy rates are insanely low globally, and this is going to hopefully reverse that. So what are the, just to start looking forwards, Jesse, because I think we've probably only got a couple minutes left, what are some of the things that you're most excited about going forwards?
Yeah, I think I'm really excited to see on the regulatory and government side what really the stance of a lot of these countries will be. I think Bitcoin is quite interesting, like you said, because it's a different beast. It's seen as a different thing than all coins, and so different governments all kind of treat it in different ways. For example, here it's seen as a commodity, but just our neighbors, just across the strait, it's seen as securities. So I think that just kind of seeing how all these different countries play out, what the different models are in terms of how they are seeing Bitcoin and also how they're seeing the difference between Bitcoin and altcoins. I think that's the thing that I'm most excited to see, not only from the business point of view, which of course will have a very significant impact, but also just me personally. I believe that, I keep hammering on this, I believe literacy and, stances from, fortunately or unfortunately, the stance of government and how they are perceiving this thing, I think these are the biggest unlocks for adoption going forward, so yeah.
Yeah, and just to chime on that, so congrats on 3x your market share in recent times. That's great performance as a business. But how do you do that again? And it's like, well, where's the money going to come from for that to happen? It's like when you mentioned institutions. So perhaps you could just talk through that briefly about institutional adoption of specifically Bitcoin in this case. Are you in many conversations with people about that, and how do they approach things?
Yeah, it's definitely something that us and others are kind of hammering on. So I'll give you an example, specifically in Indonesia, right? In Indonesia, anything related to Bitcoin or any altcoins or just, crypto broadly, institutionally, not technically legal. It's something that has,
So an institution cannot yet own crypto?
Cannot. Yes, that is what regulatory and legally it is the case. And having said that, the regulatory body that makes the rules is the commodities body. But even that is shifting, within the next 12 months, we expect that to shift over to what is basically the Indonesian equivalent of the SEC, more on the security side. And so there, institutions, are held to a completely different set of rules. And so in navigating those movements, I think players like us, we have a chief compliance officer whose entire job is basically to liaise with government, liaise with regulations to make sure that they are favorable for our community at the end of the day. And we think that, while there are all these movements happening in Indonesia, there's a lot of room to influence and to drive towards the outcome that we want. So, there's still a tremendous amount that that's still being fleshed out that we're trying to play a big role in.
Awesome, and it's, obviously one cannot help but like seeing the Bitcoin price pump by like 10, 15% this last week or so on, obviously people speculating on whether an ETF may or not be approved, but the arrival of institutions is a big deal, and especially for someone like yourself running an exchange, that volume's got to come from somewhere, that maybe that's where it will come from.
Yeah, that would be great.
Well, I think that's all we've got time for today. Thank you so much, everyone. This was Jesse Choi. Thank you for your time.
Guys. Thank you. Thanks, Jake.
So he's going to do a presentation first?
No, just Q&A.
Oh, no presentation.
Selamat siang, good afternoon everyone. Welcome to this next session. We are joined with Samson again as CEO of Gen 3 and also Mr. Tirta, who is Head of Development at Bapepti, which is equivalent to our CFTC. So yeah, without further ado, I'll let Samson do the moderating. Yeah, I'll be interpreting between English and Bahasa from now. Yeah.
Okay, hello everyone. So I think we can just kick it off right away. So maybe Tirta, you can give us an update on the state of the regulatory landscape in Indonesia.
Jadi Pak Tirta, mungkin Anda bisa kasih update tentang regulasi kripto di Indonesia.
Thank you, Mr. Samson. Jadi regulasi kripto di Indonesia ini dimulai tahun 2019. Tahun 2018 itu Menteri Koordinator Perekonomian itu memutuskan bahwa aset kripto itu sebagai komoditi karena ada Undang-Undang 7 2011 tentang mata uang, bahwa alat pembayaran yang sah adalah fiat rupiah.
So we started regulating crypto since 2019 because in 2018 our head of economic says that it should be under a regulation that's already established. The only viable payment in the country is rupiah.
Ya. Kemudian kita membangun ekosistem perdagangan aset kripto dan saat ini sudah ada 32 crypto trading platform, 1 clearing house, 1 bursa, dan juga 1 depository.
So, and then since then we have started building and also approving about 32 crypto exchanges, 1 clearing, 1 broker, and 1 depository.
Dan kemudian 32 crypto trading platform tadi sudah melakukan transaksi tertinggi tahun 2021 itu 859 triliun, terendah kemarin sampai September 2023 ini masih cuma tinggal 90 triliun.
So the highest volume came out in 2021. It cleared out 839 trillion, 859 trillion rupiah. And right now in September, there's only 94.4 at its lowest.
Ya. Tujuan pengaturan ini adalah untuk supaya masyarakat Indonesia diberikan perlindungan dari sisi keamanan bertransaksi, di mana kita ketahui di Indonesia ini banyak sekali juga masyarakat mendapatkan akses, karena kan perkembangan internet ini borderless ya, akses sehingga banyak investasi-investasi ilegal. Jadi kita memutuskan untuk kripto ini menjadi investasi atau trading yang legal.
So the goal of regulation is to protect customers because the nature of the internet is it's borderless. So the government is trying to regulate it in some form to protect consumers and make it legal, make this thing legal and put it in a framework.
Nah, selain itu juga regulasi ini adalah untuk membantu para crypto trading platform meningkatkan market development, untuk meningkatkan market development seperti misalkan nanti produk-produk seperti staking dan sebagainya, sehingga nanti berkoordinasi dengan Bapepti, staking yang memang sesuai dengan regulasi dan ini bisa menguntungkan masyarakat.
The goal of the regulation is also to help with market participants, the platforms, to be able to develop their own suits and products, including staking and etc.
Okay. All right, thank you for the update, Tirta. So I think we can have a conversation about all these things right now. In Indonesia, I would say
the regulatory framework has been well executed in terms of exchanges. So the exchanges, they have to separate custody from trading, etc. And that is a good way to protect people that use these platforms. But I think the more interesting point is, what do you think the role is for quote-unquote crypto? Because the platforms you can protect people in some ways through the platforms, but technically because cryptocurrencies can be moved freely across borders, across anything, any medium, how do you see the role of regulation on a specific cryptocurrency, like a project?
Jadi kalau soal platform exchange dan untuk tempat menyimpan kan sudah barusan ini dipisahkan dan itu sangat solid sekali. Lalu bagaimana soal cara memonitor suatu crypto project sendiri, Pak? Jadi gimana kerangkanya untuk bisa mulai menilai kripto itu sendiri, satu kripto tertentu?
Oke. Jadi Bapepti punya regulasi dalam hal ini untuk khusus menilai aset kripto yang dapat diperdagangkan di Indonesia. 32 crypto trading platform tadi bisa memperdagangkan 501 aset kripto yang dapat diperdagangkan, itu sudah dituangkan di Bapepti. Penilaiannya dengan menggunakan analisis hierarki proses. Ada 21 kriteria penilaian terhadap white papernya. Nah, di situ nanti kalau misalkan nilainya memenuhi, maka dia akan masuk kepada whitelist yang ada di peraturan Bapepti.
So there are among the 32 exchanges, there are about 501 coins that are approved. There are 21 points of criteria that the Bapepti looks at from the white paper. And then from there, they get whitelisted if they meet the approval process.
Kita ketahui di aset kripto ini, jenis aset kripto di dunia ini bahkan di coin market cap ada mungkin lebih dari 11.000 ya. Tapi kan tidak semua aset kripto ini mempunyai proyek yang bagus. Ada yang mungkin kemudian berikutnya nanti rug pull, atau juga ada yang kalau bahasa Indonesia micin gitu ya. Nah untuk itu makanya kita lakukan penilaian sehingga koin yang memang berkualitas itu adalah tujuannya juga supaya ini memberikan perlindungan bagi masyarakat yang mau berinvestasi di aset kripto.
So there are more than thousands of coins that are on the market, but as Bapepti, their role is to make sure that among those coins, the consumers would get the most protection out of everything.
Okay.
Okay, so are you familiar with the concept of Bitcoin maximalism?
Jadi apakah Bapak familiar dengan konsep Bitcoin Maxi, jadi yang cuma menyimpan Bitcoin aja?
Yes, mungkin sedikit saya juga mungkin menjelaskannya gini. Untuk menyimpan Bitcoin, kita ketahui banyak sekarang ya, ada yang istilahnya memang mentransaksikan Bitcoin. Bitcoin ini salah satu yang paling banyak ditransaksikan di 32 crypto trading platform tadi di Indonesia, selain USDT atau Tether. Tapi juga Bitcoin ini salah satu juga yang paling banyak disimpan dalam jangka panjang. Nah jadi dalam hal ini kita ketahui Bitcoin ini justru adalah salah satu yang paling diminati untuk investasi, bukan untuk trading. Gitu. Crypto altcoin itu lebih banyak dipakai untuk trading. Nah, Bitcoin ini lebih banyak digunakan untuk investasi karena nilainya yang kita ketahui dari siklus 4 tahunan selalu meningkat.
So Bapepti has observed that Bitcoin itself has the highest volume of any exchange platforms, and it's also the one that is being kept the most by people, being saved up the most by people. So it is definitely a store of value for most people. However, the altcoins are also being traded a lot. So it's used more as a trade instead of savings.
So my concern is if you whitelist some coins. So let me step back. So Bitcoin maximalism is the principle that Bitcoin is the only one that matters. Everything else is a shitcoin. So my concern is that the whitelist of 502 coins gives legitimacy to a subset of the 20,000 coins out there. And it is very difficult to measure. I'm not sure what the 21 criteria are, but it seems that it's almost impossible to measure. And this is why Bitcoiners say Bitcoin only, because it's almost impossible to measure all these things in any scientific way, because a lot of projects turn out to be outright scams. So my thinking is, if you want to protect the retail investors, the best thing to do is tell them Bitcoin only, and everything else, you're on your own.
Okay. Yeah, I know. Saya kira memang dari sekian koin itu memang kita ketahui yang paling kita bilang paling aman memang Bitcoin ya. Tapi kan ini juga di sini ada 32 crypto trading platform yang memperdagangkan aset kripto yang cukup banyak yang ada di CoinMarketCap. Jadi dalam hal ini Bapepti as regulator harus mengakomodir usulan yang dari 32 crypto trading platform tadi, karena aset kripto yang diperdagangkan di 32 crypto trading platform tadi kan juga karena adalah demand dari investor ataupun masyarakat atau konsumen penggunanya gitu.
So Bapepti is aware that Bitcoin is probably the safest among all. However, Bapepti is also trying to accommodate to the 32 exchanges that are out there and having real demands from the consumers also on the other things. So trying to accommodate this market.
But do you think for the regulator, it is interesting to separate Bitcoin from everything else? Because right now the list is all 500 together, but you could say Bitcoin is its own category, and then stablecoins are actually in a different category, I would say, than the crypto assets, right? So it might be useful to have some granularity where you say Bitcoin is this, it is a safe haven, these are stablecoins, they just serve a purpose of trading against everything else, and most of them are performing audits, attestations, and then you have everything else that you list of the 500 that are kind of approved.
Oke. Ya, sampai saat ini kita memang belum memisahkan Bitcoin dengan altcoin lainnya. Karena masih di dalam regulasi tadi sebagai alat pembayaran itu hanya rupiah, dan kemudian aset kripto itu diklasifikasikan sebagai komoditi. Jadi Bitcoin dan altcoin itu as commodity. Jadi kita belum memisahkan Bitcoin dan lainnya. Betul memang tadi sampaikan Mr. Samson, Bitcoin seperti safe haven gitu kan. Robert Kiyosaki juga menyampaikan kalau dulu gitu kan, years ago gitu, dia bilangnya investasi itu adalah di emas dan atau passive income itu adalah properti dan sebagainya. Sekarang kan berubah gitu kan. Passive income, investasi itu adalah di emas dan Bitcoin. Tidak menyebutkan koin lain, tapi Bitcoin. Jadi spesifikali, jadi memang Bitcoin itu adalah memang investasi masa depan, seperti itu. Tapi kita memang belum dari si regulasi untuk memisahkan Bitcoin dengan yang lainnya, tapi memang dalam hal ini Bitcoin adalah memang salah satu aset kripto yang pasti paling unik dan selalu kita paling perhatikan.
So Bapepti acknowledges that Bitcoin is a safe haven, as Robert Kiyosaki also said. Years ago, he would say gold and property, but now he says gold and Bitcoin. Robert is a pretty famous figure here, and so the Bapepti has recognized it, yet have the framework to separate it out for now.
Okay, so I guess another part of Bitcoiner thinking is that aside from Bitcoin, almost everything else is likely security. And the SEC in the US has deemed some things to be securities, but they are still listed as approved in Indonesia. What are your thoughts on that?
Jadi kalau Bitcoiner kan melihat bahwa selain Bitcoin itu banyak dianggap sebagai sekuritas atau saham seperti yang di Amerika itu Pak. Jadi kira-kira pemikiran Bapak dalam hal ini bagaimana?
Ya, jadi sebenarnya yang kita atur itu adalah di Bapepti kita mengelompokkan aset kripto itu adalah aset kripto yang berjenis utilisasi. Jadi dia memang banyak digunakan dalam proyek-proyeknya seperti di white papernya. Yang kedua adalah aset kripto yang crypto back asset. Jadi ada back asetnya seperti misalkan stablecoin atau yang back asetnya emas atau ada juga yang tentang produk-produk perkebunan dan sebagainya, pertanian. Nah, untuk yang aset kripto yang security token sebenarnya kita belum atur. Jadi nanti ketika ada peralihan nanti di Januari 2025 ke OJK, mungkin security token itu nanti akan mulai diatur seperti halnya oleh nanti SEC seperti itu.
So under Bapepti, there is a framework to frame certain tokens as utility. There are a framework to assert certain tokens as backed assets, like say gold or something else, fiat. There's also a framework to assert a certain asset is commodity like Bitcoin. And when it transitions later in January 2025 to our SEC in Indonesia, OJK, Financial Securities, Financial Authority in Indonesia, it will fall under, there will be another framework to consider a crypto as security.
Okay, that's interesting. So maybe we can segue a bit. So it seems like Indonesia is moving towards that direction. So what El Salvador did was they made Bitcoin legal tender. So Bitcoin is not regulated, it's simply treated as money. And then I helped them frame a digital asset securities laws for listing digital assets in El Salvador. And I think most cryptocurrencies now, as they market themselves, would actually fall under that category of securities. So is that basically the model that you think might be coming to Indonesia, where Ethereum and Solana and these centralized projects would register as a security for Indonesia?
Jadi Pak Samson ini juga kemarin membantu di El Salvador, kan di El Salvador diangkat sebagai alat mata uang ya di El Salvador. Lalu dia juga memberikan kerangka, jadi di mana aset-aset tertentu itu bisa dimasukkan sebagai sekuritas. Apakah Indonesia ini juga akan bergerak ke arah situ? Karena kan yang dilihat kalau dalam kerangka pemandangannya dia itu kan banyak di antara token-token itu yang termasuk sekuritas kayak gitu Pak.
Betul, jadi nanti pada saat transisi ke OJK yang tadi Januari 2025 mungkin akan beberapa aset kripto itu akan mulai diatur terutama yang sekuritas. Jadi security token mungkin bisa diperdagangkan di 32 crypto trading platform tadi. Tapi untuk seperti El Salvador, di mana Bitcoin bisa menjadi fiat gitu kan, seperti itu, di Indonesia sampai saat ini belum bisa. Karena kan kita masih ada Undang-Undang 7 2011 tentang mata uang bahwa alat pembayaran ataupun apapun di Indonesia yang sah itu baru hanya rupiah. Jadi Bitcoin belum bisa menjadi alat pembayaran, tapi untuk alat investasi, it's okay. Memang ini paling baik seperti itu.
So yes, Indonesia is moving towards those framework of regulation where OJK, our Security and Exchange Commission equivalent, is going to put a lot of tokens into that securities framework, and we will have these 32 platforms to be able to have it traded on their platform. But in Indonesia, we will still not be able to consider Bitcoin as something, as money.
Okay, that's interesting. Do you think that will change someday, or is it not on the table? Because I think Governor Ridwan Kamil was in Miami, and he was speaking about bringing in Bitcoin mining to Indonesia in a big way, attracting foreign investments in infrastructure and mining itself. But I think without eventually coming around to more favorable treatment of Bitcoin, it will be difficult in the long run.
Jadi apakah mungkin Pak kita itu suatu hari akan bergerak seperti negara itu? Apakah dimungkinkan dengan hukum kita? Dan juga apakah regulasi ini bergerak semakin ini ya lebih memberikan keleluasaan untuk investor luar gitu? Karena banyak hal yang menarik di luar, yang menarik banyak investasi di luar itu kan regulasi yang mengundang gitu Pak untuk banyak perusahaan Bitcoin masuk ke sini, termasuk mining.
Yeah, of course. Saya kira perkembangan teknologi ini kan juga semakin cepat ya, Web3, kemudian blockchain. Saya kira dengan perkembangan teknologi yang cepat ini justru regulasi nanti harus bisa meng-catch up perkembangan teknologi ke depan. Nah, dalam hal ini apakah crypto aset bisa menjadi cryptocurrency? Nah, ini kembali lagi. Karena Indonesia sendiri kan sebenarnya sekarang sedang membangun mata uang digital rupiah, yaitu Central Bank Digital Currency. Jadi Indonesia punya Central Bank Digital Currency, nanti proyek Garuda, yang tujuannya tentu saja ini akan menjadi fiat dalam bentuk berbasis blockchain, seperti itu. Jadi kami mengharapkan nanti apakah Bitcoin bisa menjadi currency, ini kembali lagi tergantung nanti perkembangan dari si ekonomi Indonesia sendiri ke depan. Seperti itu.
So whether or not Bitcoin can be a currency, it depends on the economic development of Indonesia itself, because Indonesia is already piloting digital rupiah called the Garuda project. Yeah.
Central Bank Digital Currency.
It's a CBDC called Garuda project. So it's been piloted. So we'll see how the economic flow will go.
Okay. So can you tell us your personal thoughts about Bitcoin?
Mungkin Bapak bisa spill di sini pendapat Bapak sendiri tentang Bitcoin secara pribadi.
Ya, Bitcoin saya kira ini adalah salah satu aset kripto yang pertama di dunia, karena ini adalah awal terbentuknya juga karena atas dasar trust kepada mata uang saat itu krisis ekonomi global yang runtuh gitu ya. Nah saat ini tentu saja dengan aset kripto yang paling tua dan anonymous sampai sekarang, saya juga termasuk mencoba memiliki Bitcoin gitu kan dalam ini, dan alhamdulillah terus naik gitu ya, luar biasa. Dan kami juga berharap dengan siklus 4 tahunannya Bitcoin halving, 1 year after 2024 Bitcoin go to rocket.
Yes. Alright, so Mr. Tirta has recognized the value of Bitcoin as the oldest, as the greatest, probably safe haven, and he's recognized he's thankful how it's gone up over the last few weeks, and so hopefully after the halving, the price will go up, and yeah.
I think it'll go up before the halving, but we'll see.
Mungkin naik sebelum halving kali Pak.
Amin.
Yeah. So let's go back one step to the regulatory protection. So you said the goal is to protect the retail investors. What do you quantify as protection? Is it that their investment doesn't go to zero, or that they're investing in things that are not scammy, or how do you define protection? Like, what is the happy outcome for the regulations that you put into place?
Jadi gimana Pak, cara mendefinisikan proteksi untuk customer sendiri itu bagaimana? Apakah aset-aset yang nilainya nggak ke nol, atau apa aset yang bukan tipu-tipu, atau tujuan dari proteksi sendiri itu apa Pak?
Jadi yang pertama adalah masyarakat bertransaksi aset kripto adalah di crypto trading platform yang sudah register di pemerintah. Berarti ini adalah semua transaksi itu akan termonitor oleh pemerintah. Kalau misalkan crypto trading platformnya kemudian melakukan istilahnya gagal atau telat withdrawal dan sebagainya, itu semua menjadi termonitor. Ini kan supaya masyarakat juga jangan sampai merasa withdrawalnya gagal atau tidak terbayar dengan cepat. Yang kedua, aset kriptonya. Aset kriptonya yang ditransaksikan berarti barang yang didagangkan tuh harus barang yang bagus. Jadi kalau barang yang tidak bagus, maka nanti tentu saja yang disalahkan bisa jadi adalah pedagangnya, gitu, crypto trading platformnya. Karena memperdagangkan barang tidak bagus. Sehingga supaya saling menguntungkan, dalam hal ini saling melindungi, baik masyarakat investor ataupun crypto trading platform, yang diperdagangkan harus barang yang bagus, yang sudah dinilai oleh Bapepti tadi, kemudian yang dagang juga memang adalah pedagang yang legal, seperti itu.
So from Bapepti point of view, we're trying to put the platforms in a framework so that things can be regulated, can be monitored, the transactions can be seen, it can be transparent for the government. But also from the asset side itself, it needs to be somewhat less risky, if you can say. So it needs to be somewhat not a bad asset by any means. If it was something that is bad, then the platform can be held accountable for that. And so, yeah. Mungkin one more from me. You have more?
Let me follow on that. So I think for Bitcoiners, we think most of it's bad, but that's beside the point. So is there a process to reevaluate some of these assets that have been approved over time? Or is it once they're approved, they stay approved? Because if you look at historical performance of these things, they all trend down to zero. I mean, right now, Ethereum is trending down in terms of BTC price too. But most cryptocurrencies tend to trend to zero over a couple of years' time. They follow a cycle of pump once and then maybe a second time and then it tapers off. So do they get removed? Because there was a big push to add more, but will there be a push to purge some of them as they're dying?
Ya, saya kira memang kita ketahui kripto ini banyak sekali yang up and down dan volatilitasnya sangat tinggi ya, naik tajam, turun, merosot jauh, bahkan sampai ada yang kemudian scam, rug pull dan sebagainya gitu kan. Nah, untuk itu memang kita walaupun kita ketahui ya bahwa walaupun dilakukan penilaian gitu ya, setelah dilakukan penilaian 21 kriteria tadi, mungkin saja gitu aset kriptonya juga bisa jadi ada yang kemudian bermasalah. Tapi paling tidak ketika aset kriptonya ada yang bermasalah gitu kan, di aset kripto kan ini di global ya. Ketika di global bermasalah, otomatis di crypto trading platform di Indonesia pun bermasalah. Tapi paling tidak karena crypto trading platform kita kan ini sudah terdaftar di kita, maka kita bisa koordinasikan dengan nasabahnya apakah ketika itu memang bermasalah, apakah kemudian harus lakukan kebijakan dikonversi misalkan ke aset yang lain. Sebelum aset kriptonya kemudian semakin zero gitu istilahnya. Seperti itu.
So at Bapepti, we recognize that these assets are very volatile and some of them may even go to nothing. So what Bapepti has done alongside the trading platforms is to coordinate and see if they would like to convert automatically certain assets to another one before anything worse happens.
Yeah, the worst happen.
Are we good for time? Yeah, okay. Do you have one too? You go first. You go.
Mungkin dari saya Pak, kan kita sekarang lagi di dunia Bitcoin dan kripto, ini lagi hot-hotnya berita tentang ETF. Apakah ETF ini mungkin Pak, atau sudah ada rencana barangkali akan segera diluncurkan? Karena saya sendiri dengar dari pejabat-pejabat di perbankan, sekuritas gitu kan, mereka kan udah ngiler-ngiler nih Pak. Katanya itu mereka udah ngiler, pengen banget memperdagangkan, nunggu persetujuan dari pemerintah. Sebentar saya ini terjemahin. So I'd like to ask about ETF and the possibility of ETF in Indonesia, because I have personally heard many high officials in banking and securities they would love to get into the ETF game because it is hot right now. So I'm asking if there is such possibility of that happening in Indonesia, or is it already being cooked?
Ya, saya pernah juga kemarin membaca bahwa ETF ini mungkin akan menjadi gold killer katanya. Nah, saya kira ini Bapepti dalam hal ini tentu saja akan terus mendorong untuk market development. Semakin market development-nya meningkat gitu kan, maka transaksi aset kripto juga akan meningkat. Nah, kita inginnya aset transaksi ini makin meningkat. Salah satunya adalah meningkatkan produk-produk. Aset kripto saat ini kan masih diperdagangkan spot market. Next, maybe beside staking, next maybe futures crypto, and next maybe ETF, perpetual, and anything. Bapepti akan terus mengkaji hal tersebut, dan kita memang sudah mendapatkan informasi terkait dengan futures trading ke depan. Mungkin dalam waktu terdekat adalah lebih kepada futures trading dulu, produk futures trading, and next mungkin juga termasuk juga nanti adalah memikirkan terkait dengan ETF dan sebagainya.
So Bapepti's goal has been to develop this whole market. They do want to see transactions volume increase. They do want to develop the whole overall ecosystem. So they're aware of the ETF. And Mr. Tita said that he's heard that it may even be a gold killer. So from Bapepti, they've recognized that, and in the coming future, there may even be a futures market. Right now, it's only spot that is recognized in Indonesia, but there may be, coming soon, a futures market, and in the pipeline, maybe there could be ETF next, coming in Indonesia.
I think this is the last question. We're running short on time. So with cryptocurrencies, they are very borderless, and it's very porous. You can regulate them when they're traded on exchanges, but if people really want to, they can also trade it peer-to-peer, on DEXs, et cetera, et cetera. So given that, and your goal is to protect people, if you only had one choice, which is, if you had two choices and you had to choose one, regulation or education, which path would you choose to protect people?
Literasi adalah paling penting sebenarnya. Sebenarnya kalau misalkan nanti masyarakat itu sudah semakin paham, teredukasi dengan baik dan terliterasi dengan baik, mungkin ke depan regulasi itu bisa dikurangi, reduce. Kenapa sekarang kita masih diregulasi? Karena masyarakat belum teredukasi dan terliterasi dengan baik. Nah, kita ketahui sekarang 2021, masyarakat Indonesia ini banyak yang tertipu, investasi ilegal. Ada binary option, kemudian ada koperasi ilegal yang bahkan sampai kerugiannya triliunan, judi slot online yang tertipu bahkan sampai bunuh diri gitu kan. Bahkan ada juga yang mengatasnamakan tertipu kripto, yang pasti itu kriptonya ilegal juga. Nah, dengan begini berarti kan ini belum teredukasi dengan baik. Makanya kita ingin meregulasi, itu adalah tujuannya adalah untuk memberikan perlindungan kepada masyarakat supaya berinvestasi di tempat yang legal dan barangnya, aset kriptonya adalah aset kripto yang terdaftar di Bapepti juga, yang pasti karena aset kriptonya yang legal dan sudah dinilai berkualitas. Ke depan kalau misalkan masyarakat sudah bisa teredukasi bahwa ini loh aset kripto itu yang baik, misalkan contoh Bitcoin, bertransaksinya adalah di tempat A, B, C, D yang memang ini sudah legal, maka tentu saja regulasi akan dikurangi karena semua masyarakat sudah teredukasi dengan baik. Jadi edukasi more important than regulation.
So education is definitely more important than regulation. However, the reality is that so many people fell into scam, especially in 2021. where not only in crypto, but also in so many areas. Therefore, the government needs to come and step in with regulation. It's the least that they can do to at least make sure that the platforms that people are trading in are legit, and also the assets at least are already screened beforehand. So the goal is always, when people are well educated, they will make better choices, hopefully. However, because the people are currently still, many of them are still fooled with so many things, co-op, scams, investment scams, like multi-level scams, and even crypto scams. Therefore, the government still need to step in to do at least some protection.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Tirza.
Thank you, Mr. Samson.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone, for listening. Can we give them a round of applause?
All right. So we're not doing a coffee break. Yeah, I just discovered that myself just now too. So I'm here. My name is Piriya Sambandaraksa, and I'm here with some of the most interesting mining company and like energy company that I've come across. Right. So we have Amanda and Haman. I'll just let you introduce yourself and tell us what your businesses do, what you're focusing on, and yeah.
Amanda Cavallari. I'm on the board of CleanSpark, which is a publicly traded miner in the United States, and we have about just over 9 exahash on the network right now.
Aloha. Hello. Aloha! I want to hear aloha! All right. Hey, I'm Nate Harmon. I am the co-founder of OceanBit. We are an energy company, first and foremost, based out of Hawaii.
That's it. Right. So we'll get into the question then. So this panel is about pushing renewable into like pushing renewable energy with Bitcoin mining. So to start things off, I want to talk about renewable energy for a bit, right? So CleanSpark, right? Amanda, you said you were mostly invested in nuclear. So do you recognize nuclear power as renewable?
I think most don't recognize nuclear as renewable, but it's very low emitting. The renewable is interesting, except for most of it's very intermittent, so which is useful for different models, like what Riot is doing in Texas with curtailing. But for us, we like the consistency of things like nuclear or hydro.
Yeah. When you talk about renewables, people will think about solar and wind, right? But if you really think about it, even oil is renewable in the sense, right? So, and I think nuclear also fits into that. And also ocean energy, right? So OceanBit is doing What is it? Ocean thermal?
Ocean thermal energy conversion. So this is a base load energy source that runs off of warm water. So there's, in the ocean, especially here in Indonesia, there's warm water at the surface. Deep down below, there's cold water. That is a stable temperature gradient. And anytime you have a temperature gradient in nature, you can extract energy through a Rankine cycle. Think like a steam engine, except instead of burning fossil fuels, you're evaporating a working fluid using that heat source and then dumping that heat into a cold sink. So it's, unlike solar and wind, it's base load.
So we're talking about energy that is stable and like not intermittent here, right? So, because when I get to ask questions to miners who use renewable energies, they were talking about how they can actually use and utilize those intermittent energy, but this is like a different case. So why are you associating Bitcoin mining with the energy, the source of energy that you are producing both in OceanBits and CleanSpark? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so what's nice about OTEC is it's a low-grade heat source, and so is Bitcoin mining. So what we've been able to do is reuse that waste heat to pump that waste heat back into the energy cycle itself. And unlike solar and wind, where you have a variable power source and something that you want to be a stable load, we're kind of the opposite. So our target market is a lot in the offshore industry. So deep sea mining, oil and gas industry, providing them renewable energy. They can, claim they're decarbonizing their operations, but we're a base load power source, and they're a variable load. Well, if we have one customer in the middle of the ocean, and they don't need all the energy we can produce, well, that makes your economics garbage, unless there is some magical network that will buy unlimited amounts of energy. And that's how, this is called the OTEC problem, and it's been around for 100 years. And Bitcoin is the first solution to it.
So you can produce like huge amount of power, but it's stuck at one place, right?
Yeah.
So you just export those power using Bitcoin.
Well, technically, I guess you could float. You can float around since you don't have to interact with the seafloor. You've just got a big pipe. So as long as you got deep, deep seafloor, you can cruise around. So for the deep sea mining industry, where it's a two-dimensional deposit, they need to be able to move. And right now, they're paying between 30 and 40 cents per kilowatt hour in the middle of the ocean to transport marine diesel out there. Well, with OTEC, you can have a power plant floating along with this, deep sea mining vessel.
Yeah, I was just going to ask about why OTEC and why not like geothermal. So this is one of the reasons. You can go to the rigs, you can go to the demands, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool. And what about from CleanSpark? You're using nuclear, right? So is that highly politicized? Is that, I mean, when you talk about nuclear energy, I get a lot of frowns from the crowd. Yeah.
I don't see the frowns. Are we
not
frowning?
Here, of course, not here.
No, I mean, I think when we look at where growth is going, population growth around the world, like there are not enough minerals to be extracted to use solar. Wind is very unstable. You look at other things, and I mean, geothermal is interesting and different in temperature gradients. It's early for some of that, so it's exciting to see companies like OceanBit doing this. What we see when people think of like renewables or like the term ESG is environmental, social governance. So looking backwards, right? I think if that's supposed to really be a third, you look at environmental and where these ESG credit accounting is just quite creative and definitely lines the pockets that maybe don't have, aren't actually creating abundance in energy. So if we're looking at human populations growing and more people needing to use energy, we have to develop more. And that's where you look at developing countries and what they're using, and you look at countries that have been developed and they're moving to nuclear, a lot of them. In the US, we have a couple nuclear projects that have grown, one in Georgia, in the state of Georgia, so that's where CleanSpark does most of its mining. So there's some growth there in nuclear development, and then there's small nuclear reactor, for example, in Wyoming, which is just under 1 gigawatt of power. So if we're looking at that long-term stability and energy development that uses very minimal resources, I think nuclear makes the most sense for humanity. And then you look at what's happening when miners come into these communities and they're creating jobs, and they're future-oriented jobs, and they're multidisciplinary jobs. So it's strengthening the communities of the places they go. And then you look at the governance of Bitcoin, and it's ruled by rules, not rulers. So you don't have a centralized group, dictating whether there's more tokens or money printed. It's a completely different system. So it gets, a 10 out of 10 in S&G, which I think for some reason gets kind of lost in the narrative. And I think even for the energy side, without Bitcoin mining being there as the bookend customer for either sites with excess power or new developments in new energy developments, you need that first customer and that customer of last resort, and that's exactly what Bitcoin miners do.
Cool. So you're saying that when you spin up like new nuclear power plants, there will be a lot of excess power that Bitcoin can become the customer of last resort.
And to be clear, we don't build nuclear sites. We purchase the nuclear power. But when you build out these sites, they have 1 gigawatt to multiple gigawatts of power, and sometimes there aren't transmission lines that are built out yet. And sometimes the customers, the location, that community hasn't developed fully yet. So they're future-oriented projects that are oftentimes overdeveloped on purpose. And so to have an initial customer come in actually brings tax, we bring tax revenues to these communities, jobs. It really stimulates those local economies a lot more.
And that wasn't happening before, right? So,
yeah,
so you go and purchase these plants. What was those plants doing before that?
There's just a lot of stranded energy. So you look at global electricity that's generated, and you've got, a circle, right? And about a quarter of that, so a quarter of that pie is electricity that's just not used. And so Bitcoin mining uses 0.1 to 0.2% of that stranded energy. So it's using energy that's already stranded, and it's such a small percentage, but for the small percentage of energy globally that Bitcoin uses, it has a big impact because it can be used in those places where no one else can take the energy.
And the impact also resonates into the community. It builds the community, it builds the economy, right? Right. So back to OceanBit then.
Also, I'm very bullish on the nuclear industry as well. I hope that small nuclear reactors really take off, because that low pressure turbine happens to be very useful for one of the types of OTEC. And that turbine has been a major sticking point for OTEC plants in the past. It's called open cycle OTEC, and the turbine, the low pressure turbine from the nuclear reactor, happens to be the same turbine that we can use. So we can kind of, just like OTEC, closed cycle OTEC, or that we use for our development, happens to piggyback off of all the developments in oil and gas, we're hoping that the nuclear industry can go ahead and get those cost curves down and on the low pressure turbine side.
I think people might be a bit confused. I mean, I personally looked up what OTEC is before starting this conversation. So maybe we could take a step back, and could you explain how OceanBit is generating energy? What system are you using, and what's the monetization model of it?
Sure. So like I said, OTEC functions off of the temperature gradient in the tropics of warm water at the surface cold water deep down below. You can pump that deep water up to the surface and run what's called a Rankine cycle, where you use the warm water to evaporate a working fluid, in this case ammonia, that then passes through a turbine, generating power. Then you use the cold water to condense that ammonia back to a liquid. Then you just pump it back around in a big closed cycle. It's very simple. It's been around for 100 years. 20,000 leagues under the sea actually was the inspiration for OTEC. So, Jules Verne is 130, 140 years old, and it's been around. And all that time, the first OTEC plant was built in 1930, and there have been one of our engineers, Dr. Luis Vega, has built, run, and developed about 4 or 5 different projects in Hawaii. And it's just missed how do you deal with the stranded energy when this is a very low efficiency system, but of course you have an unlimited quantity of water, right? Your power source is basically extracting the sun from the ocean. So if you have stranded energy or curtailment, it absolutely kills your margin. So, OTEC and Bitcoin happens to be this beautiful combination where we can actually guarantee 100% of the energy gets sold to at least a buyer of last resort.
Yeah, I have heard a narrative that we've all been growing up with a narrative that there's a limited energy, right? And that there's we have to use energy conservatively because there's a limited amount of energy we can create. But in reality, is when you get into the business, you realize that there's almost an unlimited amount of energy. It's just that it's just not produced and turned into electricity yet. So even the sun, it's everywhere, and it's being collected by the earth all the time. So you're actually just turning the energy back into electricity to use it. But it's stranded, like the nuclear plant, it's stranded. So the Bitcoin mining things actually comes in to fill the place of the customer of last resort, and that translates energy back into what? Economic prosperity. Did I get that right?
Yeah, I think the way I think of it is Bitcoin is the ultimate transmutation machine. So if there's something wasted or unhealthy, it goes everything from our habits as individuals, Bitcoiners, to things like energy usage as well.
Okay, so the next topic I want to ask about is it's strictly about mining because people have been looking at mining as a business, as a profit-generating business, and it does generate profit if you do it correctly. But so CleanSpark has been involved in tapping this untapped energy. So is that different from just going about mining as in, I'm going to become a miner, I'm going to set up a rig, and I'm going to set up this mining facilities and buy electricity? What's the different thinking that goes behind that?
Yeah, it's very different, right? There's the home miner that maybe heats their garage in the winter.
Or maybe small professional miner.
Yeah, even there's an economy of scale, right? And there's an ability to, procure different energy types depending on what you are. There's stranded natural gas, but the problem with stranded gas is that the uptime probably isn't there, right? So you're maybe paying very little for that gas with an 80% uptime. So it's looking at all of these different trade-offs and trying to reduce the risk. And there is, like I said, a benefit of economies of scale, but it peaks out at a certain point, right? So probably, 100 megawatts or so, you're at the peak of it, which you can keep growing, but that's peak efficiency for a lot of groups. That are trying to do this at scale. So that's one thing, and that goes for machine procurement, so larger orders of machines, that goes for negotiating, power agreements, that goes for all sorts of things.
And how have you been doing these past bear market? Is it the business? Is it going okay or?
Yeah,
or
I
is
mean,
it-
we're doing great. We're growing. So we just, we're expanding. I think I mean, don't quote me, but I think it's 150 megawatts right now that we're working on completing the construction for. And so for us, the bear market has been useful in that we're focusing on efficiency as well. So JP Morgan just released a report, and I believe we're like their #1 picked public miner. And a lot of that is because we focus on efficiency in everything that we do.
Right. I forgot my next question. Sorry. That was just so interesting, so I got a bit lost in thought. Let me just pull up my list of. I have a list of questions. Yeah. Oh yeah, I was just going to go back to your power generation. You mentioned you use the heat from the Bitcoin miner to actually siphon that back to the ocean thermal energy cycle, right? So how much more efficiency are you milking out from that kind of feedback loop?
Well, it's going to be dependent on the sea surface temperature, but you get change back. For every, say, 10 watts you put in, you get somewhere between for every 100 watts you put into Bitcoin mining, you can recover somewhere between 4 and 8%. And while that doesn't seem like a lot, in the context of OTEC, where the entire system is only 4% efficient, right, from extracting the energy from the ocean, it's a very low temperature heat source, rather than nuclear, which is a very high temperature heat source, that makes a huge difference. People have been trying to improve the efficiency of OTEC for 100 years by tacking on all sorts of fancy cycles. There's the Kalina cycle, there's the Uehara cycle, and we come along and say, let's hook up some miners to this system. It doesn't increase the the complexity of the operation, but manages to increase the efficiency, which is just a massive deal. Cranking out more energy from a very low efficiency system is it makes a big difference.
One of the things that that early miners mostly worried about is when technology improves and the miners become obsolete, and that poses a huge risk to their operations. But what we've seen during the past few years that the ASICs, at least in the ASIC scenes, right? So when you hit the Moore's law, figuratively, the progression of developments kind of slows down, and that makes the business a bit more stable. But since you are extracting, I don't know, I'm assuming that you guys are doing efficiencies in orders of magnitudes more than just regular mining, right? So is that a huge risk to your operations if new miners come in, or do you think that's a good thing? You can switch them out.
Yeah, well, kind of our innovation and where we see the mining industry going is vertical integration, right? The power companies themselves becoming the miners. And so, for us, what we do is when we're scoping out a project, we can charge the customer, the end customer, whether it's deep sea mining or oil and gas infrastructure in the middle of the ocean, we can actually charge them the LCOE, and then because we're in the middle of the ocean, we have no extra land costs to consider, right? You co-locate the miners on board the vessel, you have no extra labor costs, and the cooling is free. We've reduced. And then we set the PPA to the long-term power purchase agreement to workhorse of the network, despite being how many years old? 8 years old now.
I'm still using S9.
Yeah.
It depends on what you're paying for power, right? And I think that's
I use it as a dehumidifier.
You make your jerky with it. Have you ever had ASIC jerky?
No, no, no. But I had this house in Manchester, and we had to dehumidify the basement. So instead of running a dehumidifier 24/7, we just put some S9 there, and we get like free dehumidifying with not free. We pay for the same electricity, but we get free bitcoins from that.
How's the noise?
Well, it's in the basement. No one's there.
I would say with this, right, there's the really cool thing about Bitcoin is it's going into uncharted territory. So that's, you know, whether that's machine development or that's immersion or that's different, you know, energy, innovations in energy, it is this like pioneering force, and it has such a grand impact that we won't even be able to imagine yet in the future consumption of energy and compute power. Like the way that things are done because of Bitcoin mining will zoom forward decades. The innovation will help every AI, all sorts of industries that we can't even imagine yet.
I mean, the grid balancing, right? As we make this renewable energy transition, you have to balance a massive amount of power, and that's, you know, nowhere is that more apparent than here in Indonesia, where there's 17,000 islands across how many million square miles? When you have, you know, geothermal in one location, solar or hydro in other locations, and you have to do all this transmission, right? You have to transmit that power across the ocean. And that's lost, right? So you're looking at, you know, 10 gigawatt transmission cables that are running you billions of dollars, and then as you're transporting them hundreds or thousands of kilometers across the ocean, you're racking up massive losses across that. And so, you know, we have an Indonesia strategy where you co-locate the OTEC platforms along the transmission cable. So instead of losses, you're actually adding to the energy, and because OTEC, in theory, is the most efficient way to produce Bitcoin, because you can achieve a power use efficiency of 1 using the cooling, you know, unlimited free cooling available, you can balance out all of this power, you know, the solar in Kalimantan, you can balance that out with the geothermal on Java, and then add to it. And now you're really tackling all these different problems here with the same piece of infrastructure.
Yeah. I still have like a full page of question. I think we have like only 5 minutes left. So, no, it's so interesting. I mean, when you think about it, I mentioned earlier that, you know, you paint a picture where we can, in the future, we can generate more and more power, and that's a good thing, not a bad thing. And that would actually create, in turn, create more, you know, economic prosperity, right? So let's just like take a step back and answer some fundamental questions, some easy, simple question that people outside of the Bitcoin community are asking, and most of them were saying that Bitcoin takes up too much energy, right? So what do you have to say to that?
False. Not enough energy.
We
This
need more.
transition. In order to transition from hydrocarbon sources, which we have to do, we're going to need double the energy that we produce today, but we can't retire the oil and gas infrastructure until their power purchase agreements are up, right? Then you throw out the rule of law and everything goes to shit anyway. So we need to develop out all of this new renewable energy resource before you can even connect it into the grid. Well, if you have all that stranded power, think in Texas or in Georgia, where you have all this excess power and nobody can buy it, well, what do you do with it? You need a buyer of last resort to come in the interim, right? When you're building renewable energy resources, base load, you don't build for what you need today. You build for what you need in 30, 40, 50 years. Well, in the interim, do you charge your customer 3-4 times what it should be, or do you use Bitcoin mining to bring that cost down to something more reasonable?
Or even add more margin.
Exactly.
If you're an evil.
If you're evil, yeah.
Yeah. What about you, Amanda?
I think you know, the logical answer is there, but we don't live in a logical world, and especially with policymakers and regulators, there are a lot of things going on. I mean, you look at places like Germany, for example, that shut down a nuclear plant, and now they're turning back on coal plants. Like, what a joke. You know, but this is the world we're in. So what I would say is that, you know, countries and
Coal is green now.
Yeah, it's teal. It can be teal. Seriously, teal is a thing now. It might be a whole, I don't know if it's coal or oil and gas, but there's a lot of funny things going on. No,
Sorry.
I thought it was a joke when I heard it too. So I would just say that we live in an upside down world where regulators are, you know, influenced by things that don't make sense. And so it's going to be those countries and jurisdictions that have, you know, a proactive approach towards this and understand game theory on a global level that are going to, you know, make this accessible to entrepreneurs and businesses in their country. So it'd be great, you know, for Indonesia, I really hope can really embrace this industry and work with companies and entrepreneurs that are, you know, working on Bitcoin mining and different innovations on Bitcoin specifically, because I think that is the ultimate game theory that we're going to come down to over the next decade.
So instead of turning off your lights and eating bugs and be happy, we're going to be, we're going to be generating more power and more money.
Hold on. Eating bugs. I love lobster, okay, and crab. Okay, people talk about eating bug, but you know, if I can eat, I used to live in the Keys and used to live off of lobster all day, and I'll tell you, eating bugs is good.
Yeah, I mean, if you do have an allergy to shellfish, you just can't conveniently eat bugs. So you're allergic when you go to restaurants in the future.
Well, I'm from Thailand. We traditionally eat bugs, but yeah, that's
crispy grasshopper is good.
With some salt, soy sauce, yeah. So a round of applause to Amanda and Aman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have time for any questions? Or is oh yeah, we have 2 questions. Can we have the microphones? Or are we not doing questions? Oh, we're not doing questions. Sorry.
Oh, no.
All right.
Thank you.
Right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dea. Thank you.
Do I just stay on here?
Welcome. This is the Beyond Southeast Asian Communities panel. My name's Mike. I'm from Bitcoin Powerhouse, based out of Phuket in Thailand. So it's good to see so many happy, smiling faces out there. We've got an esteemed panel with us this evening, representing Malaysia, Vietnam, Indonesia, Philippines, and Thailand. So, guys, would you like to introduce yourselves, starting with Mr. Pratoi? Ms. Pratoi? Yeah.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Pratiwi. I'm from Indonesia Bitcoin community, and I'm also the content creator of Coin Veritas. Nice to meet you all.
Hi again, I'm Florian Hilbay. I am Dean of the College of Law of Silliman University in the Philippines.
Dominic, since 10 years living in Vietnam, but before also started a Bitcoin meetup in Frankfurt in Europe, and now then in 2014 we launched also a Bitcoin meetup in Saigon.
Yeah, Jerry, I run a Bitcoiner Malaysia and also meetup, and also run a Chinese Bitcoin only podcast.
So I'm still on the stage. Piriya Samandaraksa from Thailand, and I do a weekly Bitcoin show since 2015, and yeah.
Okay, thank you all. Thank you. So in Southeast Asia, I think we'll all agree there's a certain amount of economic disparity that exists, many people being unbanked, etc. So in your respective countries, how do you see Bitcoin helping out with this and perhaps solving this particular issue? We'll start with Dominic, I think.
I'm not sure if like this unbanked label is always as bad as people in the West perceive it, like, oh, people can't open a bank account, because like nowadays sometimes I wish I would be unbanked given all the headache I get with dealing with banks in the West. But of course the opportunity it provides, and maybe that's not what people want to hear at a Bitcoin conference, but we see it also especially like with Tether, that people suddenly have access to like savings instruments or generally the global financial system in a way which they didn't have before. They just download an app on their phone and they suddenly can transfer or store value outside their own jurisdiction. They're not tied anymore to their own crappy fiat currency, which like steals the savings and the banks run away with the money. That's a huge change which has been brought about over the past 10 years.
Okay, Kunpriya, would you like to address that one?
Well, as Dominic said, Bitcoin offers a tremendous savings technology, and that's something that we don't have in the fiat system. We have banks, we have banking, and sometimes you look at economic numbers and say that this country has a lot of banking access, this does not, and essentially that doesn't mean anything because banking is only access to the global, or not even global, but the local payment system, right? But people doesn't really have a savings technology. So Bitcoin really fills in that gap, and it shows people that it's possible to save. It's possible to just work hard and save money and grow. Yeah.
Okay, and Ms. Pratui?
Yeah. Case of Bitcoin in Indonesia, for your information, in Indonesia, basically we have a very good financial service. Financial service system, I mean, we get used to electronic payment, and then everything is very convenient. And banking in Indonesia is quite convenient. A lot of points that we can get by using credit card. It's very common to use credit card just to get miles, extra miles for example, KrisFlyer, Singapore Airlines. So people are very addicted to credit card. So to let you know the convenience of financial industry in Indonesia. Actually, but in Indonesia, we've already had hyperinflation twice in 1960 and 1998, but people in Indonesia is very unaware of that because we had very serious problem about literacy, financial literacy. We only consume, but we don't save. And it is a custom here to spend a lot and then living from paycheck to paycheck. And if you know that Indonesian currency is not strong, after financial crisis in 1998, the currency of Indonesia is still USD to IDR is 16,000 rupiah. So because of that, a lot of people trying to get more money as soon as possible, and minimum wage in Indonesia is very low. It is only 200 $250 US per month. So no wonder we are trying to save ourselves by looking for an instrument to help us make more money. So a lot of people get into Ponzi scheme and so on. So when Bitcoin happened, when Bitcoin bull run happened in Indonesia, actually it is happening in 2021. A lot of people look at Bitcoin because Elon Musk tweet. Yeah, I think it happened everywhere, right? But for Indonesia, because it was pandemic situation, and then a lot of people hurt financially because of pandemic, they see Bitcoin as gambling. They see Bitcoin as a very good instrument to get rich quick. So in Indonesia, some of smart people use this situation as their chance to scam another people. For example, they sell a product of financial product, and they told everyone that this is Bitcoin mining company, but it is not. So for Indonesia, we have good financial system, financial service, but only see Bitcoin as gambling thing. So maybe it.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for that. I think, as we kind of drift ever further from the last financial catastrophe, 2008, there seems to be in many countries this kind of collective amnesia about what actually happened. And, like Thailand, for example, the Thai baht, devalued 50% very, very quickly after the 2008 crisis. And many people are they seem to drift into this comfort zone with fiat again, thinking that everything will just be fine if we just keep on doing things the way they are. However, we all know that Bitcoin is the ultimate savings vehicle, and that the longer people think that way, the more they're going to get hurt, when things really do blow up. So, Mr. Florin, what about in the Philippines? How are things?
Okay, the Philippines is a land of contrasts because in terms of the financial infrastructure, we're fairly advanced. So what you have in the West, you have in the Philippines as well. At the same time, half of the population is unbanked, right? So there's a big opportunity, therefore, for Bitcoiners to onboard a lot of unbanked Filipinos. You also have a very high inflation rate in the Philippines. Today, I think Philippines suffers from the highest inflation rate in Southeast Asia. And the practical effect of that is to destroy everybody's ability to save. From a larger perspective, of course, you can always say that fiat has already destroyed everybody's ability to save, but it's cast in bold relief in the Philippines because we have very high inflation rate. Filipinos also are a gambling culture. And so, whereas like in Vietnam, the Philippines is always top 10 in the world in terms of crypto knowledge and adoption, maybe less than 1% understand Bitcoin as a savings technology, which is why the opportunity and the challenge is actually to try to educate as many Filipinos as possible so that they wouldn't see Bitcoin as a gamble. They'd see it as a boring savings technology that is bound to solve a civilizational problem, which is debasement, manipulation, and therefore inflation.
Yeah, it's always that massive irony that Bitcoin's this revolutionary technology, yet on the flip side, it can be quite boring at the same time. But there we are. Jerry, what do you think?
For Malaysia, I believe that the population are quite well banked. And also with the latest fintech boom, we have a lot of different e-wallets. So payment-wise, it's very easy, right? Most people can just transact, and less and less people start to use cash, right? Just e-payment and things like that. Whereas Malaysia, because of I don't know whatsoever reason, we are one of the country with the most money game. So money game was invented here, and a lot of people want to get rich quick, and most people, they couldn't differentiate between crypto and Bitcoin, right? And I think it's very similar to most of other Southeast Asia countries, and even the world actually. And And our role here is to try to create some community, right? Our offline community and online community to share people about Bitcoin, because I think that education is the key, right, for us, for Bitcoin to win, actually.
Okay, thank you, Jerry. I think a wise man once said that everything governments say is a lie and everything they own is stolen. Not too sure who that was, but based on that information and the kind of the decentralized nature of Bitcoin and the fact that governments will find it extremely difficult in the future to, if not impossible, to mess with the network. They can destroy on-ramp, off-ramp, etc., but they can't stop peer-to-peer. Based on that, in your respective countries, how does that play into how things exist on the ground at the moment? The decentralized nature, how the governments see things. Kumpriya, would like to take that for Thailand?
I'm just still thinking about it.
Okay.
All right. Well, the Thai government has been playing things pretty safe for over the few decades. So we do have, like, even you see all these inflations going on all over Southeast Asia.
Too, I suppose, based on Bitcoin's qualities and the empowerment it gives people. In Thailand, like, how do you see the Thai government's interaction with that in the future, or yeah, something like that?
Well, it's hard to say. Just because we just had a new election, we just had a new prime minister. So it's really hard to say where this is going forward. But for the past, at least for the past few, for almost the past decade, the stance has always been quite neutral, right? So there's no encouragement to use Bitcoin as means of payment, or there's actually some discouragement from the central bank. But there's no ban. There's no like it's not illegal to use Bitcoin or to own crypto in Thailand, and people can just buy and sell, and we have registered exchange. Things are quite neutral from the government side, and I actually think that is one of the better outcomes, right? And of course, I want them to be recognizing Bitcoin as money and having people save in Bitcoin as soon as possible. But yeah, but for the future, would they try to control? Would they try to clamp down on Bitcoin? From what I have experienced with government officials in Thailand, they understand the nature of Bitcoin. Right? I've talked with people from the Bank of Thailand. I've talked with people in the SECs. They do understand the censorship resistance and unconfiscatable nature of Bitcoin. And as long as people are using it peer-to-peer, they understand that they have no power over that, right? But for the part that they do have control, that they do have jurisdictions, say like on exchanges, that's going to be control. Right? If you want to buy Bitcoin, you might have to start submitting more and more and more KYCs, documents, and stuff like that. And right now, we have a new regulations that dictates that if you want to transfer more than 50,000 bahts, which it's not a lot of money at all. You have to be present at the bank and have your biometric scan, and that has been causing quite a lot of trouble.
Sure, thank you for the insight.
It's on the fiat side, the control. Yeah.
Okay, Jerry?
For Malaysia, I believe that our SC categorized Bitcoin as a commodity, I think 2020 maybe, and it is not illegal, and it is also not legal to transact in Bitcoin. So it's like gray area, and government is quite neutral about it. We have 3 to 4 legal exchanges that you can buy Bitcoin from. But recently, I think for the past 1 year, government started to want them to KYC where the coins coming in from and where the coin is going out to. So you need to fill in the names, contacts, and everything. So I think the KYC is getting tighter, and I think that's going to happen to most of the countries. There's no capital gain tax in Malaysia yet, so we don't know how things will play out. Yeah, so that's the situation with Malaysia.
Yeah, Dominic.
I think in Vietnam, so far the government has avoided bad mistakes, so they play it very cautious. It's right now still unregulated. They haven't cracked down on it, but they also definitely, in their public messaging, discourage it for the public. So the hardcore Bitcoiners, of course, still know where to find it and how to figure it out. And but the messaging to the general public is more like to discourage it, which might not be a terrible idea if you're in the government shoes, because like people otherwise fall even more so for all these crypto scams, and then you have the trouble to run after these people and like silence them again. So you can understand the communication strategy from the eyes of the government. Otherwise, yeah, I mean, it's still relatively open and accessible in Vietnam. As said, it's unregulated, which I think from the larger Asian countries, Southeast Asian countries, is the only one. But also makes sometimes getting some documents when you need them pretty hard, because nobody is willing to put the stamp on it. And another question we regularly get is like, okay, especially after the conference which we had earlier this year in Da Nang, is there a chance that Vietnam plays like El Salvador? That's never going to happen. Because like El Salvador, I mean, what was the downside? That was like a crime-ridden narco state. You can put then like the risk, okay, we just go for it. Vietnam is a country of like over 100 million people. They have fought pretty hard for their independence. They are not risking anything on like premature Bitcoin adoption. So that's not going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah, I think it's always interesting the way the benevolent arm of the government comes around and says, you know, we're looking out for you. We'll help you with this. And, you know, you can't take care of yourself as a fully grown adult. But I think Bitcoin gives everyone the opportunity to be self-sovereign and make up their lives the way they want it to be. So, Ms. Priya, what about in your part of the world?
Yeah, in Indonesia, actually, what our government care is about how can they tax more of anything. So currently, Bitcoin is regulated and acknowledged as commodity. For our central bank, it is prohibited to use Bitcoin as the form of payment. So right now, but I think there is a positive side because we can save more and spend in fiat, right? And it is good that our government don't know anything about the beauty of decentralization, how the Bitcoin can give us the freedom, bring back the self-sovereign in having our own money. So I think this is good part for Bitcoiners like us. But in the future, I think maybe Indonesia will follow what the United States does in the future. So we'll see. But if Indonesia will use Bitcoin as a legal tender, I think it's not now. It's not in the near future, but I think it's only for saving technology and asset, something like that.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Florin.
Well, in the Philippines, just like in every other Southeast Asian country, we do have a more or less favorable regulatory environment. And that means that there are exchanges, the on-ramps and the off-ramps are available. I have a former student who now works with the Bureau of Internal Revenue who asked me one time, what about the use of Bitcoin for payments? Will not that trigger, a taxable event, And my answer is that's for you guys to determine, right? In the law school where I'm dean, we opened a coffee shop. It's called the SATS Cafe. It operates on the Bitcoin standard, and so people use SATs to pay in Bitcoin. And when the general counsel of the university asked me, what if the BIR guy starts asking, what if the tax people start asking about the potential implications of the use of Bitcoin as a payments mechanism, I said, well, we can defend it on the ground that this is academic freedom. We're just experimenting with this new form of money. But outside the university, we still really don't know. But thankfully, we haven't had any problems, and so the regulatory environment is pretty forgiving in the Philippines for now.
Thank you very much. I think we'd like to open to the floor if anyone has any questions. Like to ask? Oh, no hands going up. Okay, fair enough. So next question would be this. I'm based in Thailand, Kumpriya is based in Thailand, we're all based in different Southeast Asian countries. In terms of the community, the Bitcoin community that you have in your respective country, what would you say the biggest achievements, or what's the thing you're most proud of that your particular country and community has achieved with regard to Bitcoin? We'll go with Jerry with that.
Yeah, for Malaysia, we have one Bitcoiner community, we call it. We run meetup in KL. It's a capital. And then we also have smaller meetup in JB, that one nearby Singapore. I think we slowly become the hub for any Bitcoiner who come to Malaysia, and then they will contact us. Then we will organize meetup for them. We have hosted people like Jimmy Song, Lina, Stephen Rivera, Lina, and I hope that more and more in the future, if you guys come to Malaysia, just contact us. Then we should throw a meetup for you guys, and to connect with the local communities and with us. Yeah.
Thank you, Kun Priya.
It's the community side. It's going pretty strong in Thailand. We even have like different groups, different communities that are working together. Even in Bangkok, we have the community that was gathered from my YouTube channel. Then we have the Bob guys, Kun Jim, and you're in Phuket, and we even have some communities in Chiang Mai. So it's a diverse group of people, and it's growing all the time. If we have to look at the numbers, I would categorize Bitcoiners who actually followed me onto Nostr as like somewhat of a hardcore Bitcoiner. That number is just top about 15,000 right now. So that's like just the 1% that has been zapping every day on Nostr. We have a community online on my YouTube channel of about 150,000, and it's really well. I'm proud of that, and that's really encouraging to see people actually waking up to the realities that good money exists, right? That when you mentioned, when we talk about when we all answer the first question, one of the things I gleaned was that Asian people, Southeast Asian people are like gambling addicts. Well, that's actually for the whole world. Actually, people became gambling addicts because there's no other way actually to climb the social ladder, to climb the financial ladder, because working and saving doesn't really work when your money evaporates, right? So Bitcoin just opens up that new realities, and when people understand that, it's beautiful when people realize that life can be lived by doing what they love and just spending time and energy and just building their own proof of work, building themselves up. So that they'll have their own legacy, they'll have their own identity, and they can live out on that, and they can save and grow, right? So I get a lot of feedback from the community, and this is the message that I keep getting, and I think it's beautiful, and Bitcoiners are just when we see each other, we get this like instant connection, right? Because we understand the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think the word beautiful came up 3 times there, and I think beautiful is the operative word for sure. No matter what angle I think you look at Bitcoin from, there's beauty just emanates from all sides. Mr. Florin, would you like to address that one as well?
Well, for me, if you're, the proudest moment is basically breaching that university bubble that is either agnostic or anti-Bitcoin and bringing it right inside the heart of the university system. So in my case, I have published my outline, I have published a book, I even published my examination papers just to make people recognize that finally here in the Philippines, or in the Philippines at least, Bitcoin has already landed within the university system. And I'm specifically focused in the university system because there are a lot of young people in universities that have the time and the capacity to learn this very complex subject. And once they understand Bitcoin, they basically develop a new lens for understanding the world. And for a teacher, I would suppose that that would be the most proud moment of that particular
Thank
professor.
you. I'm sure I can speak for everyone in this panel and everyone in the room this evening or this afternoon, whatever it is. I think Bitcoin's got a huge future in Southeast Asia. It's only developing, only growing. It's important we all keep communicating, keep building and growing these communities and try and create some kind of synergy between us with our respective groups and countries. So I think that's about the end of this panel. I think we've done our 30 minutes. So thank you all for your time. It's been a pleasure. And yeah, enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kind of like a potluck this. Is that going to work? All right, guys. That was day one. Indonesia Bitcoin Conference. So this morning I asked everyone to stand up and do a 360 and hug their partner next to them or their neighbor. Tonight, I'd like you to give a high five to whoever's closest to you, please. I'm going to start right here. Come on, get up. We're finished. The day's done. I'm going to take 2 minutes. You can go. Too much sitting around. So just before you do leave, I've got a couple of things I want to talk through. So tonight at 7 p.m. at the Sanur Beer Garden, there's going to be drinks. To get there, you need to jump in a taxi and head over 47. Someone's lost a phone. It's at the back with the sound operators over there. Tomorrow, what can you expect? Well, there's going to be a Lightning Hackathon winner announcement. It starts at 9 a.m. If you want to look at the schedule, remember you just got to download Fedi. So hop on your phone, find the SQ code, and download it. At 6 a.m. in the morning, there's another Bitcoin run. For those of you that are into a light jog, I went this morning. It was absolutely fantastic. Good way to clear the energy and start the day. I'd like to say thank you to the sponsors, to Reku, to Human Rights Foundation, to Pintu, and to LightPay. Thank you for looking after us today as the head sponsors of the day. On Saturday afternoon, there's going to be a beach party. So 4 p.m. in Nusa Dua at a place called Kana Bali. So if I have another 2 minutes of your time, I'd like to just kind of reflect on some of the things that happened today. We covered subjects like religion and how religion affects Bitcoin. We covered subjects like how to affect regulation in a country like Indonesia. And I mentioned at the start of the day, there's personal journeys everywhere. Like, who are these people? Where have they come from? What do they know that helped them understand Bitcoin? And to really hammer that home, I think of myself as lucky, like incredibly lucky. And there's a phrase I like called lady luck. Now, in ancient Greece, this is Tyche. To the Romans, it was Fortuna. We are lucky. And there's a number of touch points that we've all had when it comes to understanding Bitcoin, and that is out of pure luck. Now, in my case, there are three main things: energy, investing, and technology. I just so happened to be part of a clean tech company that was trying to build demand-side response technology. So when I looked into Bitcoin mining and I understood the importance of stranded energy, I was like, whoa, what is this thing? And then my father died, as I mentioned, and I became an investor. I was trying to store value over time. How do I do that? And you look at Bitcoin, it's like, that makes sense. And then finally, technology. I've been working in the startup space. I was looking for disruption, and I was looking for network effects. And I started looking at money and at Bitcoin. I'm like, disrupting central banking. Whoa, that's fascinating. And then the network effect of a good money. We don't want to ship money. You want the best money you can get. You want money you know you can transfer to someone else. You want to know that it's a medium of exchange, a store of value, and a unit of account. And that is Bitcoin. So we are all insanely lucky. Enjoy your drinks tonight. My name's been Jake. Thank you so much for having me today, and I'll see you at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Take care.